buni O'zbekistonning bu boradagi xalqaro reyting indekslarida o'rni yaxshilab borayotganini ham ko'rishimiz mumkin. Jahon banki boshqaruv sifati indikatorlari reytingi korrupsiyani nazorat qilish indeksida 22 pog'onaga, Trace Matrix indeksida 55 pog'onaga, huquq ustuvorligi indeksining korrupsiya mavjud emasligi indikatori bo'yicha 2018-yilga nisbatan 28 pog'onaga ko'tarilgan. Ochiqlik bo'yicha xalqaro reytinglarda Open Data o'rnimiz 138 pog'onaga yaxshilanib, Markaziy Osiyoda birinchi, dunyoda 11-o'ringa ko'tarilganligi albatta bu borada amalga oshirilayotgan islohotlarning natijasidir. Bundan tashqari O'zbekiston bu borada xalqaro hamkorlikka ochiqligini ham namoyon etmoqda. Xususan davlatimiz rahbarining tegishli qaroriga asosan O'zbekiston Respublikasi 2025-yil oktyabrdan mustaqil davlatlar hamdo'stligi korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish bo'yicha davlatlararo kengashiga rasman qo'shildi. Shuningdek, shu yili O'zbekiston Osiyo va Tinch okeani mintaqasi uchun aksilkorrupsiya tashabbusi boshqaruv guruhi qarori bilan tuzilmaning 35-a'zo mamlakat sifatida qabul qilindi. Bu ham mamlakatimizning Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti korrupsiyaga qarshi konvensiyasi talablarini samarali joriy etishiga sabab bo'ladi. Shunday bo'lsa-da, oldimizda qiladigan ishlarimiz hali ko'p. 2025-yil 26-dekabrda O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti Oliy Majlis va O'zbekiston xalqiga yo'llagan murojaatnomasida ushbu masalaga alohida urg'u berib, korrupsiya davlat taraqqiyotiga to'siq bo'ladigan, adolat va qonun ustuvorligini izdan chiqaradigan jiddiy tahdid ekanligiga e'tiborimizni qaratdilar. 2026-yilda bu illatga qarshi kurashish bo'yicha favqulodda holat e'lon qilinishi ta'kidlandi. Hurmatli Prezidentimizning topshiriqlariga asosan bu borada izchil tadbirlar amalga oshirilmoqda. Hurmatli tadbir ishtirokchilari, korrupsiyaga transmilliy va global tus olayotgan ayni zamonda birgalikda harakat qilishimiz, bu sa'y harakatlarimizni birlashtirishimiz har qachongidan muhim ahamiyat kasb etadi. Bilasiz, ushbu forum 6-bora o'tkazilmoqda va hamkorlikda muammolarga yechim izlash, o'zaro tajribalar almashish, hamkorlikning yangi yo'nalishlarini belgilashga qaratilgan maydon bo'lib xizmat qilmoqda. Forumning kun tartibi korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish global va zamonaviy tendensiyalarni o'zida qamrab olgani bilan ham ahamiyatlidir. Axborot asrida korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashishda sun'iy intellekt texnologiyalarini joriy etish, ochiqlik va shaffoflikni ta'minlash, sohaga zamonaviy preventiv mexanizmlarni joriy etish orqali jamiyatda unga nisbatan murosasiz muhitni shakllantirish mamlakatimizning ham kun tartibida turibdi. O'ylaymanki, bu masala har bir ishtirokchi tashkilot, davlatlar uchun ham dolzarbdir. Ularning bu borada tajribalari biz uchun qiziqarli va muhim. Shuning uchun ham bugungi muhokamalar samarali va qizg'in bo'lib o'tishiga umid bildirib qolamiz. Forum ishiga omad tilaymiz va barcha ishtirokchilarga samimiy minnatdorchilik izhor etamiz. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Katta rahmat Abdulhakim Xushboqovich. Bugungi xalqaro tadbirimizni bir qator xalqaro tashkilotlar bilan hamkorlikda ularning ko'magida o'tkazyapmiz va mana shu hamkor tashkilotlarimizning rahbarlariga ham so'z beramiz. Keyingi so'zni Yevropa Ittifoqining O'zbekiston Respublikasidagi elchisi janob Toyvo Klarga beramiz. Ular Toshkentda bo'lmaganliklari sababli video murojaat bilan kirish so'zi qiladilar. Marhamat.
Assalamu alaikum. Dear distinguished guests, I regret that I cannot be with you in person, but it is my great honor to address the 6th Toshkent Anti-Corruption Forum on behalf of the European Union. Our joint work in the prevention of corruption is not just about policies. It is about building the foundation of trust that holds societies together. Trust is the confidence of a parent sending their child to kindergarten, knowing they will be safe. Trust is the assurance of a patient that their doctor will prioritize their health, not the bribe. It is the fairness in a student being admitted to university based on merit, not because of connections. Every interaction between citizens and the state is an opportunity to strengthen or erode this trust, and nothing undermines it faster than corruption. In the fight against corruption, one of the most powerful tools we have today is technology. With EU and GIZ support, the Slovenian NGO Regional Dialogue has been developing for Uzbekistan a digital platform to detect irregularities in public procurement. I urge the agency to finalize and adopt it. It will be a game changer for accountability. But technology alone is not enough. We also need strong legal frameworks to reduce exceptions in procurement, eliminate unjustified barriers to competition, and align with international integrity standards. These measures do more than prevent corruption. They save public funds and ensure confidence in government. Uzbekistan's commitment to international anti-corruption standards is a cornerstone to many international partnerships, including under the EU-Uzbekistan Enhanced Partnership and Cooperation Agreement that was signed last October. This is not just about compliance. It is also about attracting global investments, including through the EU Global Gateway Strategy, which combines infrastructure development with good governance. When investors see transparency, they bring opportunities, jobs, and growth. Laws and technology must go hand in hand with public awareness. That is why the EU and GIZ, together with the Anti-Corruption Agency and Law Enforcement Academy, will soon be launching the virtual Anti-Corruption Academy, which will be open not just to officials, but to every citizen. The goal is to help people recognize corruption, understand its harms, and learn how to fight it, because real change happens when society itself demands integrity. The European Union has also worked with UNDP to pilot the Integrity Island methodology in several districts across Uzbekistan, which proves that local solutions work best when they are tailored to local challenges. Additionally, through engagements with territorial anti-corruption councils, we have helped to bridge gaps between government, civil society, and media to create a more united front against corruption at local level. But to truly empower citizens, it is crucial to also adopt the whistleblower protection law. Those who courageously expose corruption must be able to trust that the government will stand behind them with concrete protection mechanisms. This is a defining moment for Uzbekistan, the EU, and many other partners committed to transparency. Together, through reforms, digital innovation, and strengthened cooperation, we can build a future where trust in institutions empowers every citizen to succeed. The European Union is proud to work alongside Uzbekistan in this effort. Let this forum mark the next step in our shared journey, where dialogue leads to joint strategies, and those strategies deliver tangible results for all. Katta rahmat, thank you very much.
Katta rahmat, janob to'ybeklar. Endi esa so'zni Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti taraqqiyot dasturining O'zbekistondagi doimiy vakilasi, hurmatli Akiko Fuji xonimga beramiz. Marhamat.
Dear Mr. Abdul Hakim and Mr. Bukhanov, Mr. Klo, and Mr. Fritz, Mr. Q, Mr. Stolp, and distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of UNDP, it is my great pleasure to address you today at this very important forum. And let me begin by thanking everybody here, but particularly the National Anti-Corruption Council and National Anti-Corruption Agency of Uzbekistan for the exceptional leadership and the support from the European Union and all partners here, particularly civil society organizations also sitting here, whose role in today's discussion is vital. Globally, corruption continues to hamper sustainable development, and at UNDP, corruption is definitely the center of sustainable development issue. It affects every country and undermines nearly every aspect of our society, disproportionately harming the poorest and the most vulnerable people, including women. It can also weaken environmental protection. For example, violations of building standards in the course of urbanization, which is of course happening in many parts of the world, including Uzbekistan, can cause serious environmental damages and disaster risks. Combating corruption remains a major challenge. And according to a UN report, 1 in 5 people worldwide reported having to pay a bribe to access a public service. I would like to commend the government of Uzbekistan and the leadership present here today, making significant efforts in building a stronger national anti-corruption ecosystem. The introduction of the National Anti-Corruption Management Certification System is helping to strengthen integrity standards across all the state's institutions. In parallel, a unified anti-corruption system now connects government bodies, law enforcement, and research institutions and the civil society to improve coordination. UNDP is pleased to support Uzbekistan on this very important journey to prevent and combat corruption. In recent years, we have been working together to develop important legislative measures in line with international standards. Whistleblower protection is one such area being advanced in accordance with OECD standards to protect individuals who report corruption from retaliation. Whistleblowers are the first line of defense against corruption, and they must feel safe to speak up. Another key document under development is the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. This strategy is vital important for accelerating reform by strengthening transparency and accountability across public institutions. Secondly, an active civil society and a free press are essential to combating corruption. Civil society organizations and the journalists need stronger legal protection, safe working conditions, and also sustained capacity building to contribute effectively to a culture of zero tolerance for corruption. This year, we are very happy that we conducted a study on the role of investigative journalism in strengthening anti-corruption efforts. And also, in addition, we have been actively working with more than 20 NGOs to strengthen civil society's role. This year, we received more than 80 civil societies applications across the country that demonstrate strong civil society interest working with us together in this area. Thirdly, the role of local governments remain especially important, as my previous speaker, Toivo, has just mentioned. And together with EU delegation and anti-corruption agency and the council, we are working with the local government, because the role of local governments remain especially important. They are closest to citizens in the delivery of public services, and in many cases, this is where citizens are most exposed to corruption risks. Building on last year's successful experience, UNDP is expanding the internationally recognized Integrity Islands methodology to 6 municipalities in Khorasan, Samarkand, Kashkadaria, Navoi, and Fergana regions, as well as the Republic of Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan. This methodology promotes practical, participatory, and substantive measures to prevent corruption at the local level. And lastly, integrating a gender perspective is very strategic. The nationwide study, Gender and Corruption in Uzbekistan, engaged 539 respondents, including over 250 women. It highlights the more gender-responsive anti-corruption policies will be effective on the ground, because men and women's experiences in anti-corruption and responding to corruption issues are very different. And we are very much looking forward to the gender training which is conducted as part of the forum tomorrow. Dear distinguished guests, colleagues and partners, this forum provides an important platform for exchanging experiences, international best practices, and practical solutions to strengthen the anti-corruption ecosystem which works in Uzbekistan. And I would like to once again thank the government of Uzbekistan, the Anti-Corruption Agency, the European Union, civil society organizations, media representatives, and all the other partners present here today for their continued commitment and cooperation. Katta rahmat.
Katta rahmat Fuji xonim. Hozir siz haqiqatdan ham O'zbekistonda Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti va uning oilasini korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish yo'nalishida amalga oshirayotgan loyihalari, qo'shma tadbirlar haqida gapirib o'tdingiz va barchasi emas albatta, lekin eng ahamiyatlisi Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti taraqqiyot dasturi aynan mamlakatimizda O'zbekistonda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish ishlariga jamoatchilikni, keng jamoatchilikni, fuqarolik jamiyati institutlari, nodavlat tashkilotlari hamda jurnalistlarni jalb qilish yo'nalishida, shuningdek hududlarda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish samaradorligini oshirishga qaratilgan bir qator loyihalarni sanab o'tdingiz. Bular o'zining samarasini bugun berayotganini ko'ryapmiz va o'ylaymanki, hali oldimizda ham ko'plab rejalar turibdi, qo'shma loyihalar birgalikda amalga oshirishga muvaffaq bo'lamiz. Katta rahmat. Endi esa so'zni Germaniya xalqaro hamkorlik jamiyatining O'zbekistondagi vakolatxonasi rahbari janob Joachim Fritzga beramiz. Marhamat, janob Fritz.
Assalamu alaikum. Dobro utro. Good morning, His Excellency Mr. Eshmuratov, dear Director Burkhanov, dear colleagues from the panel, and Excellencies, distinguished guests. It's an honor for me to represent the GIZ and the German government here at the opening of the 6th International Anti-Corruption Forum. And I would like to specially welcome and express my gratitude for all the international guests arriving and being here for the last years. It's remarkable how the international perspective of this forum has significantly grown. I would like to congratulate the government of Uzbekistan under the leadership of His Excellency President Mirziyoyev for all the tremendous international progress, internationally recognized progress that the country has lived. We have heard about it this morning, but as well there are many other indices that show how this country is performing in the green transition. The latest was the moderately free country economy recognition by a renowned institute. The theme of this year's forum, From Control to Prevention, marks a necessary and a very important focus within the strategy. Experience shows that sustainable policy cannot rely on detecting violations after they occur. We must build institutions and incentives that reduce the opportunity for corruption before it happens. Prevention matters and pays off. This is a fundamental governance challenge. We need to understand particularly processes and institutions much better. We need to understand how public money is spent. We need to understand how decisions are making, who is making them, when and how. And we need to include the citizens to trust that authority exercised all their doings in the public interest. However, we must be realistic. New laws and digital platforms are only the beginning. Success depends on implementation. This requires institutions with clear mandates, trained staff, and reliable data. It also requires a long-term perspective that connects immediate measures with a broader integrity system, as we heard by the previous speakers. Germany, through GIZ, supports the agenda via the Good Governance Project. co-financed by the European Union and implemented by an EU consortium together with our friends from Latvia and the already mentioned Regional Dialogue organization. Over the last year, our cooperation with the Anti-Corruption Agency and other national integrity partners has been focused on three interlinked dimensions. The first one, strengthening the evidence base for reform. This includes support to the national integrity system assessment, sectoral corruption risk assessment, and a national corruption perception survey. Such instruments are important because serious reform must begin with a precise diagnosis. Without evidence, anti-corruption policy risks becoming fragmented, symbolic, and overly reactive. Second, supporting institutional and human capacity. This includes training on conflict of interest, support to compliance officers, and the development of the already mentioned virtual anti-corruption academy. Capacity building measures for civil society and media, such as training on key integrity topics, international networking opportunities like this one today, and small research grants have been an important part of this endeavor. Trust requires openness to external scrutiny, in constructive criticism and public participation. Civil society organizations, journalists, researchers, and citizens, all present here today, help identify risks that formal systems may overlook. They also help translate anti-corruption policy into public demand for integrity, as we have heard already as well. The forum's emphasis on education and public awareness is therefore highly relevant. In the long run, integrity depends not only on rules, but also on professional standards, institutional culture, and public expectations. And lastly, we are supporting practical preventive mechanisms. This includes work on the ISO 37001, probably very well known among the experts here in the room, anti-bribery management systems with public institutions, support to digital tools for public procurement transparency, and corruption on whistleblowing and complaints mechanisms. These are concrete areas where prevention can become operational. Through better procedures, risk mapping, data analysis, internal controls, and clear reporting channels. Let me reiterate what my predecessors have said, that prevention must reach the local level where citizens interact with the public services in health, education, social protections, and infrastructural needs. Successful local pilots should provide the lessons needed to scale national policy. This inclusive approach requires the participation of civil society and media, as public institutions cannot build trust in isolation. I'm therefore particularly happy to see in the agenda that today we will have the words of a mayor from Moldova representing a certain bottom-up perspective of this very important perspective. In closing, I offer three brief observations. First, prevention must be practical. It must change the actual procedures in human resources, in procurement, and in service delivery. Second, what we all know and have discussed throughout the years, transparency requires accountability. Open data is only useful when oversight bodies, the media, and the public can use it to drive better decisions. And lastly, reform requires persistence. Progress is rarely linear and demands long-term political commitment, as we see here in Uzbekistan. Thank you very much. GIZ remains a strong partner for this process.
Katta rahmat, janob Pris, haqiqatdan ham mana biz 3-yildirki juda katta loyihani birgalikda amalga oshiryapmiz. Bu aynan korrupsiyaga qarshi xalqaro standartlarni O'zbekistonga keng joriy qilish, ayniqsa boshqaruv tizimida milliy halollik tizimini joriy qilish, korrupsiyaviy xavflarni baholash va eng muhimi davlat xizmatchilarining bu boradagi bilim va ko'nikmalarini oshirish borasida katta loyihalar amalga oshirilyapti va o'ylaymizki, buning natijasini, samarasini biz o'sha amalda ham o'sha ko'rish imkoniyatiga ega bo'lyapmiz va siz so'zingizni oxirida 3 ta masalaga e'tibor qaratish haqida gapirib o'tdingiz. Bu o'sha oldini olish choralari amaliy jihatdan mustahkamlangan bo'lishi va eng muhimi o'sha ikkinchisi shaffoflik, bu o'sha hisobdorlikka tayangan bo'lishi va amalga oshirilayotgan islohotlarimiz ortga qaytmas tus olgani, ya'ni davomli bo'lishi haqida o'ylaymanki, bugungi muhokamalarda ham aynan mana shu mavzularni atroflicha muhokama qilish imkoniyatiga ega bo'lamiz. Katta rahmat. Endi esa so'zni Osiyo taraqqiyot bankining bosh auditor ofisi maslahatchisi janob Chevian Qga beramiz. Marhamat janob Q.
Thank you very much, Director. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure and an honor to join you today at the 6th Toshkent Anti-Corruption Forum and to speak on behalf of the Asian Development Bank. I would like to commend the government of Uzbekistan and the Anti-Corruption Agency for convening this important forum, which has grown into a recognized regional and now international platform for dialogue, learning, and innovation in the fight against corruption. The strong international participation today reflects Uzbekistan's openness to engagement and its ambition to contribute meaningfully to regional and global integrity efforts. The theme of this year's forum, transparency, accountability, digital integration, captures a fundamental shift taking place worldwide. Increasingly, the question is no longer whether corruption should be punished, but how corruption risks can be anticipated, managed, and reduced before harm occurs. Over the past several years, Uzbekistan has demonstrated strong political commitment to advancing its anti-corruption agenda. Legal reforms, institutional strengthening, and the use of digital tools to enhance transparency and reduce discretion have laid important foundations for change. The establishment of specialized anti-corruption institutions, expanded transparency in public services and budgeting, and growing attention to compliance risk and risk management signals a deliberate move toward more system-based approaches. These efforts are not just important for enforcement, but also for public trust and long-term development. From the ADB's perspective, the shift from control to prevention resonates very strongly. And based on the comments of previous speakers, the experience of other organizations are the same. We apply a zero-tolerance policy for corruption, supported by robust investigation and enforcement. While investigations are important and play a vital role, one lesson has become clear for us. Enforcement alone cannot manage integrity risk at scale or sustainably. That is why ADB supports the investment in preventive approaches that help institutions recognize, manage, reduce integrity risk before they result in violations. And one message that resonates the most with us is that integrity is a cultural value owned across the institution, across the country, and not the remit of a single unit. It is critical that everyone understands that safeguarding integrity is part of everyone's responsibility. This principle must be embedded in policy design, project implementation, oversight, and leadership. When integrity ownership is broad and shared, it becomes part of the fabric of the way an institution functions, rather than treated as a peripheral compliance function. These preventive measures will not replace investigations and enforcement, but they strengthen them. Enforcement remains essential, but becomes a more targeted, more strategic, and more effective when it is informed by strong risk awareness and institutional learning. ADB is proud to be a partner to Uzbekistan and hope that Uzbekistan will also take lessons from ADB's integrity journey. Our partnership spans 3 decades and reflects a shared commitment to institution building, transparency, and accountable governance. Through ADB's policy-based lending, technical assistance, and advisory engagement, ADB has supported governance reforms that strengthen transparency, manage conflicts of interest, and modernize audit systems in both public investment and state-owned enterprise. ADB's Office of Anti-Corruption and Integrity supports knowledge-based sharing, capacity building, and integrity risk management across all our developing member countries including Uzbekistan, drawing on practical experience from projects, procurement, and public administration systems. As Uzbekistan continues refining its integrity architecture, opportunities for regional knowledge sharing are expanding. Its experiences with digital governance, compliance system, and risk-based prevention are highly relevant to other countries navigating similar reform paths. In this sense, Uzbekistan is well placed not only to continue its own journey, but to act as a regional partner and emerging leader to contribute practical insights, foster peer learning, and strengthen collective resilience against corruption. Let me close with 3 brief reflections. First, prevention is a must and is a discipline. It requires sustained investment in systems, skills, and institutional culture. Second, investigation and prevention must work together. Credible enforcement reinforces preventive measures, while strong prevention makes enforcement more targeted and effective. Third and finally, partnership matters. Forums like this one help transform individual reform efforts into shared progress. ADB remains a committed partner to Uzbekistan and to the region as we work together toward governance systems that are transparent, accountable, and resilient by design. I wish you all a successful and engaging forum. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Katta rahmat janob Q, siz aytib o'tgan 3 ta yo'nalish e'tibor qaratilishi kerak bo'lgan. Bu o'sha barqaror oldini olish choralari va o'sha preventiv choralar bilan korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash hamohang bo'lish va 3-chi eng muhim yo'nalish hamkorlik haqida gapirib o'tdingiz va biz minnatdormiz Osiyo taraqqiyot banki O'zbekiston bilan bu borada hamkorlik qilishga tayyor ekanligini bildirganingiz uchun o'z minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. Katta rahmat. Endi esa so'zni Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining narkotiklar va jinoyatchilik bo'yicha boshqarmasining Afg'oniston, Markaziy Osiyo, Eron va Pokiston bo'yicha mintaqaviy vakili janob Oliver Shtolpega beramiz. Marhamat janob Shtolpe.
Thank you very much, Director Burkhanov, Your Excellency, Mr. Eshmuratov, dear partners from UNDP, from GIZ, from the European Union, and from the Asian Development Bank that have joined us here on this panel. It is a privilege for me to join you today on behalf of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime at this 6th Toshkent Anti-Corruption Forum. I would like to congratulate our host for the choice of the theme of this event. From control to prevention, indeed, that is not just a theme, these are not just words, this is a lived reality of the anti-corruption efforts in Uzbekistan that we are based here in Tashkent are observing on a daily basis. Now, I had the pleasure to address you and this distinguished gathering last October at the 5th Forum. At that time, Uzbekistan had just announced its intention to host the 12th session of the Conference of State Parties to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, while the preparations for the 11th sessions were still underway at that time. Much has happened since then. The 11th session of the conference, hosted by the State of Qatar, brought together a record number of over 2,600 participants from nearly 170 countries and 130 non-governmental organizations. We also, at UNODC, received an unprecedented number of applications for side events, underscoring the growing importance of the conference as the principal global platform for anti-corruption policy. State parties adopted 11 resolutions by consensus, and these included key decisions on the next phase of the UNCAC implementation review mechanism and the Doha Declaration, which notably highlighted a theme that has been already mentioned by several of the speakers, artificial intelligence as both a challenge and an opportunity to anti-corruption efforts. Other important resolutions addressed improving the measurement of corruption, promoting education as a tool to instill ethical values, again, a theme of this gathering as well, enhancing transparency in political finance, strengthening cooperation between anti-corruption bodies and financial intelligence units, and tackling corruption as an enabler to other crimes, including environmental crimes and the smuggling of migrants. Importantly, Uzbekistan for the very first time tabled and successfully negotiated a resolution on strengthening regional anti-corruption cooperation in Central Asia. State parties also welcomed Uzbekistan's offer to host the 12th Conference of State Parties in late 2027. This will bring the conference to Central Asia for the very first time, creating a unique momentum for advancing anti-corruption efforts across the region and at international levels. In this context, the government of Uzbekistan, through its anti-corruption agency, our host today, has, in collaboration with UNODC, launched the development of a roadmap leading up to the conference. The objective is to harness this momentum to address gaps identified through the UN Convention Against Corruption Implementation Review Mechanism. A shared priority within this roadmap is the development of more accurate systems to measure both the scale of corruption and the effectiveness of anti-corruption measures. Across Central Asia, governments are also identifying sectors of the public administration that are particularly vulnerable to corruption. And in response, anti-corruption bodies, together with relevant ministries, are exploring tailored approaches to prevent and combat corruption in key sectors, such as education, health, construction, and public procurement. Again, a theme potentially for the work that lies ahead of us in preparation of the 12th session of the Conference of State Parties. Furthermore, we aim to strengthen partnerships with the private sector, with civil society, and very importantly for this part of the world, with youth, recognizing their vital role in promoting and safeguarding integrity. As highlighted in the Doha Declaration and echoed also during the 5th Toshkent Anti-Corruption Forum, emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence and blockchain technology, offer new opportunities to detect, investigate, and prevent corruption. Again, a support also to the theme of this very gathering that we're here together today for. Finally, while several countries in the region have begun implementing conflict of interest regimes, challenges remain, particularly in establishing effective asset declaration systems, which form the backbone of such frameworks. At this stage, these focus areas remain proposals. In the coming months, we aim to work closely with the government of Uzbekistan and, of course, in particular with our partners in the Anti-Corruption Agency, with regional anti-corruption bodies and international partners to define a final set of priorities and a clear strategy for achieving tangible progress that we can then jointly present at the 12th session of the Conference of State Parties. I'm confident, dear participants, that today's discussion will contribute meaningfully to shaping this roadmap and advancing our shared anti-corruption journey along the Silk Road. Thank you very much.
Katta rahmat janob Stolpi. Yana bir bor minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman O'zbekiston nomidan. O'zbekiston Respublikasini korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish bo'yicha xalqaro konvensiya standartlarini bajarishda va umuman O'zbekistonning rezolyutsiyasini qabul qilinishi va O'zbekistonda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish bo'yicha xalqaro konvensiya ishtirokchi davlatlarining 12-sessiyasi O'zbekistonda o'tkazilishi bo'yicha jarayonlarda faol ishtirok etganingiz va yaqindan ko'mak ko'rsatganingiz uchun minnatdorchilik bildiramiz va o'zingiz to'g'ri ta'kidladingiz. Oldimizda hali katta ishlar turibdi va mana shu sessiyagacha birgalikda ishlashimizga, ko'plab ishlarni qilishga, ko'plab choralarni amalga oshirishga, islohotlarni amalga oshirishni talab qiladi. Bu borada yaqindan bizga ko'mak ko'rsatishingizdan umid bildirib qolamiz. Katta rahmat sizga. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, shu bilan forumimizning yalpi sessiyasi yakuniga yetmoqda. Muhokama sessiyalariga o'tishdan oldin xabaringiz bor, biz har yili an'anaviy tarzda O'zbekistonda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish faoliyatiga samarali hissasini qo'shib kelayotgan davlat idoralari, nodavlat tashkilotlarini rag'batlantirib kelamiz va mana shu rag'batlantirishni sizlarning guvohligingizda qisqa taqdirlash marosimini o'tkazsak, keyin yana forum ishiga, asosiy muhokamalar sessiyasiga qaytsak. Marhamat.
Har yili Toshkent Aksilkorrupsiya Forumi doirasida turli soha va yo'nalishlarda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashishga faol hissa qo'shib kelayotganlarni e'tirof etish muhim tadbirlardan biriga aylangan. Joriy yilda ham O'zbekiston Respublikasi Korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish agentligi tavsiyasiga ko'ra bu borada alohida tashabbus va faollik ko'rsatib kelayotganlar munosib taqdirlanadi. Xususan, bu yil 3 yo'nalishdagi faoliyat bo'yicha davlat idoralari va nodavlat notijorat tashkilotlar e'tirof etilmoqda. Bular Compliance nazorat tizimini samarali joriy etgan tashkilot nominatsiyasi, faoliyat ochiqligi va shaffofligini ta'minlashdagi sa'y-harakatlari uchun nominatsiyasi hamda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashishda faol ishtirok etayotgan nodavlat notijorat tashkilotlar nominatsiyasi. Ushbu nominatsiyalar bo'yicha sovg'alarni topshirish uchun hurmatli mehmonlarimizni sahnaga taklif etib olamiz. Dastlab Compliance nazorat tizimini samarali joriy etgan tashkilot nominatsiyasi bo'yicha sovrindorlarni taqdirlash uchun sahnaga O'zbekiston Respublikasi Oliy Majlisi Senatining sud huquq masalalari va korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish qo'mitasi raisi Eshmuratov Abdulhakim Xushboqovichni sahnamizga taklif etamiz. Marhamat. Endi esa ushbu nominatsiya bo'yicha taqdirlanuvchilarni e'lon qilamiz. Demak, Compliance nazorat tizimini samarali joriy etgan tashkilot sifatida tog' kon sanoati va geologiya vazirligi taqdirlanadi. Marhamat qilib sahnaga tog' kon sanoati va geologiya vazirining o'rinbosari Yusupov Rustam Payzrahmonovichni taklif etamiz. Taqdirlanuvchi navbatdagi tashkilot O'zbek Neftigaz aksiyadorlik jamiyati. Sovg'alarni qabul qilib olish uchun sahnamizga aksiyadorlik jamiyati boshqaruv raisining o'rinbosari Karayev Zohid Sobitovichni taklif etamiz. Marhamat. Nominatsiya bo'yicha yana bir tashkilotni e'tirof etmoqchimiz. Compliance nazorat tizimini samarali joriy etgan tashkilot sifatida O'zbekiston Respublikasi Markaziy banki taqdirlanadi. Marhamat qilib sahnaga Markaziy bank raisi o'rinbosari Olimov Abror Mirzo Muhammad Qosimovichni taklif etamiz. ochiqligi va shaffofligini ta'minlashdagi sa'y-harakatlari uchun nominatsiyasi bo'yicha eng munosiblarni taqdirlash uchun sahnaga O'zbekiston Respublikasi Korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish agentligi direktori Burxanov Akmal Eshondedayevichni taklif etamiz. Demak, ushbu nominatsiyada To'ronbank aksiyadorlik tijorat banki taqdirlanadi. Shu munosabat bilan sahnaga Aksiyadorlik tijorat bankining korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish xizmati boshlig'i Komilov Sardor Shavkatovichni taklif etamiz. Marhamat. Faoliyat ochiqligi va shaffofligini ta'minlashdagi sa'y-harakatlari uchun navbatdagi taqdirlanuvchi Xorazm viloyati hokimligi. Marhamat qilib sahnaga viloyat hokimining o'rinbosari Do'stjanov Alisher Sherzod o'g'lini taklif etamiz. Sovg'alarni o'zlariga yetkazib qo'yamiz albatta. Ushbu nominatsiyada shuningdek O'z avtosanoat aksiyadorlik jamiyati e'tirof etiladi. Sahnamizga aksiyadorlik jamiyati boshqaruv raisi o'rinbosari Rahmonov Bahodirjon Solijonovichni taklif etamiz. Korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashishda faol ishtirok etayotgan nodavlat notijorat tashkilotlarini taqdirlashga o'tamiz. Ushbu nominatsiya bo'yicha sovg'alarni o'z egalariga topshirish uchun sahnaga Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti taraqqiyot dasturining O'zbekistondagi doimiy vakilasi Akiko Fuji xonimni taklif etamiz. Marhamat. Demak, ushbu nominatsiya bo'yicha taqdirlanuvchilarni e'lon qilishga o'tamiz. Korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashishda faol ishtirok etayotgan nodavlat notijorat tashkilot sifatida Jizzax viloyati Bayoz ijodiy jamoatchilik markazi taqdirlanadi. Sahnaga markaz direktori Nigina Rahimovani taklif etamiz. Olqishlab qo'yamiz. Sazovor bo'lgan navbatdagi nodavlat notijorat tashkiloti Ijtimoiy fikr Respublika jamoatchilik fikrini o'rganish markazi. Marhamat qilib sahnaga markaz direktori Rahimova Nigina Xayrullayevnani taklif etamiz. Marhamat. Olqishlab qo'yamiz. Xonim, sizga ham katta rahmat. E'tirof etilganlarning barchasini yana bir bor muborakbod etamiz. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, shu bilan forumning yalpi sessiyasi va tantanali qismi yakunlandi. Forumning asosiy sessiyalariga o'tishdan avval barchangizni umumiy fotosuratga tushish uchun sahnamizga taklif etamiz. Marhamat. Shundan so'ng forumning birinchi sessiyasi o'z ishini boshlashini ma'lum qilamiz.
Abdulhakim Eshmuratov, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Oliy Majlisi Senatining Sud huquq masalalari va korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash qo'mitasi raisi, Hannes Astok, Estonia elektron boshqaruv akademiyasi ijrochi direktori va aytishim kerak, Estoniyaning raqamli transformatsiyasi bo'yicha dunyodagi eng yetakchi ekspertlardan biri. Egidius Radzevichus, Litva Respublikasi maxsus tergov xizmati direktori o'rinbosari, Litvaning eng qo'rqinchli odamlaridan biri, korrupsionerlar uchun albatta. Xush kelibsiz. Daniya Rakjanov, birodar, Qozog'iston Respublikasi korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash xizmati direktorining o'rinbosari. Isfandiyor Hajiyev, Ozarbayjon Respublikasi bosh prokurori huzuridagi korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash boshqarmasi bo'lim boshlig'i. Sizni ko'rganimizdan bag'oyat xursandmiz. Qahramon Niyazxo'jayev, O'zbekiston Respublikasi korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash agentligi boshqarma boshlig'i va Mikiko Matsumoto, Nagoya universiteti professori, Yaponiyadan. Aziz ishtirokchilar, hurmatli mehmonlar, bugungi sessiyamizning muvaffaqiyatli o'tishiga ikkita muhim sabab bor. Birinchisi bu nihoyatda yuqori darajadagi spikerlarning ishtiroki, o'zingiz guvohi bo'ldingiz. Bugun sessiyamizda Estoniyadan Yaponiyagacha, Litvadan Ozarbayjongacha bo'lgan eng tajribali, eng ilg'or tajribalarni tahlil qilamiz va O'zbekiston uchun eng maqbul yechimlarni muhokama qilamiz. Va ikkinchidan mana shu tavallud kunlari munosabati bilan tabriklaymiz.
Matsumoto xonim O'zbekiston Respublikasi Oliy sudida ekspert sifatida tabriklaymiz. Ekspert sifatida faoliyat yuritadilar. Qolaversa, biz bilamiz, O'zbekistondan Yaponiyada tahsil olayotgan talabalarni ham bilim berib, qo'llab-quvvatlab kelyaptilar. Sizga mana shu kuningiz muborak bo'lsin. Biz juda ham xursandmiz. Shunday chiroyli o'zlaringizni biz bilan bo'lishayotganingiz uchun. Hurmatli qatnashchilar, ishtirokchilar, so'zni birinchi bo'lib Abdulhakim Eshmuratov, hurmatli senatorga, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Oliy Majlisi Senatining sud masalalari va korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash qo'mitasi raisi. So'ramsizlar, so'z sizga. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli bugungi tadbir ishtirokchilari, xonimlar va janoblar. Sizlarni O'zbekiston zaminida ko'rib turganimizdan juda ham mamnunmiz. Bugun o'tkazilayotgan ushbu xalqaro forum bizni va butun dunyo hamjamiyatini eng murakkab muammolardan biriga bag'ishlaydi. Men bugungi forumda ishtirok etib,
tumanga o'tmay turib,
islohotlarni qo'llab-quvvatlayotganliklari uchun qatnashayotgan o'zini fikrlarini bildirayotgan Akiko Fuji xonimga va xalqaro tashkilotlarning vakillariga, shuningdek barcha ekspertlarimizga o'zimni minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchiman. Bugun biz faqatgina diplomatik muloqot bilan cheklanmaymiz. Bugun zamonaviy davlat boshqaruvida yuzaga kelishi mumkin bo'lgan jamoatchilik ishonchining susayishiga birgalikda javob izlaymiz. Shaffoflik so'zi faqat siyosiy shiordek jaranglab, ilovalar va ma'lumotlar bilan cheklanib qolmasligi kerak. U boshqaruvning institutsional me'mori sifatida qonun bilan mustahkamlanishi, ijro qilinishi, nazorat mexanizmlari bilan ta'minlanishi va amalda isbotlanishi lozim bo'lgan tamoyil bo'lishi kerak. Bunga Estoniyada davlat xizmatlarining deyarli barchasi raqamlashtirilgani, inson omilini keskin qisqartirib, korrupsiya xavflarini minimal darajaga tushirish imkonini berganligini misol qilib keltirishimiz mumkin. Gruziyada esa davlat xizmatlari tizimini tubdan qayta tashkil etish, huquqni muhofaza qiluvchi organlar faoliyatini ochiqlashtirish orqali aholining davlat idoralariga ishonchi sezilarli darajada oshirilganligini biz ma'qullaymiz. Tahlillar hisobdorlik bo'lgan joyda shaffoflik juda yaxshi samara berishini ko'rsatgan. Fuqarolar endi passiv kuzatuvchi emas, balki faol nazoratni subyektiga aylanib bormoqda. Shunday ekan, davlat idoralari ushbu muhitda passiv qolmasligi shart, kerak. Shaffoflik va hisobdorlikni kuchaytirib, jazo muqarrarligini nafaqat qog'ozda, balki ijtimoiy tarmoqlarda ham faol namoyish etishlari zarur bo'ladi. Davlat raqamli ommaviy axborot muhitida faol ishtirokchi bo'lishi kerak. Ya'ni o'z ma'lumotlarini o'zi tezkor va ishonchli tarzda e'lon qilinishi, fuqarolarga tushuntirib berishi va muloqotda ochiq turishi kerak bo'ladi. Korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashuvchi idoralar rasmiy ijtimoiy tarmoqlar hisobini yuritishi bu hozirgi zamonning mutlaq zaruratidir. Shuningdek, samarali institutsional shaffoflik va hisobdorlik tizimi quyidagi o'zaro bog'liq 4 tayanch elementiga asoslanishi lozim deb hisoblaymiz. Birinchisi, huquqiy asosning mavjudligi, ya'ni axborotga erkin kirish huquqi, mulk deklaratsiyasi majburiyati, mojarolar to'g'risida xabar berish tartibi qonun bilan mustahkamdan bo'lishi lozim. Ikkinchisi, raqamli platforma tizimi. Bu davlat xarajatlari, xaridlari, qarorlari ochiq ma'lumotlar bazasida joylashtirilishi lozim. Xalq byudjet mablag'lari qayerga sarflanayotganligini to'g'ridan to'g'ri ko'rib turishi kerak deb hisoblaymiz. Uchinchisi, mustaqil nazorat organining mavjudligi, parlament nazorati, ombudsman instituti va fuqarolik jamiyati tuzilmalari mustaqil faoliyat yuritishi lozim. To'rtinchisi, muqarrar javobgarlik prinsipi, ya'ni lavozimi, mansabi yoki aloqalaridan qat'iy nazar har kim qilmishi uchun javob berishi kerak bo'ladi. O'zbekiston Respublikasida ham so'nggi yillarda hurmatli prezidentimiz Shavkat Miromonovich Mirziyoyev tashabbuslari bilan davlat boshqaruv tizimini modernizatsiya qilish, sud hokimiyatini mustaqilligini ta'minlash, davlat organlari faoliyatining ochiqligi va hisobdorligini kuchaytirish, korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashishning institutsional asoslarini mustahkamlashga qaratilgan keng qamrovli islohotlar amalga oshirilmoqda va oshirildi. Xususan 2017-yilda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash to'g'risidagi qonun qabul qilinib, sohada yagona davlat siyosatining huquqiy asoslari yaratildi. Davlat organlarida kompleks nazorat tizimlari joriy etildi. Davlat xizmatlarini raqamlashtirish, litsenziya va ruxsat berish tartib-tamoyillarini soddalashtirish, raqamlashtirish orqali korrupsiya xavflarini kamaytirishga qaratilgan islohotlar izchil davom ettirilmoqda. Shu bilan birga davlat xaridlari va byudjet mablag'laridan foydalanishdan parlament hamda jamoatchilik nazorati kuchaytirildi. Korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash agentligi tashkil etildi. Parlament nazoratining ta'sirchan mexanizmlari amaliyotga joriy etilmoqda. Ayniqsa, korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash sohasida davlat organlari va jamoatchilik o'rtasida hamkorlikni kuchaytirish maqsadida korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish milliy kengash faoliyati yo'lga qo'yildi. Ushbu kengash tomonidan sohadagi muammolarni tizimli tahlil qilish, davlat dasturlari ijrosini muvofiqlashtirish, qonunchilikni takomillashtirish hamda jamoatchilik nazoratini kuchaytirishga qaratilgan choralar amalga oshirilmoqda. Shuningdek, Qoraqalpog'iston Respublikasi, viloyatlar va Toshkent shahrida hududiy korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash kengashlari tashkil etildi. Hamda mazkur kengashlarga xalq deputatlari, mahalliy kengash raislari rahbarlik qilishi belgilandi. Mazkur kengashlar tomonidan hududlarda korrupsiyaviy xavf-xatarlarni aniqlash, aholi murojaatlarini o'rganish, sohalar kesimida ochiqlik va hisobdorlikni ta'minlash, shuningdek manzilli chora-tadbirlarni amalga oshirish bo'yicha ta'sirchan tizim shakllantirilmoqda. Parlament faoliyatida ochiqlik tamoyili kengayib, Senat va Qonunchilik palatasi majlislarining jonli efirlari yo'lga qo'yildi. Vazirlik va idoralar rahbarlarining axborotlari muntazam eshitilmoqda. Parlament so'rovlari va jamoatchilik eshituvlari o'tkazilmoqda. Natijada parlament nazorati formal jarayondan amaliy ta'sirchan mexanizmga aylanib bormoqda. Ochiq byudjet davlat va jamiyat o'rtasidagi ishonchni mustahkamlashga xizmat qilmoqda. O'zbekiston parlamenti xalqaro maydonda ham korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish, inson huquqlarini ta'minlash va davlat boshqaruvida ochiqlikni kengaytirish masalalarini ustuvor yo'nalish sifatida ilgari surmoqda. Bu islohotlarning barchasi davlat organlari faoliyati ustidan jamoatchilikning ishonchini mustahkamlashga xizmat qilmoqda. Shu o'rinda hurmatli prezidentimizning 2025-yil 26 dekabr kuni Oliy Majlis va O'zbekiston xalqi murojaatnomasidan bir jumlani e'tiboringizga yetkazmoqchiman. Korrupsiya davlat taraqqiyotiga to'siq bo'ladigan, adolat va qonun ustuvorligini izdan chiqaradigan, jamiyatda ishonch muhitini zaiflashtiradigan eng jiddiy tahdid. Korrupsiyaga yo'l qo'yish esa islohotlarimizga xiyonatdir. Bu illatlarga qarshi kurashish bo'yicha 2026-yilda favqulodda holat e'lon qilamiz. Bu so'zlardan xalq ishonchi bugungi har bir yurt uchun, har bir davlat organi uchun naqadar muhim va strategik zaruriyat ekanligini anglashimiz mumkin bo'ladi. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, jamoatchilik ishonchi kundalik amaliyot bilan, shaxsiy namuna ko'rsatish bilan quriladi. Har bir hal etilgan murojaat, har bir ochiq e'lon qilingan byudjet, har bir javobgarlikka tortilgan mansabdor shaxs ushbu ishonchning bir g'ishti desak mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. Ijtimoiy tarmoqlarda fuqarolar davlat idoralarini kuzatmoqda, muloqotga kirishmoqda. Bu sog'lom demokratik jarayonning ko'rinishi desak bo'ladi. Bugungi forum muloqotlarimizning boshlang'ich nuqtasi. Biz bu yerda tajriba almashish, taklif etiladigan modellar va muhokama qilinadigan yondashuvlar dunyo mamlakatlarida amaliy islohotlar uchun zamin bo'lishiga umid qilamiz. Zero korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish bu umumjahon sivilizatsiyasining kelajagi uchun birgalikda yechilishi lozim bo'lgan masaladir. Shaffof boshqaruv bu islohotning yakuni emas, boshlanishi bo'lib, uni amalga oshirish esa barchamizning birgalikdagi mas'uliyatimizdir. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Katta rahmat Abdulhakim Xushboqovich. Albatta biz juda ham yaxshi bilamiz, siz O'zbekistonda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish yo'nalishida shaxsan sizning va siz rahbarlik qilayotgan qo'mitaning ahamiyati va ishtiroki juda ham katta. Siz ham qonunchilikni takomillashtirishda, ham parlament nazoratini o'rnatishda biz ko'rib kuzatib kelyapmiz. Nihoyatda keng ko'lamli ishlarni amalga oshirib kelyapsiz va bugungi tahlilingiz ham hududlar, ham tarmoqlar kesimida tahlil qilib berdingiz. O'ylaymizki, mana shu siz bugun bildirgan fikrlarga biz bir necha bor qaytamiz. Hali forum jarayonida sizga minnatdorlik bildiramiz. Katta rahmat. Navbatdagi so'zni Hannes Astok janoblariga beramiz. Estonia elektron boshqaruv akademiyasi ijrochi direktori, marhamat, so'z sizga.
Assalamu alaikum, dear participants, and greetings from Estonia. The headlines of this conference, From Control to Prevention, resonate strongly with the message I would like to share with you today. The data is actually the backbone of every government. The better is the data, the better decisions governments can make. And good data is essential for planning a country's development in education, healthcare, social services, infrastructure, and beyond. But good data in the government is not only about planning systems, it is about serving people. With better data, governments can design personalized services for citizens in schooling, healthcare, social support, elderly care, or you name it. And as data improves, services can become automated, proactive, and even invisible. Whether it's renewing documents, applying for benefits, or securing a place in a school or kindergarten. At the same time, the digital services are fundamentals for transparency. In Estonia, we strongly believe that the more transparent a government is, the less room is for corruption. Estonia currently ranks 8th globally in Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, and it is closely linked to our high level of digitalization. The more services we move online, whether proactive or on request, the fewer opportunities there is for corruption. Every time two people are in a closed room, anywhere in the world, there is a risk of improper influence, whether someone is offering or whether someone is requesting. But when the service is digital, that opportunity disappears. As former Estonian President Toomas Ilves loves to say, it is very hard to bribe the computer. This does not diminish the value of personal interaction between government officials and citizens, especially in complex cases. But when we digitalize standard services, we create a win-win situation, saving time, reducing costs, and minimizing corruption risks. And transparency goes even further. When data is open and accessible, citizens and media can better monitor government activities, from procurement and draft legislation to lobbying, public correspondence, and officials' income declarations. And today, AI tools also give us new possibilities to detect irregularities and unusual patterns. We can develop digital agents who permanently monitoring those processes and reporting the results. So corruptants must be very scared about it. So we believe and we see that transparency is a powerful side effect of digitalization. And it brings us back to the theme of this conference, moving from control to prevention. By building strong digital systems and using data wisely, we can prevent problems before they arise. Estonia remains a committed partner for Uzbekistan in advancing digital governance and strengthening anti-corruption efforts. Thank you very much.
Katta rahmat Astok janoblari. Bir so'z bilan aytganda, mana shu Estonia tajribasini gapirganda raqamli ishonch desak, bir alohida bir ta'riflagan bo'lamiz va mana shu raqamli ishonchni yaratishda biz bilamiz siz katta ishtirokingiz bor va buni iqtisodiy demak ta'sirini ham mana shu Estoniyada raqamlashtirishning yalpi ichki mahsulotni 2% hajmida o'sha mablag'lar tejalganligi bu albatta qanchalik nafaqat bu korrupsiya bir illat sifatida, balki iqtisod qilish nuqtai nazaridan ham mana shu raqamlashning o'rni katta ekanligini mana shu Estoniya tajribasi ko'rsatdi. Sizga minnatdorlik bildiramiz, juda ham qadrlaymiz bugun ushbu tadbirda ishtirok etayotganingizni. Katta rahmat sizga. Endi esa e'tiborni tizimli tergov va profilaktikaga qarasak, Litvaning maxsus tergov xizmati korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashda nafaqat jazolash, balki shaffoflikni ta'minlash orqali profilaktika qilishda katta tajribaga ega. Shuning uchun men so'zni Egidius Redzevichus janoblariga bermoqchiman. Litva Respublikasi maxsus tergov xizmati direktori o'rinbosari, marhamat, so'z sizga.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to take a part in this, the 6th Toshkent Anti-Corruption Forum, and to contribute to the discussion on strengthening public trust through institutional transparency and accountability. It is already the 3rd forum where Lithuania's Special Investigation Service was invited to take a part and marks a growing cooperation. Let me use this opportunity to thank the management of the Anti-Corruption Agency of the Republic of Uzbekistan for our continued partnership and close collaboration. Today I will present our examples and our practices on how integrity and transparency can support long-term public trust. The Special Investigation Service of the Republic of Lithuania is the main and fully independent anti-corruption institution which reports to the President and Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania, and we have almost 30 years of experience in anti-corruption. I would like to echo what was said by previous speakers, that we use a holistic approach on the STT activities. So this includes investigation of corruption crimes, corruption prevention, analytical anti-corruption intelligence, and anti-corruption awareness raising. We can compare it with the healthy lifestyle. As a healthy lifestyle, we start from awareness raising, identify some gaps and risks through corruption prevention and analytical anti-corruption intelligence. But if it doesn't work, as a surgery in medicine, we start with criminal investigations. Speaking about corruption prevention system, it is based on three main elements. First is the law on prevention of corruption, which sets responsibilities and practical standards for the public sector. Second, the Governmental Commission coordinates anti-corruption efforts at government level. And the third, our initiative, Strategic Anti-Corruption Guidelines, bring evidence-based risk information directly to the ministers and municipal leaders. Together, these elements help transforming integrity from a formal principles into practical and continuous standard of public governance. The law on prevention of corruption turns integrity into government's responsibility of public authorities. The law establishes that public sector bodies are themselves responsible for corruption prevention both with their own institution and in subordinate entities. This law also shifts the focus from reacting of corruption cases to proactive management of corruption risks. The law sets very clear requirements appointing persons responsible for building of anti-corruption resilient environment in public entity and defines their rights, including the right to access all the necessary information to perform their duties and operational guarantees. It also strengthens transparency by requiring public sector bodies to disclose information on identified corruption-related offenses and measures taken to reduce their impact. Governmental Commission of the Republic of Lithuania is to coordinate the fight against corruption and gathers relevant actors on one table. It's chaired by Prime Minister of the state, and deputy chairs are the Director of Special Investigation Service and the Minister of Justice. Ministers and other members of Commission discuss corruption prevention issues not in isolation, but as a common public government challenge and as a part of good governance. It also provides proposals on priorities, improvements to legal regulation and institutional practice. Strategic anti-corruption guidelines means synergy of our 4 directions of activities and provides tailor-made information on corruption risks for each of minister and each of mayor of municipality. It also sets the tone from the top for leadership in particular areas. These guidelines, as I have mentioned already, are addressed to the ministers and mayors of municipalities who are responsible for broader areas of governance, ministerial policy sectors, and municipal activities. This ensures that corruption prevention becomes not only a function of specialist or specialized control bodies, but is an integral part of leadership accountability, strategic planning, and day-to-day governance. The information are based on the results of STT's investigations, analytical anti-corruption intelligence, corruption prevention, and anti-corruption awareness-raising activities. Therefore, leaders receive a comprehensive and tailor-made picture of the risks that are pertinent to their sphere of competence. Second thing, which is very important, and it was already mentioned by colleagues from Estonia, it is analysis of different data. We call it analytical anti-corruption intelligence. As a separate activity within the STT, it was established in 2018 to identify its ultimate corruption risks, and it is ultimate purpose to stop corruption risks before they turn into real crimes. This work involves collecting and analyzing of data from many sources, both public and confidential, and turning into useful information for decision makers. Our service can access data from state systems and different registers and other sources to better understand risks. This analysis is based both on internal and external data, and it must always be evidence-based. That is why reliable data and strong analytical tools are essential. Our analysts use different types of data to understand corruption risks. The main sources include state registers, information system, open data, some financial data, criminal intelligence, and information shared by other institutions. State registers are especially important because we have decentralized system. Lithuania has more than 400 of them, and the STT uses many relevant sources as possible. The data is processed and combined to make it useful for analysis. Open source information is also widely used. This includes media, government data, laws, court decisions, draft laws, reports, and academic publications. The key point is not just the amount of data, but how it is used. By combining different sources and checking their reliability, analysts can build a clear picture of corruption risks. Combined with human expertise and AI, they help process large amounts of information and highlight the most important things. As an example, I can mention that together with OECD, we have already created pilot model with AI to identify corruption risks, in particular public procurement procedures, so we can check what public procurement procedures are most vulnerable for corruption and go to more deep with some analysis. Overall, all these tools helped us to turn complex data into clear insights to support better decision, and what is very important, to support decision in evidence-based mode. To conclude, our experience shows that strengthening public trust requires more than individual anti-corruption measures, and it's more than investigation of corruption-related crimes. It requires a governance system based on clear legal responsibilities, interinstitutional coordination, leadership-level risk management, and evidence-based analytical intelligence. At the same time, specialized anti-corruption authorities must be equipped with state-art analytical and technological solutions to help identify corruption risks before they develop into corruption-related crimes, and provide decision-makers with structured, reliable, and actionable insights. Thank you for your attention, and once again, thank you for the possibility to be here with you.
Katta rahmat janob Radzevichus. Mana shu Litva tajribasi bilan bo'lishganingiz uchun. Albatta bu tajribada biz o'zimizda mavjud ko'plab demak amaliyotlarni ham ko'rdik, xususan mana shu komissiyaning faoliyati, ya'ni kollegial ravishda u yoki bu masalalarni demak ko'rib chiqish demak tajribasi mana O'zbekistonda ham korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash milliy kengash faoliyat yurityapti, yoki tahliliy aksil korrupsiya faoliyat haqida gapirib o'tdingiz. Biz bilamiz, mana Akmal Eshandadayevich rahbarligidagi katta komanda va boshqa institutlar O'zbekistondagi mana shu tahliliy aksil korrupsiya yo'nalishida juda ham keng qamrovli ishlar amalga oshirilib kelinyapti. Sizga minnatdorlik bildiramiz bergan tajribangiz uchun. O'ylaymizki, mana shu hamkorlikda biz mana sun'iy intellekt yo'nalishida ta'kidlab o'tdingiz, bu yo'nalishda va boshqa yo'nalishlarda hamkorlikda demak biz mana shu korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashning yangi bir uslublarini ishlab chiqish, yangi tajribalarni yaratish imkoniyatiga ega bo'lamiz. Katta rahmat sizga. So'zni Qozog'iston Respublikasi Milliy xavfsizlik qo'mitasi huzuridagi korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish xizmat direktorining o'rinbosari hurmatli Daniyar Akjanovga bermoqchiman. Albatta sizni idorangizni eshitganda bu faqat shu jazolovchi yoki bir chora ko'ruvchi idora sifatida tasavvur paydo bo'lishi mumkin. Mana shu yo'nalish albatta bu birinchi navbatdagi yo'nalish. Shu bilan birgalikda shaffoflik, hisobdorlikni oshirish va jamoatchilikning ishonchini oshirish yo'nalishiga ham to'xtalib o'tsangiz. Marhamat, janob Akjanov, so'z sizga.
Уважаемый Акмал Эшандадayevich, уважаемые участники форума, прежде всего позвольте выразить признательность за приглашение и возможность выступить на сессии, посвященной теме укреплению общественного доверия. Следует отметить, что 6 мая текущего года в Мажилисе парламента Республики Казахстан были рассмотрены поправки, направленные на дальнейшее усиление антикоррупционного законодательства. В частности, предусматривается криминализация деяний, связанных не только с получением и дачей взятки, но с ее обещанием, предложением и требованием. Одновременно усиливаются механизмы урегулирования конфликтов интересов, роль комплаенс служб и служб этики, вводятся дополнительные ограничения, связанные с недопустимостью использования должностных полномочий в личных интересах. Данные меры ориентированы прежде всего на предупреждение коррупционных рисков и повышение прозрачности государственного аппарата, что напрямую связано с укреплением доверия общества к государственным институтам. В этом контексте в Казахстане последовательно реализуются институциональные меры, направленные на обеспечение открытости и подотчетности государственных органов. С 1 апреля 2026 года в Казахстане полностью цифровизирован процесс поступления на государственную службу. Конкурсные процедуры переведены в электронный формат через систему Е-Казмет. Внедрен прокторинг, сокращены сроки отбора кандидатов. Данные меры позволяют минимизировать человеческий фактор, повысить объективность кадровых решений и снизить коррупционные риски на этапе поступления на государственную службу. Кроме того, Казахстан продолжает последовательное внедрение международных стандартов добропорядочности. В марте текущего года Республика Казахстан присоединилась к рекомендации ОСР по публичности и добропорядочности, предусматривающей системный подход к вопросам профилактики коррупции, управления рисками, прозрачности и этики государственного управления. Также продолжается взаимодействие с ГРЕКО и Советом Европы по вопросам совершенствования механизмов пресечения коррупции и дальнейшего развития антикоррупционной политики. Следует отметить, что руководством страны перед Комитетом национальной безопасности поставлены задачи по выявлению системной высокодолжностной коррупции, пресечению деятельности организационных преступных групп и хищений в особо крупных размерах. С момента реорганизации обеспечены конкретные результаты и в выявлении пресечении коррупционных правонарушений принимаются меры по возмещению ущерба, причиненного государству. Одним из приоритетных направлений деятельности комитета остается возврат незаконно выведенных активов и противодействие легализации имущества, добытое преступным путем. В данном направлении также отмечается положительная динамика. Так, в текущем году более чем в 3 раза увеличились регистрации отдел о легализации преступных средств по сравнению с 2024 годом. При этом принципиально важным вопросом является не только результативность, но и обеспечение законности при ее осуществлении, обеспечение прав участников процесса, повышение качества досудебного расследования и недопущение нарушений конституционных прав граждан являются приоритетными параметрами в деятельности комитета. В указанном направлении комитетом проводится системная работа в деятельность личного состава, ориентирована на неукоснительное соблюдение требований законодательства. Вместе с тем, реализация поставленных задач невозможна без наличия высококвалифицированного кадрового состава, обладающего необходимыми знаниями и практическими навыками в сфере выявления и расследования коррупционных правонарушений. В этой связи особое внимание уделяется повышению квалификации сотрудников, развитию института наставничества, организации служебной подготовки, в том числе по вопросам соблюдения требований уголовно-процессуального законодательства. Комитетом также продолжается сопровождение законопроектов, направленных на дальнейшее совершенствование антикоррупционного законодательства, усиление ответственности за коррупционные правонарушения. Одновременно в целях совершенствования деятельности по противодействию коррупции изучается и адаптируется передовой международный опыт. В текущем году запланировано участие сотрудников комитета в ряде обучающих мероприятий, организуемых международными организациями и передовыми странами, как Сингапур, Малайзия, Япония и Германия. Уважаемые коллеги, завершая свое выступление, хотелось бы пожелать всем участникам форума плодотворной работы и подтвердить готовность службы к дальнейшему взаимодействию и обмену опытом со всеми заинтересованными международными партнерами. Благодарю за внимание. Спасибо.
Katta rahmat janob Akjanov. Biz bilamiz, mana shu korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash xizmati bilan bizni korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash agentligi o'rtasida yaqindan hamkorlik o'rnatilgan va o'ylaymizki, mana shu biz yaqin mamlakatlar sifatida o'zaro tajriba almashishni albatta ko'paytirishimiz kerak. Ishonch haqida gapirganda albatta mana shu noqonuniy daromadlarni legallashtirishga barham berish hajmi 3 karra ortdi dedingiz va albatta bu jamoatchilikda, odamlarda mana shu borada qilinayotgan ishlarga nisbatan demak ishonchni va hurmatni oshirishi tabiiy. Sizga mana shu bo'lishgan fikrlaringiz uchun alohida siz yana malaka oshirishga o'sha shaxsiy tarkibni malakasini oshirishga, xorijda o'qitishga va boshqa masalalarga to'xtalib o'tdingiz. O'ylaymizki, mana shu faoliyat demak Qozog'istonda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash faoliyatining demak muvaffaqiyatli va samarali bo'lishiga xizmat qiladi. Sizga katta rahmat ishtirokingiz va bildirgan fikrlaringiz uchun. Navbatdagi so'zni Isfandiyor Hajiyevga beramiz. Bizga yaqin bo'lgan Ozarbayjon tajribasi, ayniqsa Bosh prokuratura huzuridagi Aksilkorrupsiya boshqarmasining axborot ta'minoti yo'nalishi biz uchun juda ham qiziq. Isfandiyor ma'lum, prokuratura tizimida shaffoflik qanday ta'minlanmoqda? Mana shu yo'nalishda fikr bildirsangiz va umuman jamoatchilikning ishonchi qanday? Umuman prokuratura organlariga ham, umuman davlat organlariga ham. Marhamat, so'z sizga.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it had to be a little close here. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to address this distinguished gathering today. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Anti-Corruption Agency of the Republic of Uzbekistan and all international partners for the excellent organization of the 6th Toshkent Anti-Corruption Forum. This forum provides a valuable opportunity to exchange views and practical experience on how to strengthen public trust through institutional transparency and accountability. In today's environment, where expectations toward public institutions continue to grow, such dialogue is particularly important. In Azerbaijan, strengthening public trust is a key priority, underpinned by the strong political will of President Ilham Aliyev. Continuous efforts are being undertaken to improve legislation, develop strategic policies, and implement national action plans in the field of anti-corruption and public administration. Over time, our approach has been gradually evolving, moving from primarily reactive mechanisms toward more preventive and transparent models of governance. In practice, this reflects an understanding that public trust is closely linked to how institutions operate on a daily basis, through consistency, clarity, and openness in their work. Within this broader approach, the anti-corruption system in Azerbaijan is structured in a way that combines policy development, implementation, and enforcement functions. At the policy level, the Commission on Combating Corruption is involved in shaping and implementing anti-corruption strategies, monitoring national action plans, and contributed to the development of the legislative framework. At the same time, enforcement functions are carried out by the Anti-Corruption General Directorate, operating under the Prosecutor General. The Directorate is responsible for prevention, detection, and investigation of corruption-related offenses. In addition to its investigative mandate, it also contributes to identifying systematic risks, support institutional coordination, and is actively engaged in international cooperation. Taken together, this structure allows for a balanced approach, where policy development and practical enforcement complement each other. In parallel, the scope of prosecutorial activity has been gradually expanded to ensure a more comprehensive approach. The establishment of the Department of Non-Criminal Proceedings in 2020 has strengthened the ability to ensure legality beyond criminal cases, including in civil, commercial, and environmental matters. This reflects the broader understanding that public trust is influenced not only by criminal justice, but also by the consistently legal standards are applied across different areas affecting citizens' daily lives. Another important aspect of transparency is the use of digital tools. The Electronic Prosecutors Information System, EPIS, introduced in 2023, has enabled more structured case management, real-time supervision, and improved international coordination. This system contributes to greater transparency, consistency in decision-making, and enhanced institutional accountability. At the same time, EPIS is linked to the 161 anti-corruption hotline and the 961 hotline of General Prosecutor Office, which provided accessible channels for citizens to submit complaints. All incoming appeals are registered and are proceeded through EPIS, ensuring traceability and control. Elements of artificial intelligence are used to support the initial routing of appeals to competent department and division, while final decisions remain with human oversight. This combination allows for a more effective process while maintaining appropriate oversight and responsibility. Direct interaction with the citizen remains an essential part of institutional work. Regular reception of citizens and the review of appeals provide an opportunity not only to address individual concerns, but also to better understand common challenges and expectations within society. Particular attention is given to openness and accessibility of institutions. In this regard, open door initiatives are regularly organized, allowing citizens to become familiar with how institutions operate in practice, raise their concerns, and engage in constructive dialogue aimed at finding appropriate solutions. We also work with younger generations through meetings with students, internship opportunities, and practical exposure to institutional activities. Communications through media and digital platforms also play an important role. Public institutions participate in open discussion as well as television and radio programs, helping raise awareness and improve understanding of legal processes. In this way, transparency became not only a principle, but also a practical experience for citizens. Esteemed delegates, public trust is built gradually through openness, consistency, and practical results. In this regard, transparency and accountability remain important elements of effective institutional work. We highly value cooperation with our international partners and colleagues, including the Anti-Corruption Agency, the Prosecutor General Office, and other relevant institutions of the Republic of Uzbekistan. We look forward to further strengthening and developing our cooperation in this and other areas of mutual interest. I thank you for your attention.
Katta rahmat sizga, Isfandiyor ma'lum, mana shu bo'lishgan tajribangiz uchun. Sizni mana shu bo'lishayotgan tajribangizni bu o'ziga xos bir jihati, bu yoshlar bilan ishlash masalasiga alohida to'xtalib o'tdingiz. Albatta mana shunday jiddiy bir organ sifatida yoshlar bilan ishni qanday tashkil qilganingiz biz uchun qiziq. O'ylaymanki, muhokamalar jarayonida bu masalaga ham to'xtalib o'tamiz. Sizga minnatdorlik bildiramiz. Xo'sh kelmisiniz. Navbatdagi so'zni hurmatli Mikiko Matsumoto xonimga bermoqchimiz. Yaponiya tajribasi bizga korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashda etika va akademik yondashuv qanchalik muhimligini ko'rsatadi va Matsumoto xonim shaffoflik madaniyatini shakllantirishda ta'limning roli qanday? Mana shu haqida ham bizga juda ham qiziq sizning fikrlaringiz. Marhamat.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Mikiko Matsumoto from Nagara University of Economics in Japan. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And thank you for the flowers and all the birthday wishes. And could you, can you put my slides on? Or was it just a question? Oh, thank you. In Japan, the access to information system and the public records management system are the two wheels of the cart in ensuring administrative transparency and the governmental accountability. So in my presentation, I will first like to provide an overview of these two systems and then discuss some of the problems Japan is currently facing. Okay. So access to information cannot function properly if administrative documents that should exist have not been preserved, or if their whereabouts are unknown and they cannot be searched. For this reason, proper management of administrative documents is regarded as the foundation of access to information. Based on this recognition, the Public Records and Archive Management Act was enacted in 2009 in Japan. The Act governs the entire life cycle of public records, from their creation, organization, and preservation to their transfer and disposal, on the understanding that public records are shared intellectual resources of the people. And the Act requires administrative organs to create documents that enable the decision-making process as well as the result of the administrative activities to be rationally traced and verified. Specifically, the obligation to create documents covers these 5 items on the slides. The head of administrative organs are required to organize, create administrative documents into files, and pursuant to cabinet order, classify them, assign titles to them, and specify their retention periods and the dates of which such periods expire. In Japan, the access to information system at the national level is governed mainly by the Act on Access to Information held by administrative organs. The Act provides that any person may request the disclosure of administrative documents. So the right to request disclosure is therefore not limited to Japanese nationals or residents of Japan. The term administrative documents includes not only paper records, but also electronic records. However, purely personal memoranda are excluded, and the document must be one intended for organizational use and sharing within the agency. So administrative documents must be disclosed unless they fall within one of the statutory exemptions from disclosure. The exemptions include these 6 items on the slides. So in response to disclosure request, an administrative organ may decide to fully disclose, partially disclose, or entirely withhold the requested documents. In addition, where merely confirming the existence or non-existence of the document itself would reveal the exemption information, the agency may exceptionally refuse the request without clarifying whether the document exists or not. So, as discussed above, Japan's access to information system has played an important role in ensuring administrative transparency and governmental activity. Nevertheless, many challenges still remain. In the following, I would like to point out some of them. First, administrative agencies are afforded broad discretion in determining whether requested information falls within the scope of non-disclosure exemptions. In particular, agencies enjoy considerable discretion in asserting whether disclosure would interfere with the proper execution of governmental affairs or operations, which is stipulated in the item number 6 of this article, and as well as with the respect to matters concerns public safety. And Japanese courts have often tended to defer to the reasoning provided by administrative agencies in such cases. And second, the scope of judicial review remained limited. Japan's informational disclosure litigation doesn't provide for an in-camera review procedure, and the courts are generally unable to examine the contents of the disputed documents themselves during litigation. So the introduction of an in-camera review procedure has been discussed on several occasions in Japan, but it remains an issue. Third, there is the issue of the effectiveness of remedies when unlawful or inappropriate document management or non-disclosure decisions occur. In administrative practice, public officials are generally aware that documents they made may become subject to the disclosure request. So as a result, officials may be incentivized not to leave any records of inappropriate communications or problematic exchanges during the decision-making process in the first place. So this reveals an inherent limitation of transparency secured through the access to information system. And moreover, even when the court rules that non-disclosure decisions or refusal of the request is unlawful, whether the relevant documents are ultimately disclosed appropriately still depends heavily on the administrative agency's own handling on the process. For example, in recent case related to a corruption that drew significant public attention, it's kind of corruption cases in which the involvement of former Prime Minister Abe was also suspected and widely reported by the media. The Osaka High Court held that the Minister of Finance's refusal of the request was unlawful. And following the judgment, the ministry announced a plan to disclose approximately 170,000 pages of materials in stages. However, during the first round of disclosure conducted in April last year, the plaintiff's legal team pointed out that some documents appear to be missing, and whether such problems result from intentional concealment or simple administrative error, the question of how to prevent this kind of inappropriate operation remains an important issue for future consideration. So before concluding, I would like to add one final point. At the Graduate School of Law at our university, we currently have 2 officials from the Anti-Corruption Agency, and both of whom are working very hard on their master thesis. And one of them is conducting research precisely on the access to information system. So I sincerely hope that Japan's experience, both its strengths and its weaknesses, will contribute to his research and to the future development of Uzbekistan. Thank you very much for your attention. Rahmat.
Katta rahmat Matsumoto xonim. Juda ham qiziqarli tajriba bilan bo'lishdingiz. O'sha ochiqlik prinsipi, ya'ni ma'muriy hujjatlarni ochiqlashni qonun bilan emas, o'sha ochiqlik prinsipi asosida yoki sud qarorlari bilan o'sha tartibga solinishi nihoyatda qiziq. Matsumoto xonim, biz o'zingiz aytganingizdek, sizni O'zbekistondagi faoliyatingizni juda ham qadrlaymiz. Aytganimizdek, O'zbekiston islohotlar kun tartibida sizni ham alohida o'rningiz bor. Sizga minnatdorlik bildiramiz va albatta yana bir bor O'zbekiston talabalarini Yaponiyada demak ta'lim berib o'qitib kelayotganligingiz uchun alohida minnatdorlik bildiramiz. Katta rahmat Matsumoto xonim. Hurmatli ishtirokchilar, bizda yana bitta spikerimiz bor. O'zbekiston Respublikasi Korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash agentligi davlat organlari va tashkilotlari faoliyati ochiqligini ta'minlash boshqarmasi boshlig'i Qahramon Niyozxo'jayev. Biz bilamiz, ayniqsa mana shu agentlikni ochiqlik indekslari va boshqa reytinglari nihoyatda ko'p, ham ommaviy axborot vositalarida, ham vazirliklarning o'zida, ham fuqarolik jamiyati vakillari orasida juda ham katta muhokamalarga sabab bo'ladi va bemalol ayta olamanki, mana shu ham fuqarolik jamiyati vakili sifatida juda ham yaxshi bir intiladigan bir yaxshi reyting bo'lib qoldi mana bir necha yillardan beri. Bizga mana shular haqida ham fikrlaringizni bo'lishsangiz, marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli bugungi forumimiz ishtirokchilari, hamkasblar, yurtimiz mehmonlari. Avvalambor barchangizni ushbu anjumanda ko'rib turganimizdan bag'oyatda xursandmiz. Albatta, mamlakatimizda so'nggi yillarda davlat organlari va tashkilotlarini ochiqligini ta'minlash borasida keng ko'lamli islohotlar amalga oshirilib, ushbu yo'nalishda normativ hujjatlarimiz tizimi tubdan takomillashtirildi. Birgina misol, korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash to'g'risidagi qonunda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashning asosiy prinsiplari va yo'nalishlari belgilab berilgan bo'lib, unda qonuniylik, fuqarolarning huquqlari, erkinliklari va qonuniy manfaatlarning ustuvorligi, davlat va fuqarolik jamiyatining hamkorligi, javobgarlikning muqarrarligi kabi prinsiplar bilan birgalikda alohida tartibda aytish kerak, ochiqlik va shaffoflik prinsipi ham mustahkamlab qo'yilgan. Shu o'rinda alohida qayd etib o'tmoqchimanki, bugungi kunda ochiqlikni ta'minlash sohasida normativ huquqiy bazani takomillashtirish bilan birga qonunchilikda ko'rsatilgan talablarni samarali ijro mexanizmlari orqali realizatsiya qilishga ham alohida ahamiyat berilmoqda. Jumladan, davlat organlari va tashkilotlari tomonidan ochiq e'lon qilinishi lozim bo'lgan ijtimoiy ahamiyatga molik ma'lumotlarning qat'iy ro'yxati tasdiqlanib, axborotlar joylashtiriladigan resurs, yangilab borish muddati va mas'ul ijrochilar aniq belgilab berilgan. O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentining davlat organlari va tashkilotlarning faoliyati ochiqligini ta'minlash, shuningdek, jamoatchilik nazoratini samarali amalga oshirishga doir qo'shimcha chora-tadbirlar to'g'risidagi farmoni bilan belgilab berilgan ushbu toifadagi ma'lumotlarning vazirlik va idoralar tomonidan to'liq va o'z vaqtida belgilangan hajmlarda e'lon qilinishi esa sohada muvofiqlashtiruvchi va nazorat organi hisoblanuvchi agentlik tomonidan muntazam monitoring tartibida o'rganilib, qonun buzilishlarni aniqlangan holatlar yuzasidan o'z vaqtida huquqiy ta'sir choralar qo'llanib kelingan. Shuningdek, agentlik tomonidan men yuqorida qayd etib o'tgan agentlik tomonidan ijtimoiy ahamiyatga molik ma'lumotlar ko'lami jamoatchilik fikri asosida muntazam to'ldirib borilib, hozirgi kunga kelib ularning soni 43 taga yetkazildi. Endi bu yerda bir narsani qayd etib o'tish kerakki, mana so'nggi yillarda mana shu prezentatsiyada ham ko'ringandek 33 tadan bu ma'lumotlar 43 taga yetkazildi. Ya'ni 3 yilning ichida biz bu ma'lumotlarni 10 taga to'ldirdik va bir narsani ishonch bilan aytish mumkinki, aynan bu 10 ta ma'lumot qaysidir davlat organi yoki tashkilotining tashabbusi emas, mana shu bevosita nodavlat notijorat tashkilotlari, ommaviy axborot vositalari va bevosita shu fuqarolarimiz tomonidan bildirilgan tashabbuslar asosida normativ huquqiy tus berilib, bevosita shu ijtimoiy ahamiyatga molik ma'lumotlar ro'yxatiga kiritildi. Avvalambor agentlikda monitoring tadbirlari haqida qisqacha to'xtalib o'tsam, 2023-2025 yillar va 2026 yilning 4 oyda agentlik tomonidan ochiqlikni ta'minlash sohasida o'tkazilgan monitoringlar natijasi bo'yicha davlat organlari va tashkilotlariga 206 ta taqdimnoma kiritilib, 6 nafar shaxs qonun buzilishi holatlariga yo'l qo'ymaslik to'g'risida rasman ogohlantirilgan. Agentlik tomonidan kiritilgan taqdimnomalarning ko'rib chiqilishi natijasi bo'yicha davlat organlari va tashkilotlarining 55 nafar mas'ul xodimi intizomiy javobgarlikka tortilgan bo'lsa, ularning 22 nafari ogohlantirildi, 15 nafariga hayfsan, 12 nafariga jarima va 6 nafari bilan mehnat shartnomasi bekor qilingan. Bundan tashqari 5 nafar qo'pol qonun buzilish holatlariga yo'l qo'ygan mansabdor shaxslar ma'muriy javobgarlikka tortilgan. Misol sifatida qayd etilgan ushbu ma'lumotlar shunchaki oddiy raqamlar emas. Ular orqali agentlik tomonidan bugungi kunda sohada zarur nazorat tadbirlari olib borilib, agentlik har bir holat yuzasidan o'ziga yuklatilgan huquqiy ta'sir choralarini qo'llab kelayotgani, har bir vazirlik va idoraning aybdor xodimiga nisbatan qat'iy choralar ko'rinib kelayotganligi, shuningdek qonun buzilish choralarini oldini olish va ochiqlikni ta'minlash samaradorligini oshirish borasida ijobiy natijalarga erishayotganligini ham ko'rish mumkin. Ochiqlikni ta'minlash sohasida yana bir muhim islohotlarimizdan biri bu davlat organlari va tashkilotlarida ochiqlik bo'yicha amalga oshirilayotgan ishlarni samaradorligi va natijadorligini baholashga qaratilgan ochiqlik indeksi hisoblanadi. Ya'ni shu tizim joriy qilingan. Demak, ochiqlik indeksi amaliyotga joriy etilishi va har bir davlat organi sohada olib borayotgan ishlarni muntazam baholab borishga qaratilgan ushbu mexanizm ham bevosita agentlik tashabbusi bilan joriy etilgan bo'lib, ushbu orqali har bir idorani amalga oshirgan ishlariga xolisona baho berish, faoliyat sarhisobini haqqoniy olib borish imkoniyatini bermoqda. Normativ huquqiy hujjat darajasida tashkil etilgan ochiqlik indeksini baholash tizimining o'zi ham tom ma'noda barcha uchun to'liq ochiqlik tamoyillari asosida tashkil etilgan desak, aslo mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. Ya'ni ochiq ma'lumotlarni e'lon qilishdan boshlab toki yakuniy natijalarni e'lon qilishgacha bo'lgan jarayonlar Index Anti-Corruption.uz elektron platformasi asosida yo'lga qo'yilgan bo'lib, jamoatchilik uchun ochiq hisoblanadi. Ochiqlik indeksini baholash jarayonining mukammalligi shundan iboratki, baholash to'liq platforma orqali amalga oshirilib, inson omilini minimum darajasi saqlab qolingan xolos. Oddiyroq qilib aytadigan bo'lsak, baholanadigan davlat idoralari baholash jarayonlarini onlayn rejimda kuzatish va agar e'tirozlari mavjud bo'lsa, ortiqcha rasmiyatchiliksiz platformaning o'zida shikoyat qoldirish imkoniyati mavjud. Baholashning natijalari esa jamlangan holda barcha uchun har bir baholash mezoni kesimida ommaviy axborot vositalarida va rasmiy veb-saytlarda e'lon qilib boriladi. Joriy yilda ochiqlik indeksini baholash natijalariga ko'ra 66 ta davlat organlari yashil, 22 tasi sariq va 9 tasi qizil samaradorlik ko'rsatkichlarini qayd qilgan. Endi qiyos qilib aytadigan bo'lsak, joriy yildagi baholashda o'tgan yilga nisbatan qaraydigan bo'lsak, ya'ni yashil toifadagi yaxshi samaradorlik ko'rsatkichlarini qayd qilgan idoralar ko'lami 34% ga oshgan bo'lsa, qizil toifadagi, ya'ni faoliyati juda past baholanayotgan davlat organlari va tashkilotlari bu yilda 31% ijobiy kamayish ko'rsatkichi bilan o'sish kuzatilgan. Ochiqlikni ta'minlash sohasidagi islohotlarimizni yana bir muhim preventiv mexanizmlardan biri bu jamoatchilik fikri va bildirgan takliflari asosida joriy etilgan nazorat mexanizmlaridan biri bu qayta aloqaning sirli mijozi tadbirini o'tkazish hisoblanadi. Ushbu mexanizm O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentining 2023-yildagi 200-sonli farmoni bilan joriy etilgan bo'lib, vazirlik va idoralar, shu jumladan mahalliy davlat hokimiyati organlarida ishonch telefonlarining doimiy ravishda ishchi holatdaligi, ma'lumotlar almashinuvi samaradorligi, qayta aloqaning mavjudligi, shu jumladan tezkorligi va belgilangan muddatlarda amalga oshirilishi agentlik tomonidan sirli mijoz tadbiri doirasida olib boriladi va biz bu tadbirlarni muntazam olib boryapmiz. Aniqlangan holatlarni bevosita ommaviy axborot vositalari va huquqiy munosabat bildirish, faoliyatni yaxshilashga qaratilgan mexanizmlarni joriy qilish bo'yicha vazirlik idoralarga muntazam taqdimnomalar kirib bormoqdamiz. Ochiqlikni ta'minlash sohasidagi faoliyatimiz jarayonida raqamli texnologiyalarni joriy etish maqsullarimizdan yana biri bu davlat organlari ochiqlikni ta'minlashga mas'ul xodimlarni onlayn o'qitishga mo'ljallangan e-learning ta'lim platformasi hisoblanadi. Mazkur ta'lim platformasi orqali vazirlik va idoralar, shuningdek, mahalliy davlat hokimiyati organlari mas'ul xodimlarini ochiqlikni ta'minlash sohasidagi xalqaro tajriba va milliy qonunchilikdagi belgilangan ajratmagan holatda o'qitish imkoniyatini bermoqda. Bugungi kunda ma'lumot uchun aytib o'tish kerakki, platforma orqali 119 ta tashkilotdan 1324 nafar xodimlarning malakasi oshirilib, tegishli sertifikatlar berildi. So'zimni yakunida ta'kidlab o'tmoqchimanki, ochiqlikni ta'minlash nafaqat korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash bilan bog'liq, balki ommaviy axborot vositalari bilan ishlash, moliyaviy shaffoflikni ta'minlash, qonunchilikni takomillashtirish, hattoki fuqarolar murojaatlari bilan ishlashdagi samaradorlik bilan ham bo'ladi. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, xonimlar va janoblar, sizga ushbu forumimiz doirasida barcha tadbirlarni ko'tarinki kayfiyatda o'tkazish, produktiv fikr almashinuv va samarali
Raisi, so'z sizga. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari. Avvalo men korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash agentligi huzuridagi jamoatchilik kengashi a'zolari nomidan bugungi forum tashkilotchilariga o'zimni minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchiman. Bugungi forumda aksariyat jamoatchilik kengashi a'zolari mana ishtirok etishyapti. Haqiqatan ham bugungi forumda muhokama qilingan masalalar eng asosiy mana yalpi majlisdagi ma'ruzachilarni agar tinglagan bo'lsak, hammasida juda ham bir-birini to'ldiruvchi ishchil ma'lumotlarni oldik desak bo'ladi. Akika Fuji xonim ta'kidlaganlaridek, hozir davlat xizmatlarini ko'rsatish sohasida mana yuqorida ta'kidladilar, dunyo aholisini 5dan 1 qismi korrupsiyaga duch kelayotganligini ta'kidlab o'tildi. Mana shuni oldini olish uchun birinchi sessiya ham juda ham o'rniga qo'yilgan deb hisoblayman, chunki mana shu sessiyada davlat organlarining ochiqligi, shaffofligi orqali mana jamoatchilikni mana shu korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashishga jalb qilish masalalari muhokama qilindi. Bittagi masalalarda menga juda ham bir ma'qul, endi hamma ma'ruzachilarning o'ziga xos jihatlarini agar oladigan bo'lsak, fikrlarini yuqorida juda ham sermazmun ma'ruzalar bo'ldi. Menga Hannes janoblari bu Estoniyadan akademiyani, elektron boshqaruv akademiyasining direktori bitta so'zda aytdilar, korrupsiya kompyuter pora olmaydi degan fikrni bildirdilarda. Mana shu narsa nimaga biz masalan deylik inson, masalan deylik davlat organida kimdir xizmat ko'rsatadigan bo'lsa, subyekt bo'ladi. Subyekt bo'ladigan bo'lsa, uni jinoiy javobgarlikka tortish mumkin. Endi hozir biz raqamlashtirishga o'tadigan bo'lsak, biz sun'iy intellektdan foydalanadigan bo'lsak, o'sha holatlarda haligi subyekt obyektga aylanadi. Obyektga aylangandan keyin kompyuter albatta bu raqamlashtirish jarayonida pora olmaydi. Olmagandan keyin korrupsiyani nimasi kamayadi. Yana bir tomoni mana ikkinchi Litva Respublikasi mana maxsus xizmatini, tergov xizmatini direktori o'rinbosari Egidius Razviavijus janoblarini aytgan gaplari bizga juda ham dolzarb masala deb hisoblayman. Sababi shundaki, bular o'xshatdilar, korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashishda biz profilaktikadan boshlashimizni, xuddi kasalni oldini olish kerak, birinchi olishga harakat qilamiz. Undan keyin biz nimaga uni davolashga o'tishimiz kerak, o'sha preparatlarni nima qilishimiz, ukol olishimizga boshqa qilishimiz kerak. Bu ayniqsa mana nimani Yaponiyadagi tajriba juda ham yaxshi. Ular hech qachon kasal bo'lmasligi uchun harakat qiladi-da. Endi biz mentalitetimizdan kelib chiqqan holda biz o'ylaymanki, mana shunga ham katta e'tibor berishimiz kerak. Endi shundan kelib chiqadigan bo'lsak, bugungi muhokamani hammasi bizlar uchun foydali. Eng asosiysi korrupsiyani oldini olish uchun jamoatchilikni keng jalb qilish kerak. Jamoatchilik kengashi a'zolari faoliyatini kuchaytirishga harakat qilamiz. Bugungi forumdan kelib chiqadigan masalalarni o'z muhokama qilgan holda uni o'zimizni oldimizga qo'ygan vazifalarni albatta amalga oshiramiz deb o'ylayman. Rahmat.
Katta rahmat sizga munosabatingiz, fikrlaringiz uchun. Marhamat, savollar, fikrlar, munosabatlar bo'lsa, qo'l ko'tarib o'zingizni tanishtirib, fikrlar bildirishingiz mumkin. Bormi fikrlar? Savollar, fikrlar bo'lmasa agar ijozatingiz bilan marhamat, Matsumoto xonim, marhamat.
Okay, my name is Mikiko Matsumoto. I have a question to some presenters who mentioned about the technology. I understand that most of the presenters in this session thinks technology or AI will help transparency or accountability. But in Japan, I think many researchers are not that optimistic about this technology because AI system inside the AI is kind of black box. Once it is made, it can automatically study by itself and learn itself, and the decision-making process, nobody can really explain what AI, how AI calculate or how AI reach the conclusion. So if we rely too much on AI or technology, sometimes accountability and transparency also face some problem. So I want to ask some presenters who mentioned about the technology, how do you think about this point? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for this great question. I don't think that AI can make decisions. Is it the case or case corruptive or not? But AI can find us doubtful cases and trace irregularities in the decision making or unusual patterns. And definitely the final decision to be made, is it a corruption case or not? It's about persons who are working and who has high high level of understanding about cases, but also high morals. So we can use AI as a tool to investigate or learn, but not to make decisions about people. Thank you.
Rahmat. Yana savollar, fikrlar bormi? Qo'llarni ko'rmayapman. Menda savol bor, juda ham ko'p qiziqaman shu savolga. Menimcha Litva, Estonia, balki Yaponiya tajribasiga ham murojaat qilarmiz. Aynan mana shu rivojlanayotgan mamlakatlarda jamoatchilikning faolligini oshirish uchun qanday mexanizmlar, qanday motivatsion bir yoki stimullashtirish bo'yicha qanday instrumentlar, mexanizmlar bor? Agar mana shu savolga javob bo'lsa, bizga juda ham qiziqarli bo'lardi. Astok janoblar, balki siz
Yeah, thank you. I think the current era of AI is fantastic in this sense that you don't need to have like deep programming skills to develop something, because coding became very simple. So, and it's also like empowers very much of NGOs and general public, because almost everyone can do something, can build up the engines to monitor the situation about the decisions. So definitely we can and must assist NGOs also to learn how to use those tools or how to create those tools. But the opportunities are almost endless. But at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, we cannot just say that AI is now providing us some information or his opinion or its opinion, but we need to verify it. We cannot just say that as AI told us, you are corrupted or you are not corrupted. We need to verify it as a persons and humans, and keep the right for the people to defend themselves and have fair process also.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ikki kishini mana konstitutsion sud sudyasi qo'l ko'targandilar va bu yoqda ham qo'l ko'ryapman. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari. O'zbekiston Respublikasi Konstitutsiya sudining sudyasi Rahimov Abdumannab Koziyevich bo'laman. Bugungi mana bunday katta forumda Konstitutsiya sudi sudyasi sifatida ikki oz gapirmaslik, bu daryo bo'yiga borib, suv ichmasdan qaytib kelgan bilan barobar bo'lib qolardi. Men bir narsani alohida e'tirof etmoqchiman. So'nggi yillarda mamlakatimizda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash bo'yicha juda katta ishlar olib borilyapti. Mana shu korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash agentligining tashkil etilishi ham bu O'zbekiston, yangi O'zbekistonda korrupsiyaga murosasiz kurash olib borilayotganligini bir ko'rinishi desak xato qilmagan bo'lamiz. Men Konstitutsiya sud sudyasi sifatida shuni alohida e'tirof etmoqchi edimki, so'nggi yillarda Konstitutsiya sudiga ham yangi vakolatlar berilyaptiki, bu vakolatlar doirasida demak qaysidir ma'noda korrupsiyaga qarshi demak normativ hujjatlarni oshkor qilishga, qaysidir ma'noda korrupsion harakatlarni keltirib chiqadigan normativ hujjatlarga Konstitutsiya sud tomonidan murosasizlik bilan demak ishlar olib borilyapti. Bitta men misolda aytmoqchiman. Akmal Eshonxo'jayevich, biz o'ylaymanki, men nima demoqchimanki, sizlar agentlik bilan Konstitutsiya sud ham qaysidir ma'noda hamkorlikda yo'lga qo'ysak bo'ladi bundan keyin. Nimaga? So'nggi yillarda Konstitutsiya sudi vakolatlari kengayish borasida demak mamlakatda Konstitutsiya qonuniyati holati yuzasidan demak Oliy Majlis palatalariga va O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentiga biz axborot taqdim etyapmiz. O'tgan yili biz shu axborot taqdim etganimizda bir qancha normativ hujjatlar o'rganish jarayonida shu narsa ma'lum bo'ldiki, misol uchun bitta narsani aytaman, bu narsa amaliyotga ham joriy qilinyapti Oliy Majlis tomonidan va tegishli tashkilotlar tomonidan. Mana avvallari shu hali viloyatlarda yetishtirilgan qishloq xo'jalik mahsulotlarini boshqa bir viloyatga olib o'tish va sotish borasida muammolar kelib chiqayotgan ekan. Ya'ni o'sha viloyatni, misol uchun viloyat hokimi qaysidir ma'noda viloyatdagi kartoshka deymizmi, piyoz deymizmi, boshqa bir qishloq xo'jalik mahsuloti qimmatlashib ketmasligi uchun boshqa viloyatga dehqonni, tadbirkorni yetishtirgan mahsulotni olib chiqishga demak o'zini qarori bilan to'sib qo'yib qo'ygan. Biz mana shuni o'rganib chiqib turib, biz Oliy Majlisga O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentiga taqdim etgan axborotnomada demak mana shu korrupsion hujjatlarni olib olish bo'yicha taklif berdik. Bunga Oliy Majlis palatalari yaxshi e'tibor berishdi. Aytmoqchimanki, demak Konstitutsiya sud ham qaysidir ma'noda korrupsiyani oldini olishda demak faol ishtirok etyapti va Respublika korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash agentligi bilan hamkorlik qilsak demak yaxshi bo'ladi. Men bir narsani savol berib ketmoqchi edim. Estoniyalik korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish akademiyasining rahbariga bu kishi aytdi, mana Foziljon Haydarchi buni qaytarib aytib o'tdilar. Kompyuterga pora berishning imkoni yo'q, to'g'ri. Kompyuterga pora berishning imkoniyati yo'q, lekin kompyuter egasiga pora berishning imkoniyati paydo bo'lishi mumkin. Mana shu ma'noda Estoniyada qanday ishlar olib boriladi misol uchun? Mana hozir aytilyaptiki, korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashda keng jamoatchilik faol ishtirok etishi kerak. Biz bundan 5-6 yil oldin davlatimiz rahbarini demak korrupsiya halollik vaksinasi bilan emlash degan bir masalani o'rtaga tashlagan narsamiz ancha unutib qo'ydik. Bu nima edi? Bu faqat hali pora oluvchilarga emas, demak pora beruvchilarga ham aytilgan bu qaysidir ma'noda chaqiriq edi-da, misol uchun. Agar jamiyat shu korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashmaydigan bo'lsa, biz oddiy insondan tortib o'sha mansabdor shaxsgacha korrupsiyadan biz jirkanmaydigan bo'lsak, qaysidir ma'noda korrupsiya deganda etimiz junchiqib, undan o'zimizni olib qochmaydigan bo'lsa, demak korrupsiya kurash bizda muammo bo'lib qolishi mumkin. Aytmoqchimanki, shu Estoniyada qanday bo'ladi misol uchun, to'g'ri kompyuterga pora berib bo'lmaydi, lekin uni egasiga pora berish mumkinmi? Buni qanday oldi olinadi? Mening savolim shundan iborat edi. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Yeah, thank you very much for a great question. I think we cannot eliminate with technology all the corruption, especially in very high level. We can eliminate a lot of kind of low level or street corruption with technology if citizens don't meet physically government officials. But as you said properly, I think we need to vaccinate our both sides, like those who are eager to give and those who are eager to get. And in Estonia, I think we have just the general public perception is that we don't give. We just don't give. Even if they are asking, we don't give, and if they are asking, we report it. And I think this is the best vaccine what you can get to invent, because if you create the culture that we don't give and we report, so this means that no one is eager to ask because it will be reported. Thank you.
Katta rahmat. Bittagina fikrga yoki munosabat yoki savolga vaqtimiz qoldi. Marhamat, siz qo'l ko'targaningiz orqada. Marhamat.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Salome Flores. I work on UNODC on the issue of measurement of corruption. And I found the presentations from Estonia, Lithuania super interesting, especially because you were mentioning that good data is essential. That is the backbone of transparency and accountability. And I was wondering if you can share with us, how do you ensure that data is good, that has quality, but more importantly, how do you ensure that data is reliable? Because when government is producing data and publishing the data, there's always a question about, is this data accurate? Can we trust in this data? So how do you make sure that data is sound, that it's open and accessible? Thank you.
So it means we don't ask to have some intermediaries. So just we're trying to get first source data, and of course, second thing, we're checking it with another sources of information to check if it is reliable or there are maybe some mistakes. Beside to that, I can mention additional thing which can also show the tendencies very clearly over 20 years, we have public survey, which is performed by through the contracting authority as a sociological survey from the company, which shows the tendencies in anti-corruption in Lithuania. We call it the Lithuanian map of corruptions. It consists of 3 parts. So it is perception of corruption, experience of corruption, and anti-corruption efforts, and resistance of corruption of the society. And it includes 3 parts. So it means we're asking general society, we're asking business CEOs, and we're asking public servants to check if there are some data which shows some let's say achievements and so on, if they reflect within the social survey or not. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for a great question. I think the quality of the data is one of the core questions of a digital government and for the government in general, because if you have wrong data, you are making wrong decisions, most probably. So how we are motivating citizens to provide proper data is that as we are providing most of the services based on the data what they have provided, any mistake will influence them. And so we are motivating citizens to improve the data, to correct the data if it's wrong, because otherwise the services we as a government or municipality can provide them are becoming wrong. So there is definitely there might be an opportunity that citizen intentionally provides you wrong data to get better benefits from one or another government organization, but sooner or later it ends. So and as you asked properly, that if the transparency of the data is very important. First of all, I as a citizen must see my data. I must know what government has collected about me or what I have provided for the government. And this is the fundamental question again about the transparency. I must, as a citizen, know what government owns about me. It's not necessarily the investigation data during the investigation when it happens, and I hope they don't investigate me currently. But in other cases, the data in registers should be open first of all for the citizen by itself, and then I can verify it's correct and government can cooperate with me. So it's about trust again between citizens and government. Thank you.
Katta rahmat, hurmatli sessiyamiz spikerlari, hurmatli ishtirokchilar. Albatta, mana shu xulosa sifatida biz bir necha bor mana shu ma'lumotlarga, datalarga va raqamlashtirish masalasiga ko'p demak duch keldik. Bu nafaqat o'sha ma'naviy bir oqibatlar, balki iqtisodiy bir yaxshi oqibatlarga, yaxshi demak natijalar berishiga guvoh bo'ldik. Albatta, davlat idoralarining shaffofligini oshirishni aniq mexanizmlari, aniq talablari bo'lishi kerakligi aytib o'tildi. Davlat o'sha xizmatchilarini malakasini oshirish masalasi va shu bilan birgalikda jamoatchilikda ham xabardorlikni oshirish kerak. Qanday ma'lumotlar ochiq bo'lmasa, albatta jamoatchilik undan foydalanishni, uni qo'llashni bilishi kerakligi. Albatta jazo muqarrarligiga ham alohida mana senatorimiz, hurmatli senatorimiz tomonidan alohida e'tibor qaratildi. Shu bilan birgalikda faqat jazo emas, balki o'sha stimullaydigan, motivatsiya beradigan, davlat idoralarini yaxshilashga, o'zini faoliyatini, shaffofligini oshirishni bir intilish beradigan bir mexanizmlar ham haqida biz fikr almashdik va albatta qoidalarning mafhum bo'lmasligi, ular qanday murakkab bo'lmasin, albatta ular bir xilda qo'llanilishi va barcha uchun barobar bo'lishi kabi bir qancha xulosalarni o'zimizga xulosa qilishimiz mumkin. Men eng asosiy mana shu bugun ishtirok etgan barcha spikerlarga o'zimizni minnatdorligimizni bildiramiz. O'ylaymizki, bugun mana shu muhokamadan albatta bizning xalqlarimiz, jamiyatlarimiz albatta yutadi. Albatta biz mana shu korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashda yaxshi natijalarga erishamiz. Barchangizni tushlikka taklif etamiz. Biz bor yo'g'i 6 minut grafikdan chiqdik. Marhamat, yoqimli ishtaha hammaga. Hammaga ishtirok uchun rahmat.
vositalar o'rtasidagi hamkorlikni mustahkamlashni talab etadi. Bugungi sessiyada xalqaro tajribaga ega bo'lgan nufuzli ekspertlar va mutaxassislar o'z tajribalari, innovatsion yondashuvlari hamda amaliy mexanizmlar bilan o'rtoqlashadilar. Ruxsatingiz bilan sessiyamiz davomidagi spikerlarimizni qisqacha tanishtirib o'tsam, Abdullah Falah al-Shahrani, Saudiya Arabiston podshohligining nazorat va korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash idorasi xalqaro hamkorlik bo'yicha katta eksperti, Irena Wang, Xitoy Xalq Respublikasining Gonkong maxsus ma'muriy hududidagi korrupsiyaga qarshi mustaqil komissiyasining korrupsiyani oldini olish boshqarmasi direktorining o'rinbosari, Li Wei-Kit, Singapur korrupsiya amaliyotlarini tergov qilish byurosining jamoatchilik va ichki kommunikatsiyalar bo'yicha direktor yordamchisi, Evgeniy Vячеславович Kalenko, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyasi boshlig'ining birinchi o'rinbosari, Rozeli bin Rozani, Malayziya korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash komissiyasi komissar yordamchisi va Diana Gapak Hughes, Yevropa xavfsizlik va hamkorlik tashkilotining samarali boshqaruv va korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash masalalari bo'yicha xalqaro eksperti. Hurmatli ishtirokchilar, ishonchim komilki, bugungi muhokamalarimiz korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashda ta'limni o'rnida yanada yuksaltirish, jamoatchilik ishtirokini kengaytirish va samarali xalqaro hamkorlikni rivojlantirish bo'yicha yangi g'oya va tashabbuslarni muhim maydon bo'lib xizmat qiladi. Bevosita muhokamaga o'tishdan avval hurmatli spikerlarimizga bir murojaat bilan chiqmoqchimiz, ya'ni eslatma, ma'ruza uchun 10 daqiqa, savol-javoblar uchun 5 daqiqadan ajratamiz. Birinchi so'z navbatini ruxsatingiz bilan Saudiya Arabistoni podshohligining nazorat va korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash idorasi xalqaro hamkorlik bo'yicha katta eksperti janob Abdulla Falah al-Shahraniga bermoqchiman. Janob al-Shahrani korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish, xususan murakkab moliyaviy jinoyatlarni tergov qilish va aktivlarni qaytarish sohasida 20 yildan ortiq boy tajribaga ega ekspert bo'lib hisoblanadilar va ular Saudiya Arabistoni 2030 nigohi strategiyasi doirasida aksil korrupsiyaviy ta'lim va ijtimoiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish borasidagi boy tajribani taqdim etadilar. Marhamat, janob al-Shahrani, so'z sizga.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Akmal Burkhanov, Director of the Anti-Corruption Agency of the Republic of Uzbekistan, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to participate in this sixth version of the important forum. And first, please allow me to extend the President of Nuzaha's greetings and sincere wishes of success to you all, and to express our sincere appreciation to the opportunity to engage in this meaningful dialogue. And I would like also to seize the opportunity to thank our colleagues at the Anti-Corruption Agency of Uzbekistan and for the Uzbek people for the warm welcome and great hospitality. In this session, I will talk about the Saudi experience in anti-corruption education, social partnership, and public awareness. I will start with our vision in Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Vision 2030, which is the guiding, the North Star for our governmental work. It sets some certain strategic framework for governmental entity to work within. In our anti-corruption agency, we have 6 strategic frameworks, which are oversight and supervision of the governmental services, expanding the scope of e-services and encouraging digitization in governmental entities, developing governmental policies and procedures to reduce bureaucracy and enhance governance, replicating best practices in enhancing transparency of governmental agencies' performance, and promoting integrity values among the youth and promoting the culture of accountability. Okay. First, let's start with the legal framework for raising awareness and corruption prevention. The United Nations Convention Against Corruption states in Article 13 that it encourages member states to undertake public information activities that contribute to non-tolerance of corruption, as well as public education programs, including schools and university curricula. And in our domestic framework, we have the National Strategy for Maintaining Integrity and Combating Corruption, which said that Nazaha should encourage general and higher education institutes to incorporate topics in their curriculum and conduct periodic education programs that aim at raising awareness on maintaining integrity and combating corruption and dishonesty. We also have in our law of the Oversight and Anti-Corruption Authority a paragraph that stated as raising awareness of corruption, its danger and effects, and the importance of protecting integrity, promoting transparency and accountability, and encouraging the efforts of the public and private sectors, associations, and civil society organizations to adopt plans and programs for protecting integrity, promoting transparency, and combating corruption. And to put these efforts into place, we have reflect these legal mandates into our organizational structure in Nazaha. So we have a certain division dedicated to protecting integrity and promoting transparency. It undertakes this task through 4 main departments: regulations and governance, protecting integrity and promoting transparency, and 2 other departments, training center and digital analysis. So the department that undertakes the regulations and governance proposed and develop anti-corruption regulations and policies, and reviews and updates the internal procedures. The other department undertakes the awareness raising campaigns and educational activities on protecting integrity, enhancing transparency and administrative oversight, and combating corruption. Nazaha also conducts studies in the field of protecting integrity. One of the most prominent studies is a study on the role of non-profit sector in protecting integrity and combating corruption. It also encourages universities and academic institutions and research centers to conduct specialized research and studies in the areas of integrity, transparency, and combating corruption. Now, going back to raising the awareness Saudi Arabia has adopted a unique approach in raising awareness through social communication. So we sign with the domestic telecommunication companies an agreement to send an SMS message to all residents in Saudi on the mobile phone that showcase how our work and how many corruption investigations have we made, and the judicial rulings on corruption cases issued by the courts. And of course, this leads into an increase in the number of people willing to participate and report of corruption incidents. In terms of educational part of this session, Nazaha has also adopted a unique approach to establish educational club that is named after the authority itself, Nazaha Clubs. So back in 2015, Nazaha has launched the Anti-Corruption Strategic Program, which includes community engagement program for promoting integrity. This program aims at building partnership with the community to promote integrity values in cooperation with various community institutions and sectors. And one of these, the most pioneering initiatives of this program is, as I said, Nazaha Clubs, which aim at establishing student clubs within educational institutions. So we have more than 50 Nazaha clubs in our domestic universities. These clubs conduct awareness activities to promote culture of integrity and self-monitoring among students in public and private university, vocational training colleges, and military and police academies. Other objective of this initiative focuses on encouraging educational institutions also to incorporate content related to integrity into their general and university curricula, and to implement regular awareness campaigns on integrity and anti-corruption. On the international level, Nazaha has put these awareness campaigns into practice in partnership with one of the most prominent international programs, which is Siemens Integrity Initiative. This initiative was established in 2009 after a comprehensive settlement between the World Bank and Siemens. Siemens is a multinational German company that previously engaged in corruption scandals, and as part of their settlement with the World Bank, they dedicated 9 to 10 million US dollars per year for an integrity initiative, which supports collective action, education, and training programs against corruption in different countries. So Saudi Arabia has reached to Siemens through the Organization of Economic and Cooperation Development, and implemented this integrity initiative in 3 phases over 18 months, starting in January 2024 until June 2025. This project also promotes compliance with international standards and facilitates the exchange of best practices and build capacities and adapting sound approaches and fair, equitable practices. It also targets a number of entities in public, private, and non-profit sector to support equal opportunities in fair market conditions and net competitiveness and integrity. And as you can see, we have concluded implementing the 3 phases of the partnership with Siemens. That's all for my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Mazmunli taqdimotingiz uchun minnatdorchilik bildiramiz, janob Al-Shahrani. Haqiqatdan ham Nazaxa klublari yoki Siemens halollik tashabbuslari loyihalari doirasida yoshlarimiz bilan ishlash tizimi va akademik o'quv dasturlariga korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash standartlarini tatbiq etish tajribasi albatta tahsinga sazovor va forum ishtirokchilari uchun ham juda ham qiziqarli bo'ldi deb o'ylaymiz. Bu amaliyotlardan ko'zlangan eng asosiy maqsad bu albatta davlat organlari faoliyatida shaffoflikni oshirish va eng samarali yo'llardan biri bo'lib hisoblanadi. Hurmatli ishtirokchilar, sessiyamizni davom ettiramiz. Navbatdagi so'zni men Xitoy Xalq Respublikasining Gonkong maxsus ma'muriy hududidagi korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish mustaqil komissiyasi, korrupsiyani oldini olish boshqarmasi direktorining o'rinbosari Irena Wang xonimga bermoqchiman. Hammamizga ma'lum, Gonkongning korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash modeli eng samarali tizimlardan biri bo'lib hisoblanadi va bugun Irena Wang xonim biz bilan korrupsiyani oldini olish, shaffoflikni ta'minlash va jamiyatda halollik madaniyatini shakllantirish bo'yicha o'z tajribalari bilan o'rtoqlashadilar. Marhamat, Irena Wang xonim, so'z navbati sizga.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished colleagues and friends from across Central Asia and around the globe. It is a profound honor to be here representing the Hong Kong Independent Mission Against Corruption, ICAC. Today, my topic is how to empower the next generation against corruption. I will begin with some eye-opening data, survey results, and then contrast them with the Hong Kong journey, and finally walk you through our hands-on strategies in raising our youth awareness on integrity. So, I want to share with you not just a set of programs, but a philosophy, a belief that the most important seed of integrity must be nurtured from a very young age. In Chinese, we say, 从小培育. Its meaning is that we cultivate carefully from childhood. So we need to know what is happening, a reality check on the situation of youth. I quote 3 areas as reference. One is EU countries, one is Central Asia, and the other is Hong Kong. So according to some public survey available in the public domain that are obtained, we found that the series of corruption in EU, European Union countries, and for those who is aged between 15 to 24, well, the picture is actually quite worrying because 61% of youth stated that corruption is widespread in their countries, and 41% believe the level of corruption had increased. And crucially, 29% said they are personally affected by corruption in their daily life. How about in Central Asia? Well, but the data I obtained is not actually apple-to-apple comparison, but I think it can at least give us a brief idea. So according to some public domain information, 40% of the young people observed corruption in education institutions. And around 13 and 45% had first or second-hand experience of paying bribe in public education. Concerning the corruption tolerance level of young people, for EU, when being asked, only 56% of young people said they did not accept corruption. For Central Asia, 25% said refusing bribe is more effective than reporting. And for both EU and Central Asia, when encountering corruption, only 20% of them said they would report to the law enforcement agency. So the challenges they face are actually stark. For EU, 63% did not know where to report corruption. And 43% said proving corruption is difficult. For Central Asia, 36% felt citizens' actions against corruption are not effective. And 30% feared retaliation for reporting. So these numbers tell us that among the next generation, corruption risk becoming normalized and that trust in the reporting mechanism is weak. This is a call to action for all of us. Now, let me present a different picture using ICAC's own annual survey findings from Hong Kong. Our survey conducted since 1992 by independent research firm. So one of our target group is age 15 to 24. The key findings is that the tolerance of corruption in Hong Kong, the mean score given by respondents was only 0.5, which means it is an extremely low tolerance of corruption amongst the youth, almost equal to zero corruption tolerance. And 83.2% of the respondents were willing to report corruption. And 95% of the respondents agree that keeping Hong Kong corruption-free was important to the overall development of the society. 86% expressed strong support to ICAC. So, from a person who grew up in Hong Kong, I can tell you that this is not just a statistics. It is actually a social norm deeply embedded in our DNA. We hate corruption. So how do we achieve such a high level of integrity consciousness among the young people? It did not happen by chance. It is a result of decades of deliberate, evidence-based community education. Crucially, we also ask young people about how they want to receive information. The answers have guided our policies and strategies. We found that the most effective platforms for them are Instagram, YouTube, and the last one is Facebook. So, what are the content they love? They love short videos, and then followed by pictures, and they hate words. So, if we want to reach them, we must speak the language on their platforms. So what are our strategies? How we land our message? Based on the understanding that we found from the annual survey, we have adopted a three-pronged approach. First, integrity for all. Cultivate youth with integrity and comprehensive engagement. I will elaborate that later on. All of this will be supercharged by advanced media. Integrity for all means it is a whole of society movement. You know, Hong Kong is an international city, so anti-corruption education cannot exist in a silo. We adopt an integrity for all approach, tailoring preventive education for the general public, new arrivals, immigrants, people of diverse race, the private sector, and of course, young people. Everyone is part of the movement. For young people, we instill core values in young people at different development stage. Our youth pipeline starts at kindergarten with the Kids Theatre project, where our mascot, Little Coffee Bean, plants the seed of integrity and honesty when they are very young. And for primary school, we have iJunior program. It covers over 70% of schools in Hong Kong and have trained more than 10,000 students on a yearly basis. And for secondary level, we have iTeen program empowers students to run integrity activities for their peers. And for university, we have ICAC Ambassador Program, which selects about 100 high potential students each year for leadership and campus outreach. So we have so far reached more than 400,000 students. So you can see from age 4 to young adulthood, we try to build a lifelong commitment to integrity. In fact, for years, ICAC kept a deliberately low profile. But we realized that this approach was no longer working for the young people. Because young people, they did not experience corruption themselves. So they did not know or they did not understand what ICAC actually doing. So we shifted to a strategy. Our new strategy is to focus short video across different platforms. We use extensive social media platform to catch different target groups. In 3 years' time, we went from a few hundred or few thousand at most likes on Facebook to easily lifting 1 million views per video. So in Hong Kong, it's a big leap forward for us because our total population is only 7 million. So our video can reach about 1/7 of the population. So I want to illustrate one example of how we use the advanced media. This is a short video and the topic, it is called Coffee War. ICAC Coffee War. In Hong Kong, there is a famous saying, being invited to ICAC for coffee. It actually means, it originates decades ago because when individuals came to assist our investigation or being arrested or questioned by us, we would offer them a cup of coffee. And over time, ICAC coffee became an iconic symbol. It means being taken for questioning by ICAC. It's kind of negative. So we decided to own this narrative and turn it into something that resonates with the youth. So this short video actually garnered 1.7 million views.
各單位留意，老細隨時出現。你跟我。
Sir， 呢班係負責今次行動嘅同事。
呢個唔掂，冇我命令唔專員。
Sir， 我唔係好明。
我已經講得好清楚。Sir， 我有咁識嘅同事嚟，單嘢好易喎。
我對 UNO 有信心，
佢冇實戰經驗嘅。
雖然係神，但係佢好醒目。
你仲講同我出力佢？成個10幾年搞硬性。
阿 Sir，
有咩事？
朱女成功拆彈，武王道，另一天跟到老細嗰度，我哋準備隨時拉人。
小弟執生，不愧係我猛將。佢飲咖啡我請。
唔使請，我自己買得啦。
Cheers。
如果想知道後續發展係點，記得留言話我哋知啦。
記得拉埋條片啊！如果反應熱烈，我哋可能好快會再見面㗎。
So this video actually attracts a lot of popularity, quite popular among the young people, and we are now making the episode 2 and 3 already. So this is another short video about our cafe. We have actually we even opened our own cafe in our headquarters. So what I'm telling is that this is not only a boring lecture, it is a compelling storytelling. The coffee is our brand, our calling card, and our handshake with the young people. So how do we ensure our message is tangible, is touchable by the young people? Apart from organizing all sorts of activities with people from all walks of life, as I said, we opened our own cafe in our headquarters. It only opened for 18 months, but already we have sold up to more than 75,000 cups of coffee. We are actually making profit now. What worrying us is we need to report and give tax. And then we have also carried out a lot of creative projects like art gallery or some music festival in the cafe, which engage artists and designers to express integrity concept. When a young person sits in our cafe drinking that very same coffee, the message is no longer abstract, it is an experience to them. Empowering youth means treating them not just as recipients, but to engage them as global co-creators. In January 2025 last year, our ICAC ambassador, they joined our delegation to Brunei for the first ever capacity building program on the topic meaningful youth engagement in anti-corruption work. This is actually a program we co-developed and jointly published with UNODC. Our ambassador, these university students, they served as speakers and facilitators. So we wanted to have the impact that young people teaching young people. We found that it is more meaningful because they don't want to listen to old folks like me, but they want to listen to their peers. And this is another example how we engage the young people. Last September, we organized the Coding for Integrity Hackathon, the first ever joint hackathon hosted by the ICAC and UNODC. We brought together young talents from 14 countries, also including one team from Uzbekistan, and regions across Asia to design digital solutions to fight corruption with their innovation. This is meaningful young youth engagement in action. I would like to show the highlight of this event.
Where integrity meets technology.
From virtual to reality, let's begin.
This hackathon is more than a competition. This is the first joint project of the ICC, UNODC, and ICA to promote the use of digital tools in corruption prevention.
With that, the grand finale begins.
Today's hackathon shows exactly how innovation can drive progress in society and promote integrity across regions through collaboration.
We got 3 special awards to panels. It's time to spotlight our top 3 teams. The gold award goes to Just Do Right Winning team will have the incredible opportunity to present at a special event during Port 11 in Doha, Qatar this December.
So, distinguished colleagues, a young person who sees corruption as a norm will not report it. A young person who doesn't know where to turn will remain silent. But a young person who has been nurtured with honesty from childhood, who connects with our message through powerful short video, who proudly wears the title of Integrity Ambassador, and who even helps design our anti-corruption apps, that young person is our most powerful weapon against graft. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Wang, thank you for your such insightful presentation. Haqiqatdan ham mazmunli va prezentabilniy taqdimotingiz uchun minnatdorchilik bildiramiz va qayd etishimiz lozim, Gonkongning korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish bo'yicha mustaqil komissiyasi ICAC tashkiloti tomonidan eng muhim holat, ya'ni yoshlikdan aynan korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish falsafasini singdirish va bu orqali strategiyani barcha uchun ochiq qilish va eng asosiysi yoshlar orasida xabardorlikni oshirish va ularda korrupsiyaga nisbatan murosasiz munosabatni ilk davrdan borib shakllantirish muhim bo'lib hisoblanadi. Va buning uchun aynan mana shu tashkilot tomonidan amalga oshirilayotgan ishlar tahsinga sazovor deb o'ylayman va bu yerdagi bitta holatni biz alohida qayd etishimiz lozim. Bugun biz yoshlarga aynan korrupsiyaga nisbatan murosasiz munosabatni shakllantirishda eng muhim tomoni bu zamonaviy va innovatsion yondashuvlarni tatbiq etish va bu borada mass mediadan, ijtimoiy tarmoqlardan unumli foydalanish bo'lib hisoblanadi. Va buni natijasida albatta biz preventiv choralarni tizimli yo'lga qo'yilganligi korrupsiyaga qarshi samarali kurashni natijasi bo'lib hisoblanadi deb ayta olamiz bemalol. Yana bir bor Ms. Wang xonim sizga minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, bugun biz uchun korrupsiyaga qarshi samarali tizim bilan dunyoda e'tirof etilgan Singapurning korrupsiyani tergov qilish byurosi vakili ishtirok etayotgani katta mamnuniyat bag'ishlaydi va mazkur taqdimot bilan Singapur korrupsiyani tergov qilish byurosi vakili Li Wei-kit ishtirok etadilar va ularning ma'ruzalari korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish, profilaktika va jamoatchilikni jalb qilish orqali mavzusidagi ma'ruza bilan taqdimot qiladilar. Mr. Lee, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to share on Singapore's experience in fighting corruption through prevention and community engagement. In Singapore, the corruption situation is firmly under control. We are fortunate to be considered one of the least corrupt nations in the world, with a public service which operates with integrity and incorruptibility. Based on our statistics, more than 90% of corruption cases investigated by the Corrupt Practices Investigation Bureau, or CPIB, stem from the private sector. This good state of affairs is only possible with strong public confidence and trust in CPIB's work, as well as constant vigilance by Singaporeans and members of public. The fight against corruption in Singapore rests on two twin turbines. The first, firm and effective enforcement by Singapore's sole anti-corruption agency, CPIB, without fear or favor across both the public and private sectors. And second, being intentional to go upstream to intensify corruption in prevention and community outreach, and strategically nip corruption before it even has the chance to take root. For CPIB, we take a holistic approach towards prevention and community engagement by investing efforts into not just the public and private sectors, but also the youth, vulnerable sectors and industries, as well as the general public and the media. In my next few slides, I will share briefly on some of the recent initiatives we have implemented for each group. Keeping Singapore's public sector clean and incorruptible requires a sustained and whole-of-government approach. While there are robust and existing anti-corruption guardrails in place, such as instruction manuals and mandatory declaration mechanisms, CPIB continues to find new ways, channels, and touch points to ensure that our public officers remain vigilant and sensitized to the pitfalls of corruption. To this end, we have developed interactive anti-corruption e-learning modules hosted on the public service learning portals, trained the trainer programs for public officers whose job scope places them at risk of corruption, and public education videos curated for public officers. In addition, we leverage and speak at appropriate platforms such as milestone courses and ethics or governance-themed events to reinforce the importance of integrity and keeping the system clean. Recently, CPIB participated in an ethics seminar organized by the Singapore Police Force, attended by officers from all levels. We also shared red flags at an induction seminar of new auditors organized by the Auditor General Office of Singapore. Now, the private sector is a key target group, considering they form the bulk of cases. Since 2018, CPIB has established the Anti-Corruption Partnership Network, or ACPN. Over the last 8 years, the network has grown to almost 100 members, comprising large companies, financial institutions, professional bodies, and trade associations. The ACPN is our main channel to help the private sector enhance their corporate governance architecture, anti-corruption compliance, and catalyze meaningful prevention collaborations. A signature initiative of the ACPN is an annual conference where members come together to share best practices and experiences. Over the last 2 years, CPIB partnered with the Changi Airport Group and the Institute of Chartered Accountants for this signature conference. Each event was attended by over 200 participants, ranging from practitioners, compliance heads, and C-suite representatives. For the small and medium companies, CPIB also developed the PACT guidebook. This guidebook lays out the 101 of putting in place an effective anti-corruption system, contains relevant anti-corruption legislation and information companies should be aware of, and features plug-and-play document templates, such as for code of conduct and annual declarations. With these resources, we hoped to lower the barriers to help these smaller businesses minimize corruption risk. The PAC guidebook is freely available for download on the CPIB website. For vulnerable industries such as the construction sector, partnerships and collective action are key. CPIB taps on the ACPN to engage relevant trade associations and big companies to partner on initiatives such as talks and anti-corruption resources. Through trade associations in particular, we are able to greatly multiply our efforts and reinforce our prevention message on a wide scale. Recently, CPIB had deepened our engagement with the Singapore Contractors Association with a view to onboard more construction companies onto the ACPN and to work together to create specialized resources for the construction sector. Another area of collaboration is with the Changi Airport Group, who has just commenced a significant construction project in building a new airport terminal with about $10 billion worth of construction value. Taking a preventive approach, CPIB has been working with the Changi Airport Group to organize awareness talks for the main and subcontractors, as well as to develop resources such as posters with deterrent anti-corruption messaging to display on site. The media space is also another key battleground in shaping public perception to prevent corruption through deterrence. Hence, CPIB maintains good relations and collaborates closely with the local media to report on cases through proactive press releases and special features. The media plays an important role in amplification and helps to maintain the public trust and confidence in CPIB's work. Now, one example on the utility of media engagement is illustrated in a case where media reported on a corrupt police officer who sought sexual gratification from his subject in the course of investigations. Now, another member of public who read the media reports and was in a similar situation got the courage to come forward and to make a report to the CPIB. Now, both of these corrupt police officers were eventually charged in court, convicted, and sentenced to jail. CPIB also invests in the young. The youth are the future of Singapore, and it is pertinent to ensure that this incorruptible value remains embedded in our DNA. As such, CPIB adopts a co-creation model to develop initiatives for the youth by the youth. Through this approach, we leverage the energy, technical expertise, and perspectives of the youth to develop prevention resources which resonate with their peers. Now, recent initiatives include an original animated miniseries for preschoolers and an illustrated ebook on CPIB cases targeted at teenagers. Both of these resources were co-created with Singaporean polytechnic students. The animated series and the ebook are available for viewing on the CPIB YouTube and the website respectively. For the general public, we are actively seeking out creative means on our social media channels to enhance our prevention efforts. We take a tailored approach for the content we post on each of our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We have also seen the efficacy of these channels. Now, a recent post on a CPIB investigation on match fixing, which was posted on CPIB TikTok, garnered almost 50,000 views. Now, to conclude, while the corruption situation in Singapore remains firmly under control, we are not complacent, but continue to be vigilant by investing in collective action and partnerships, which remain key to corruption prevention and keeping Singapore corruption-free. Thank you.
Mr. Lee, thank you for your such informative presentation. Darhaqiqat Singapur tajribasi shuni ko'rsatadiki, aynan korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish nafaqat jazolash yoki tergov qilish emas, balkim jamiyatda halollik muhitini shakllantirish va bu jarayonda xususiy sektor ham chetda qolmasligi lozim, xususiy sektorni jalb qilish va eng muhim tomoni aholi o'rtasida xabardorlikni oshirish orqali davlat va jamiyat organlari o'rtasidagi ishonchni mustahkamlash bo'lib hisoblanadi. Va bu borada menimcha Singapur tajribasi biz uchun ham, boshqa davlatlar uchun ham bir o'rnak deb ayta olamiz bemalol. Hurmatli ma'ruzachilarimizdan reglamentga rioya qilishlarini so'rab qolamiz yana bir bor va hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari sessiyamizni davom ettiramiz va navbatdagi so'zni O'zbekiston Respublikasi Huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyasi boshlig'ining birinchi o'rinbosari Evgeniy Vicheslavich Kalenkaga bermoqchiman. Evgeniy Vicheslavich bevosita korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish sohasida kadrlarni tayyorlash, bu jarayonga ilmiy tadqiqotni jalb etish va bu jarayonda xalqaro standartlarni ta'limga tatbiq etish bo'yicha katta tajribaga ega mutaxassis bo'lib hisoblanadilar va bugun biz aynan bu sohada O'zbekistonda va jumladan Huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyasida amalga oshirilayotgan ishlar bilan qisqacha tanishib o'tamiz. Marhamat, Evgeniy Vicheslavich, so'z navbati sizga.
Katta rahmat, hurmatli Dildora G'ayratovna. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari. Mazkur nufuzli forumda ma'ruza bilan ishtirok etish O'zbekiston tajribasi, xususan Huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyasi tomonidan amalga oshirilayotgan ishlar haqida fikr almashish imkoniyati berilgani uchun tashkilotchilarga samimiy minnatdorlik bildirmoqchiman. Bugungi maydonda korrupsiya qarshi kurashishning eng muhim yo'nalishlaridan biri korrupsiyaga qarshi ta'lim va ma'rifiy faoliyat masalalari muhokama qilinayotganligi alohida ahamiyatga ega. Korrupsiya qarshi kurashish faqat jazo choralari yoki nazorat mexanizmlari bilan cheklanmaydi. Uning eng muhim va barqaror asoslaridan biri jamiyatda huquqiy ongni yuksaltirish, halollik madaniyatini shakllantirish, aholi hamda davlat xizmatchilarida korrupsiyaga nisbatan murosasiz munosabatni qaror toptirishdir. Ta'kidlash kerakki, so'nggi yillarda qisqa muddat ichida korrupsiyaga qarshi ta'lim, ilmiy tadqiqot va ma'rifiy faoliyatining o'ziga xos kompleks institutsional modeli shakllantirildi. Ushbu modelda O'zbekiston Respublikasi Huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyasi alohida o'rin egallaydi. Mana slaydda ko'rib turishimiz mumkin. 2022-yil noyabr oyida prezidentimiz farmoniga asosan Huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyasi tashkil topgan. Akademiyaning asosiy yo'nalishlaridan biri bu korrupsiya hamda jinoiy daromadlarni legallashtirishga qarshi kurashish sohalarida maxsus o'quv dasturlari asosida davlat organlari va boshqa tashkilotlarning xodimlarining malakasini oshirish va qayta tayyorlash tizimini yo'lga qo'yish vazifa yuklatildi. Qisqa vaqt ichida bir qator ishlar amalga oshirildi. Shu jumladan akademiyaning tizimida maxsus korrupsiya qarshi kurash ta'lim va tadqiqotni tashkil qiluvchi tarmoq tuzildi. U ham bo'lsa korrupsiya qarshi kurashish ilmiy ta'lim markazi tashkil qilindi. 2020-yildan boshlab magistratura korrupsiya qarshi kurashish ixtisosligi bo'yicha magistratura tashkil qilindi va agentlik korrupsiya qarshi kurashish agentligi va davlat organlari uchun kadrlar tayyorlashni boshladi. Hozirgi bugungi kunga qadar 900 dan ortiq nafar bitiruvchilar sohada samarali ishlab kelmoqda. 2021-yilda O'zbekistonda ilk bor ixtisoslik korrupsiya muammolari yurisprudensiya bo'yicha ixtisosligi 12.0012 maxsus ilmiy kengash tashkil qilindi. Korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash shu paytdan beri korrupsiya qarshi kurashishning turli mavzulari bo'yicha himoya o'tkazildi. Shu jumladan sektorlar kesimidagi chora-tadbirlar, korrupsiya qarshi kurash, sun'iy intellekt hamda AKT instrumentlarini joriy qilish, fuqarolik jamiyatlari, davlat xaridlari, korrupsiya qarshi kurash ekspertiza va boshqa mavzular bo'yicha dissertatsiyalar samarali himoya qilindi. Hozirgi vaqtda 30 tadan ortiq tadqiqot davom ettirilmoqda. Eng qizig'i tadqiqotlar nafaqat dissertatsiya doirasida qilinyapti. Mana xalqaro loyihalar asosida, turli yondashuvlar asosida amalga oshirilmoqda. Masalan, sektorlar, alohida sektorlar tanlanib, eng korrupsiya ko'p tarqalgan sohalar tanlanib, mana ushbu tadqiqotlar o'tkazilmoqda. 2025-yilda jinoyat odil sudlovida korrupsion xavflarni bartaraf etish loyihasi doirasida bu GIZ va mintaqaviy dialog nodavlat notijorat tashkiloti yordamida nima qilindi, o'tkazildi. Toshkent shahrining barcha tumanlarida dala tadqiqotlari, полевые исследования o'tkazildi. Bundan tashqari yana bitta sohasi bu kapital qurilish sohasi hisoblanadi. Kapital qurilish sohasida ijtimoiy normalar nimasi taniqli Shayan Sharbatga professor jalb qilinib, shu bo'yicha ham tadqiqot o'tkazildi. Bundan tashqari biz sohalararo yoki bo'lmasam fanlararo tadqiqotlarni ham amalga oshirmoqmiz. 2024-2025 yillar ijtimoiy normalar va korrupsiya, milliy an'analarning korrupsiya va antikorrupsiyaga ta'siri mavzusidagi fanlararo tadqiqot o'tkazildi Tufts universiteti bilan. Bundan tashqari, mana hozirgi vaqtda Lund universiteti bilan poraxo'rlik va sovg'alar madaniyati bo'yicha tadqiqot amalga oshirilmoqda. Bundan tashqari, akademiyada 5 ta jurnal nashr qilinadi. Shulardan bittasi alohida e'tibor qaratmoqchi edim. Ushbu tadqiqotlarni nashr qilish uchun Anti-Corruption Studies and Research jurnalimiz shu yildan chiqa boshlaydi va dekabr oyida 2 ta soni chiqqandan keyin buni Scopus bazasiga kiritilishi reja qilingan. Bundan tashqari ko'plab o'quv uslubiy adabiyotlar chop etildi. Shu jumladan korrupsiya shu yil 2026-yilda korrupsiya qarshi kurashish darsligi nashr etildi. Shu yil o'zida O'zbekiston Respublikasi korrupsiya qarshi kurashish to'g'risidagi qonunga ilmiy amaliy sharh ilk bor nashr etildi. Bundan tashqari ko'plab, masalan, manfaatlar to'qnashuvi to'g'risidagi qonunni, ma'muriy tartib taomillar to'g'risidagi qonun va boshqa qonunlarga mana agentlik, Adliya vazirligi va boshqa tashkilotlar bilan birgalikda tegishli uslubiy hujjatlar tayinlandi. Hozirgi vaqtda mana juda bir zo'r tashabbusni boshlab qo'ydik. Korrupsiya qarshi konvensiyasiga milliy qonunchilik bilan bog'liq ilmiy amaliy sharh tayyorlash ishlari boshlandi. Bundan tashqari agentlikning xodimlarini malakasini oshirish va qayta tayinlash bu ham bir huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyaning muhim vazifalaridan biri hisoblanadi va bu tegishli prezident farmonida shunaqa topshiriq o'z aksini etgan. Bu borada eng ilg'or xorijiy ekspertlar jalb qilgan holda maxsus kurslar agentlik xodimlari, bo'lajak xodimlar va xodimlari uchun ishlab chiqilib, ishga tushirilgan. Bundan tashqari yana bitta narsaga e'tibor bermoqchimanki, korrupsiya qarshi kurashish salohiyatini mustahkamlashga, akademiyaning salohiyatini mustahkamlashga katta e'tibor qaratilmoqda va shu jumladan akademiya yangi mana ISO 37001 sertifikatga ega bo'ldi yaqinda, bir oy bo'lmadi hali. Shu sertifikatga erishish davomida mana 10 tadan ortiq ichki normativ hujjatlar qabul qilindi. Korrupsiya qarshi siyosatni amalga oshirishga, manfaatlar to'qnashuvi, korrupsiyani xavflarini baholash, davlat xaridlari bo'yicha va nihoyat mana 17-aprel shu sertifikatga ega bo'ldik va bu sertifikat, ta'kidlash lozimki, yangilangan sertifikat 2025-yildagi bu SNG MDH davlatlaridan biz reyestrda birinchi son nimasida ro'yxatga olindik. Endi qisqaroq qilib aytganda, eng muhim bizani hozir mana Gonkong Gangongdan ma'ruzachi nima juda katta e'tibor berdi, yoshlarni tarbiyalash, nimani xabardorlikni oshirish va malaka oshirish masalalariga juda katta e'tibor berilmoqda. O'zbekistonda ham bu juda muhim qadam tashlandi. 2024-yil 24-yil prezidentimiz qaroriga asosan virtual korrupsiya qarshi kurashish virtual akademiyasi tashkil qilindi. Bu virtual akademiyasi korrupsiya qarshi kurashish agentlik bilan huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyasi konsorsiumi asosida tashkil qilindi. Tashkil qilinganda bu albatta bizga xalqaro donorlar yordam berishdi. Bu GIZ da alohida aytish kerak. Bu hamma platformalarni ishga tushirilishda juda katta yordam berildi. Bundan tashqari bu akademiyani kontentini yaratish uchun ko'plab bizani donorlar yordam berdi. Shu jumladan Birlashgan Millatlar taraqqiyot dasturi, giyohvandlik moddalar va jinoyatchilik qarshi kurash boshqarmasi o'zini o'quv dasturlarini taqdim qilish yo'li bilan bizga yordam berdi. Endi nima imkoniyat berdi bu virtual akademiyasi degan savolga juda ko'p imkoniyatlar berildi. Shu jumladan mana keng auditoriyani qamrab olish, bir marotabalik tadbirlardan voz kechib, bu tizimli asosida juda keng auditoriyani, deyarli hamma davlat xizmatchilarini, keng jamoatchilik qatlamlarini qamrab oldik. Bundan tashqari har bir soha uchun moslashtirilgan o'ziga kurslar tashkil qilindi. Shuningdek, xabardorlikni oshirish bo'yicha kurslar tashkil qilindi. Bundan tashqari virtual akademiyasi elektiv modelni joriy qildi va hamma tinglovchilar o'z individual ta'lim trayektoriyasini va ta'lim jarayonini individuallashtirishga imkoniyat qilib beradi. Hozirgi istiqbol sifatida bu platformani xalqaro, ya'ni mintaqa darajada shu platformadan foydalanish keng donorlar bilan muhokama qilmoqdamiz va tez kunlarda xalqaro trening markazini joriy qilish masalasi muhokama qilinmoqda. Endi nimani statistika to'xtalib o'tmayman, statistikani tanishib nima qilishingiz mumkin. Endi asosiy masalalarni agar aytadigan bo'lsam vaqt yetmaydi. Albatta bizani mana virtual akademiyasini adresiga nima qilishingiz mumkin. Elektron resurs markazi tashkil qilindi. Regional mintaqaviy muloqot tashkiloti bilan birgalikda. Mana yaqinda Halolbek AI konsultant ishga tushdi. Bunga bemalol har qanday korrupsiya bo'yicha savol bilan murojaat qilishingiz mumkin. Mana hozir ham kirib savol berishingiz mumkin. Hozircha bu nima instrument bizda voice to text ishlayapti, ya'ni uni og'zaki so'rashingiz mumkin, lekin u tekst sifatida beradi. Lekin tez kunlarda bir yarim oy ichida biz voice to voice funksiyasini ishga tushiramiz va bemalol bu bilan muloqotda bo'lib, eng haligi korrupsiya qarshi kurash kanallari, usullari, javobgarlik masalalari bo'yicha bemalol savol-javob qilish mumkin. E'tibor uchun katta rahmat.
Evgeniy Vicheslavich, haqiqatan ham mazmunli ma'ruzangiz uchun minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Ta'kidlashimiz lozim, bugungi kunda O'zbekistonda huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyasi umuman kadrlar tayyorlash, ayniqsa korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish va huquqni muhofaza qilish idoralarining xodimlarini tayyorlash bo'yicha lokomotiv ta'lim muassasalaridan biri bo'lib hisoblanadi va buni biz mana shu prezentatsiya jarayonida ham ko'rdikki, kadrlar tayyorlash masalasi bo'ladimi, ularning ilmiy salohiyatini oshirish bo'ladimi, bu yerdagi xorijiy ekspertlarni jalb qilish masalasiga akademiya alohida e'tibor bilan yondashgan va bu tahsinga sazovor. Shu bilan birgalikda mana biz yuqorida ko'p ma'ruzachilarimizdan aynan zamonaviy metodlardan foydalanganlik holatini ko'rdik. Bemalol ayta olamiz, O'zbekiston ham bu jarayonda ortda qolayotgani yo'q va men bevosita aytishimiz mumkin, huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyasi misolida ham aynan korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish bo'yicha, yoshlarni xabardorligini oshirish bo'yicha sun'iy intellekt imkoniyatlari ham keng foydalanyapti deb ayta olamiz. Va o'ylaymizki, akademiya tomonidan qilinayotgan mana shu ishlar sohani rivojida albatta o'zini muhim poydevori bo'lib xizmat qiladi. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, sessiyamizni davom ettiramiz. Navbatdagi so'zni Malayziya korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish komissiyasi, tergov departamentining tergovni qo'llab-quvvatlash sho'basi bosh boshlig'i, yordamchi komissar janob Rosseli Rossayninga bermoqchiman. Janob Rosseli korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish tizimida, xususan tergov va tezkor qidiruv faoliyati sohasida 20 yildan ortiq boy tajribaga ega ekspert hisoblanadilar. Bugun biz Malayziya tajribasi misolida yuqori darajadagi korrupsion holatlarni tergov qilish va ushbu jarayondagi zamonaviy yondashuvlar haqida batafsil ma'lumot olamiz. Marhamat, janob Rosseli, so'z navbati sizga.
Good afternoon, respected Chairperson, distinguished panels, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As per brief, my name is Rosli Berozaini. I'm from Special Operation Division from MSCC Malaysia. Today I would like to share what the best approach or the success story that MSCC did towards on the approach towards the anti-corruption education. So firstly, MSCC adopted an approach of implementing anti-corruption education activities and according to precise target groups, and namely the public sector, private, social, cultural, political sector, as well education. And all this is according to our NSCS, our National Anti-Corruption Strategy, to ensure that our anti-corruption value are promoted effectively across strategically. So usually MSCC will participate in a high-impact corruption prevention program that ensuring that information continuously delivered to all levels of society, thereby enhancing the public awareness. So among others, that program that we already conducted is National Anti-Corruption Symposium in 2024. We also create the program to the key stakeholders of the creative industry. We also did the anti-corruption advocacy session with the Fishermen Association, among others. So in beside that also, MSCC also targeted on the higher education institution. So we have the kind of Angkatan Mahasiswa or AMA initiative. We have anti-corruption integrated courses, KIA, and we also are involving the TVET or vocational education training. And also we have our own volunteer corps among our universities. So among others, that we have this competition, we have this IPT talk, and we have also the cadet programs. So for the primary and secondary school, we already implement the curriculum since 2016. So we implement the curriculum towards the secondary schools and also to the primary school. So we put the corruption program or corruption education syllabus in our education since 2016. So the currently program that been practiced is we implement to the tax reduction program. This tax reduction program is a government approach and been approached by MSCC to apply to obtain income tax reduction for contribution made by the company that organize integrity and anti-corruption program, subject stipulated some certain conditions. So these programs just been recognized on 2024, and up to date is 39 corporate entity has been granted for the program tax deduction programs. So this is the syllabus that we talk about, the secondary school standard curriculum. The strategy is to integrate anti-corruption element into existing subject, and anti-corruption education was later expanded to Malay language subject primary for school from year 3 to year 6. Also this is according to an NSCS strategy to under Ministry of Education of Malaysia. So now currently we are focusing on the civil society organization, or we call NGOs. So this NGO, we established the CSO Anti-Corruption Caucus comprising 6 CSO, including the Transparency International and others Youth Council. The project also conducts a comprehensive report of voice of CSO to develop true collaboration between the Malaysian Youth Council research team and Monash University to ensure the naturality and quality. Besides that, also we have other strategies. We have Keep Malaysian Clean campaign. So this is campaign is received support from the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Higher Education and Domestic Trade. So we have also have the what we call International Anti-Corruption Day. And we also, MSCC also have its own MSCC FM, our own radio FM. So we also conduct a Black Collar podcast. This is the new one, Black Collar podcast that we introduced currently to stipulate it to the new strategy of the media. Okay, that's all for Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Mr. Roselli, thank you very much for your informative presentation. Haqiqatan Malayziyaning turli sohalari, davlat va xususiy sektor, ta'lim hamda ijtimoiy madaniy sohalar uchun alohida yondashuvlarni qo'llashi juda ham ibratli va siz hozir yuqorida ma'ruzangizda aynan shu masalaga to'xtaldingiz. Ya'ni Black Collar podkastlari, Mass FM kabi zamonaviy media vositalar orqali albatta jamoatchilik ongiga ta'sir ko'rsatish muhim bo'lib hisoblanadi. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, sessiyamizni davom ettiramiz va navbatdagi so'zni hurmatli Yevropa xavfsizlik va hamkorlik tashkilotining xalqaro eksperti Diana Gapak-Hughes xonimga beramiz. Diana xonim moliyaviy jinoyatlar, korrupsiyaga qarshi choralar va compliance risklarini boshqarish sohasida xalqaro miqyosda tan olingan mutaxassis bo'lib hisoblanadilar. Yana bir quvonarli tomoni, ekspertimiz Markaziy Osiyo mintaqasiga alohida yondoshganlar va Diana xonim bizga korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashishda mahalliy va tarmoq darajasidagi amaliy misollar orqali prezentatsiyani namoyish etadilar. Va Diana xonim biz bilan onlayn ulanadilar. Госпожа Диана, вы нас слышите?
Видно, слышно?
Вы нас слышите?
Так, секунду.
Слово предоставляется вам.
Вот так сейчас меня хорошо видно, да? Слышно?
Да.
Да, здравствуйте. Добрый день всем. И экран тоже мой видно, да? Да, всем добрый день. Спасибо большое за приглашение принять участие в данном очень важном форуме. И также отдельное спасибо организаторам. И, конечно, для меня большая честь выступать наряду с такими большими профессионалами, специалистами в данной области. И, собственно, я бы хотела поделиться с вами двумя примерами моей работы в Таджикистане и Узбекистане. На самом деле, продолжая наряду из того, что много было уже сказано предыдущими спикерами в данной сессии о работе первой инициативы противодействия коррупции на локальном уровне, это в Республике Узбекистан, это работа с молодежью. И вторая инициатива, которую я хотела бы представить, это на примере Республики Таджикистан на секторальном уровне. И в двух данных инициативах я, так скажем, принимала два разных подхода, о которых я хотела с вами поделиться. И наряду с предыдущими спикерами я продолжу, наверное, на английском языке. So the first initiative that I'm going to present is it was held last July in Toshkent Oblast in the Republic of Uzbekistan, anti-corruption youth camp. And it was co-sponsored by the Agency of Anti-Corruption of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and also with the support of the Agency of the Youth Affairs of the Republic of Uzbekistan. And ultimately, so the idea, kind of the approach for that quite narrow scope initiative was working with the youth ecosystem. So, like originally, initially, it wasn't the idea, for example, just to get a group of young people, for example, aged from the 18 to 25, from universities or from the public sector, or working, for example, in the NGOs. So the original idea was to see how they're going to work together when they really represent different sectors, when they really share different views on anti-corruption efforts, and most importantly, that each of them, given they exist and they live in different sectors and in different realities, they all face, or they may face, just different understanding of what corruption is. And what we really found is that some of these young people, they, had, for example, idea of the corruption just really something monetary related, and the others was more aware of the conflict of interest and other things. And that kind of paradox and, not sharing the same reality but living in the same country was very interesting to explore over the 2-day program that I designed with the co-partner organization in Uzbekistan. So the main goal was ultimately just to form really the vision for what is going to be like, when the young leaders, the youth leaders, they're really going to go for, promoting integrity and the anti-corruption efforts in Uzbekistan. So that was kind of the main idea, to uncover that potential and the wisdom of the young leaders. So that's why we, with the support of the Agency of Youth Affairs, so we were able to gather young people, for example, from the youth leaders from Mahalla, so from the public sector, from the private sector, from NGOs, from universities, mass media. So it was a very diverse group of young people. And the program was ultimately not about really loading them with a lot of technical data and information about the laws and prosecution and all of that. So it was more about the first kind of day was the core day about equipping them with the tools of generally managing, these kind of situations on the ground, but also working together. So really deploying the multi-stakeholder approach. And the second day was more about also giving them perspectives of what's going on in the world and the best practices in different areas. So as part of the first day, so we really worked on multi-stakeholder approach and the importance and the awareness of it, because in my experience from my work, I often see us not being able to work in a multi-stakeholder environment, even if you gather, quite, like the group that really look alike, and it's just young people, similar age. They may come from the same region, but if they come from different sectors, they're really not sharing the same views, and they really struggle to find the common ground and what the corruption efforts might look like, for example. And that's what we were working on as the day one, is really exploring that ground. And how to deploy the multi-stakeholder approach, for example, in their professional environment, where they live, etc. And the importance of it, so obviously the importance of the dialogue. And also we had like different techniques of just for them exploring and design different anti-corruption plans and strategies as a group. And then the second day was we had experts from different areas, from different sectors as well. So there were different kind of capacity building seminars around like gender approach when it comes to anti-corruption efforts, compliance, the cultural and neuropsychological factors. So really looking into the anti-corruption as a really complex and systemic area. And the second example, given the times left, the second example that I would like to really briefly introduce, it's an ongoing project, an ongoing initiative in the Republic of Tajikistan, supported by OECD in Dushanbe in Tajikistan. And this is given the Tajikistan is at the moment is preparing for the mutual evaluation of EIG. That will be the preparation is over this year, but then it will happen next year, the evaluation itself. And ultimately, that's a very important period for the country in the preparation and in demonstrating the effectiveness of not only of the anti-money laundering and anti-terrorism financing systems, but also the anti-corruption one, because obviously all these three areas, they're interrelated. And I designed and conducted a 2-day training for the coalition of the civil society organizations in the Republic of Tajikistan, and that coalition of these organizations, they specifically work on the transparency and anti-corruption efforts in the Republic of Tajikistan. So that was even more importantly for them, just to really explore this domain through not only the regulations and the best practices, but the really mechanisms that they can deploy on the ground and within the sector. So obviously, overall part of this kind of initiative is really focusing on the FATFA and recommendation aids, anti-terrorism financing practices, and the role of how NGOs can be abused and all of that. But the core part of this assignment is really to explore the linkages between, for example, FATF, recommendation 8, and the anti-corruption efforts on the ground, and the role that the NGO sector really plays in it. And when I was designing this program, so my main idea was not really to focus, yes, obviously the cooperation and the partnership between the NGO sector and the anti-corruption agency is essential. But what is even more essential, in my opinion, is really that awareness of the sector, in these cases of the NGO sector, is what they are capable of doing themselves, how they can really work together as NGOs within the sector, within the NGO sector on anti-corruption efforts. And then it comes to the dialogue and the partnership with anti-corruption agencies. And the 3 principles that I suggested to explore in that sort of area is really, what's really important is that risk assessment, which is the risk assessment of the corruption risk, how NGOs can be abused, what they can work together on, and then how they can manage these risks within the sector. So all the work was around the individual NGOs and then at the sector level. So we were exploring the different tools at the NGOs levels and the best practices at the sector level, and then diverging it to what is possible and feasible to do in Tajikistan out of these different mechanisms that we mapped. The other important principles that we were working on is the self-regulation mechanism of the NGO sector, well, in this case, in the Republic of Tajikistan. And I already mentioned that that's the importance of the sector to self-manage and to have that awareness, and also what it means to self-manage as a sector, to self-regulate as a sector when it comes to anti-money laundering, anti-finance terrorism financing, but also anti-corruption efforts. And that's from what I saw, from what I sensed, that's a really challenging area, not only to understand, but really to implement as a sector, how they can really self-regulate, what it really means in the context of the country, and what they can really do together. And then in the end, we were exploring the different mechanisms, compliance mechanisms, and what's missing, as I mentioned, what's feasible to deploy on the ground within each NGOs, and how they can teach together, how each other, and how they can really do that capacity building within the sector themselves. So that's the sectoral initiative that's still ongoing. It will take some time and a few sessions and a few more work just to ensure that it's sustainable, to see any challenges or any fruitful results. But that's where we are at the moment. Thank you so much for your attention. If any questions, I will be happy to answer or discuss further. Thank you.
Большое спасибо за столь содержательный доклад, госпожа Диана. Ваш акцент на позитивном подходе и развитии лидерского потенциала молодежи открывает новые перспективы в антикоррупционном просвещении. Также крайне важен ваш опыт по внедрению системы внутреннего контроля в НКО-секторе для защиты от рисков отмывания денег. Hurmatli ishtirokchilar va mehmonlar, ma'ruzachilarimizning qiziqarli taqdimotlari uchun yana bir bor minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Endi sessiyamizning eng muhim qismi munozara va savol-javob qismiga o'tdik. Biz Malayziya, Saudiya Arabiston, Gonkong, Singapur tajribasini ko'rib chiqdik, shuningdek milliy tajribamiz bilan tanishdik. Agar sizda ma'ruzachilarimizga savollar bo'lsa yoki fikr mulohazalaringiz bo'lsa, marhamat, maydonimiz ochiq. Faqat bir iltimos bo'lardi, o'zingizni tanishtirsangiz va savol-javoblar uchun 5 daqiqadan ajratamiz. Marhamat, kimda savollar bo'lsa, bemalol murojaat qilishlari mumkin. Onlayn ishtirokchilarimiz ham aynan savollar bilan murojaat qilishlari mumkin, chunki ekspertlarimiz ham ishtirok etyapti.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm from Bhutan, the Anti-Corruption Commission of Bhutan. Before I ask my question, I'll just introduce our agency. The Anti-Corruption Commission of Bhutan adopts three-pronged strategy, just as the presenters also shared their experience. We have comprehensive education, prevention, and investigation programs, and it covers a wide range of sectors, including non-traditional partners like CSOs, then youth, and also private sector. And at the international level, Bhutan is ranked 18th cleanest country as per the Transparency International's report. But now, at the practical level, we have a challenge with regards to engagement with the, specifically engagement with the citizens, because despite ACC doing more, we feel that citizens are less engaged, and the public perception about the effectiveness of the Anti-Corruption Commission is like deteriorating or is declining now. And to great level, it is due to the engagement of media. And when I say media, people, citizens as well as the media tend to be liking more of a sensational and investigation stories rather than education and prevention programs that we advocate. And specifically, those kind of perception affect the trust on the institutions. So there is a dilemma, specifically at the ACC, there is a dilemma whether a dilemma between premature disclosure of information with regards to cases, and at the same time, if we share those information, it will affect the information. And with that respect, I just wanted to note, like agencies, specifically MACC, ICAC, as well as CPIB, how do you engage media? How do you balance the confidentiality of ongoing investigations, and at the same time, how do you promote transparency so that the citizens or the public feel more engaged with respect to the anti-corruption programs? I know this might be practical challenges for most of the anti-corruption agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhutan, for the question. I think we have to understand that the media landscape in every country is a little bit different. For Singapore, it's also quite unique. We do not have that many media outlets. I'm not too sure how many media outlets Bhutan has. But for us, it takes time to cultivate good relations and build a strong understanding. And as well, we have to work out mutual benefit as well between the media and the anti-corruption agency. So in short, actually, I would just want to say that it takes time to cultivate a trusted relationship. Once you have the base, it's a bit easier to talk about cases, to explore special features. All these small little collaborations actually helps to strengthen the relationship. And after some time, when the relationship matures, it will be easier to navigate such situations. So that is Singapore's experience. Thank you.
Maybe I just can add a little bit more on Malaysian MACC experience on specifically on reporting cases or investigation that's ongoing. So what we are practicing in MACC, usually we're gonna give the update day to day to the media. Not so very specific or detailed, but we're gonna get them informed to what, as such example, how many witnesses that will be taking recording statement today. That's the thing. And among others, that the thing that on the operation basis, of course, we have this legal requirement that not to disclose the confidential information, but that's the public that want to know. That's the thing. They want to know about that. And that's a very interesting that public want to know. But we need to contain, as like our learned friend said, we need to contain, but as far what we practices in MACC, that we give day to day, our department we give day to day, and also we have a specific division that communicate all this day to day information towards that issue. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. In fact, for ICAC in Hong Kong, we also face the same problem for recent years. The media is always hostile to the government, including ICAC. I think we have used a more embracive and open and transparent approach towards media in recent years. We used to be, as I said, we used to be deliberately low profile, especially when it comes to our cases, our investigations. But in recent years, we adopt a change in our strategy. Whenever we have a case being turned overt, like after the arrest, after the search, we will invite the media and do the press briefing with them. And we will disclose as much as we can to the media. So they started to like us more because we give them ingredients, we give them materials to publish. And on the other hand, as a senior directorate, we also try to get in touch with the media more often. Like we will have lunch gathering with them at least once every quarter. And we try to be more friendful to them. And besides, I think sometimes the media will report more on the negative side of the people's sentiment, but it may not be the case, may not be in the real case. So if your organization, you may consider to do a survey on your own. The survey result is likely more positive because you get to speak to the people on your own. You get to do the in-person interview, face-to-face interview with them. So you will know, you will feel the sentiment of the public. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Thank you for your answers. Please, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. Oliver Stolpe, UNODC. First of all, maybe just for the benefit of the agencies here present, and many of you, I think, are quite familiar with that, but we do have a very rich program of educational materials, GRACE, it is called GRACE, which provides teaching materials, multimedia resources, comic books, board games, all sorts of basically things that you can use in these educational programs. But having said that, the question that I would have to the colleagues, in particular in Hong Kong, Singapore, but also in Uzbekistan and in Malaysia, as you have been implementing, in particular, school-based integrity programs, what are actually the approaches that you can maybe share in terms of testing their actual effectiveness? Because that is really where we are struggling sometimes in really determining which of the preventive programs have actually an effect and produce these wonderful statistics that Hong Kong, for example, shared with us, and which ones are maybe less effective and therefore also from a cost perspective not really to be recommended. If you have any ideas on how to answer this question, would be most grateful. Thank you.
Actually, from Hong Kong experience, we try to engage our ambassador, or sometimes we call them elite, the elite students from the high school and universities. We try to engage them on every opportunities. Like for example, we will have our symposium next year. We have symposium once every 2 to 3 years. And then we will engage them as our part-time helper. So they will bring our guests from overseas guests to tour around Hong Kong, and they will be doing the tourist guide job, and they will also need to introduce ICAC history and our big cases to the visitors from around the globe. So we can engage them, let them know the history of ICAC, and let them know the big cases from this kind of engagement. And they have so far done a really good job, because a lot of friends from overseas friends, other ACAs around the globe, they always told me that the students, our elite ambassador, they can feel their heartwarming welcome to them. So for now, I can only think of, we try to engage them on every possible occasions. So yeah, that's for my answer.
For Singapore's perspective, yes, it is a perennial challenge actually to measure the efficacy of such youth programs. I think from my point of view, there are several indicators that they can show whether such programs have some sort of tangible impact. For example, CPIB actually conducts a public perception survey every 2 years. Now we're going to do yearly, so it gives us a pulse of the sensing of the Singaporean sentiment, and one of the groups that are surveyed are the youth. So from there, we actually gather their views on corruption, and we hope that some of these programs actually leave a positive impact. The other indicator that probably is also about recruitment. CPIB recruits investigation officers on a regular basis, and based on our experience, the young people still view the job in fighting corruption as part of CPIB as a very attractive proposition. So again, that bodes quite well in terms of how the young people actually see meaning in fighting corruption in Singapore. And yeah, so these are the one or two indicators that we track, we monitor, and when there's opportunity in terms of initiatives, when it concludes, we also do mini focus groups with the young people so that we can also understand their perspectives more, so that we can incorporate it in our new initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions and answers. Any questions? No? Oh, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. So I'm from Cambodia, Anti-Corruption Unit of Cambodia. So I have a question to Law Enforcement Academy of Uzbekistan. To my understanding, the academy is not part of the Anti-Corruption Agency of Uzbekistan, but I am impressed to hear numbers of programs that are developed to, provide the training or education regarding anti-corruption. So I'd like to know how you manage to have this kind of anti-corruption in your academy, or you have any cooperation with Anti-Corruption Agency of Uzbekistan? Otherwise, or you manage to have this kind of education independently? Because in the practice of Cambodia, when we are trying to integrate anti-corruption education to national curriculum, we need cooperation with the Ministry of Education. And likewise, when we're trying to have anti-corruption education in postgraduate or university, we also cooperate with university to have our education module into their curriculum. Thank you.
Большое спасибо за очень интересный вопрос. Правоохранительная академия Республики Узбекистан главным высшим органом управления данной академии является Координационно-попечительский совет. Членом данного Координационно-попечительского совета является руководитель агентства по борьбе с коррупцией Республики Узбекистан. Таким образом, руководитель агентства входит в тот борд, который управляет академией. И в этот борд также входит практически все правоохранительные органы, и председателем является генеральный прокурор Республики Узбекистан. Таким образом, через эти системы, через эти механизмы мы осуществляем управление деятельностью академии. Касательно конкретно вопросов обучения самих, повышения квалификации и переподготовки сотрудников агентства, а также подготовки государственных служащих, то здесь раздел проходит на основе соглашений, соответствующих соглашений, подписанных руководством академии и руководством агентства, согласно которому, например, при выборке государственных служащих, это консорциум, выборку государственных служащих, сертификацию учебных материалов, ассессмент, все полностью осуществляет агентство по противодействию коррупции. Правоохранительная академия Республики Узбекистан администрирует весь образовательный процесс, а также занимается дизайном образовательных программ, учебно-методических материалов. Что касается обучения, переподготовки и повышения квалификации сотрудников агентства, то существует соответствующее постановление, указ президента Республики Узбекистан 6038, если не ошибаюсь, точно номер не помню, согласно которому президентом нашей страны на академию возложено соответствующие полномочия или обязанности, и мы делаем это исключительно по согласованию с агентством, и весь процесс оценки знаний и сертификации сотрудников также осуществляется непосредственно агентством. Опять-таки мы осуществляем, лишь администрируем весь процесс обучения. Спасибо.
Javob uchun rahmat. We have come to the end of the session. And do you have any questions, answers? No? Munozarada faol ishtirok etganingiz uchun barchaga tashakkur bildiramiz va albatta hurmatli spikerlarimizga bugungi mazmunli prezentatsiyalari uchun yana bir bor o'zimizni tashakkurimizni izhor qilamiz va munozaramiz yakunida shuni aytishimiz mumkinki, korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish bu faqatgina jazo choralari emas, balkim ta'lim, ijtimoiy sheriklik va jamoatchilik ongini o'zgartirish eng samarali yo'ldir. Bildirilgan barcha taklif va tavsiyalar forumning yakuniy hujjatida o'z aksini topadi va barcha bugungi sessiyamizda ishtirok etgan ishtirokchilarimizga, hurmatli mehmonlarimizga, spikerlarimizga yana bir bora o'zimizning tashakkurimizni izhor etamiz va barchani coffee breakka taklif etamiz. Shu bilan birga bitta iltimosimiz bo'lardi, hurmatli spikerlarimizni mana shu banner
национальный координатор программы по противодействию коррупции Управления ООН по наркотикам и преступности. И мне выпала честь сегодня работать с вами в третьей сессии. Вообще хотелось бы отметить, что программа этого форума достаточно интересно выстроена по очень интересной логике. Первая сессия у нас сделала акцент на высокой важности прозрачности государственного сектора, но прозрачности не самой по себе, а в достижении конкретных результатов, и в данном случае в качестве результата было доверие. В ходе выступления мы узнали, что такой фокус предъявляет серьезные требования не только к качеству раскрываемой информации, но и к способности государственной системы на разных уровнях раскрывать релевантные данные. Во второй сессии мы обсудили практические аспекты антикоррупционного образования. В частности, было отмечено, что важна подготовка не только практиков в сфере антикоррупции, но и широкой общественности. И поскольку это вносит вклад в формирование культуры нетерпимости к коррупции, ну и, конечно, учат граждан давать более качественную и принципиальную оценку деятельности всей системы государственного управления. И, наконец, сейчас мы в рамках третьей сессии поговорим о том, как на практике развертываются системы по предотвращению коррупции, на что делается акцент и какие инструменты способны повысить эффективность работы по предотвращению коррупции. Без лишнего промедления я бы хотел предоставить слово нашему первому спикеру, господину Есперу Джонсону, заместителю руководителя отдела по борьбе с коррупцией, вопросам добропорядочности и открытого государственного управления ОСР. Господин Джонсон, вам слово.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be here, even if it's the last session. I hope you still have a bit of energy left. My name is Jesper Johnson, as was just announced, and I think this is a great topic to start with. And I'm Deputy Head of the Division at the OECD that also deals with open government, public integrity, as well as the classic anti-corruption functions, and particularly at the local level, I think that's a very good combination, and I'll get to that. So for me, this topic, effective preventive mechanisms at subnational level, I'll start out by saying that I think it's a topic that's, well, we all agree it's crucial. Maybe my main entry here will be that it's been slightly neglected by all of us. I think in three main ways. One is that our standards, and particularly us that work in the international organizations field, our standards are slightly more blurred when it comes to what do we expect at integrity at the local level. And two is that our toolkits, the actual tools that we want to promote, they're slightly more limited and perhaps not fully adapted at the local level. And three is that our evidence base is not slightly, but it's definitely much more scarce. But I think we are making headway in recent years. There's a lot of good initiatives across the world. I think one of the main highlights, of course, is that the Council of Europe Greco evaluation round, the latest one, specifically focuses on integrity at the local level, and we're seeing a lot of engagement coming out of that. But also, in the humblest way that I can articulate it, I do think that the OECD is advancing its thinking in terms of what works and why at the local level. Still, I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. I'll invite everyone to reflect on those as we move through, and if anyone has the answers, that would be perfect to end up with some answers to these questions, such as which positions at the local level should actually be expected to, for example, submit asset and interest declarations. So in our standard toolbox at the OECD, we have very clear categories at the national level for who should be expected to submit if you take a risk-based approach. I would be interested to hear if we have the same kind of uniform view at the local level. Another example, OECD has been at the frontier of what we call the lobbying and influence work, prompting governments to be more open in the way that they engage in parliaments with interest groups. And should we, for example, expect large cities to establish such interest and lobby registers? So I'll give a short presentation to set the scene. This is basically summarizing some of our main tools. So the OECD recommendations on managing conflict of interest, transparency, integrity in lobbying and influence, and the main overarching one, the recommendation on public integrity from 2017. I'll dive into that because this, reflecting on OECD member countries' experiences, actually addresses the subnational level coordination, vertical and horizontal collaboration mechanisms. This is just to say that, of course, we're not only meeting here through the ADB OECD initiative in Toshkent, we also discuss these things at the OECD fora. Just last edition of our working party meeting, the Working Party on Public Integrity and Anti-Corruption, actually was dedicated with a full day discussion on integrity at the subnational level. So this is indeed a very trendy theme. Then what do we do in terms of collecting data? Our main instrument here is the OECD Public Integrity Indicators, and I'll show you what we have in terms of insights at the subnational level. We take that data and we publish it through the Anti-Corruption Integrity Outlook. So far, not with a dedicated view. We've been keeping our analysis at the national level. But again, that is a frontier for the future, perhaps, to dive into. And then I'll give, and that's probably the most interesting part for you, a few specific country project examples where we have been working at the local level and refining our own thinking and toolbox. So this is just to say, as I said before, in our own legal instrument, in our own recommendation that is adopted by OECD member countries, that OECD accession countries have to adhere to, in principle too, because this is an area that we saw throughout history, countries have problems, need guidance. Actually, it very clearly articulates that the coordination mechanisms and establishing responsibilities at the subnational level is crucial. So who does what, when, and why? At what level of government? And prompting these mechanisms for horizontal and vertical cooperation, again, is essential. And if you read any of our integrity reviews, which is our evaluation report at the national level, very often we make recommendations to countries to strengthen these mechanisms. Now, moving on to the data side, again, to monitor the implementation of that recommendation, to give a credible sense of the state of play around the world, OECD developed these public integrity indicators. They have so far mainly focused on the national level. So they've set a baseline for the first time through a standard set of indicators at the national level for what constitutes an effective public integrity system. A little bit of history. Why did OECD member countries want us to develop this instrument? It was, one, to provide more reliable evidence and complement the existing evidence out there that mainly came from either perception-based indicators or expert-based, experts and subjective assessments of national integrity systems. Then countries would like more granular OECD-style data, more statistical data, instead of simply something that ended up as a ranking of countries in terms of how corrupt they were or not. And finally, an instrument that was not developed across country. We cover 62 countries now in the latest edition. An instrument that was not an external source, that was actually using government's own administrative data, validated through the OECD Secretariat, harmonized through our internal processes, but still an instrument that was mainly driven by the needs of governments, developed by governments for governments. But we still are hanging on to our national level view, and let's say our explorations into the subnational systems have only just begun. This is quickly just to mention the areas that we cover: strategy, accountability of public policy making, meaning conflict of interest, political finance, lobbying, risk management, internal control, internal audit, transparency of public information. The latest one is integrity in the justice system. And then we're rolling out our external audit indicator, and the last one will be on merit in the public sector. I'm speeding ahead now. Just want to get to the relevant part. This is just to show that they're all anchored with, of course, OECD's own instruments, but also other international instruments. I'll skip through that. As I said, it's mainly at the national level, and we have some pilots I'll share with you about how to adapt them at a subnational level. But what we do have a few data points already here that speaks to the subnational level. So for example, when we do our very comprehensive assessment of the quality of the strategic framework, one of the criteria we look at is whether at least one action plan includes activities to collaborate with institutions at the subnational level. You will see that many countries do that. It's obviously a very low bar. It's simply just any reference to subnational level collaboration. And the backstory here is probably even more interesting, is that those that say no, they mainly say so because of the subsidiarity principle, of local self-governance principle, that national and national level institutions say that they cannot ask subnational level institutions to do anything, that this is fully in the remit of the subnational level. Our response back to that is to say, well, you're not asking them to do anything, but if you have an objective about full coverage of internal audit, for example, or risk management for the whole state, for the whole country, you need to have some mechanism to actually ensure that this is happening. Because the real spending, the real interface with public services, the real corruption risks, they're just magnified at the national level. So if you only have that view where you only take the control systems at the level of ministries and central government agencies, you're really missing a very large part of the overall picture. So a few examples of what we've been doing to, as I said, fine-tune our thinking and toolbox. I'll hone into 3 projects. First, just a bit of a summary of what we see as challenges and opportunities here. So as I was already saying, we've all seen the opportunities and the need to why we need to work at the local level. Procurement processes, licensing processes, permits, all of those. The close interaction to citizens happens at the national level, and a lot of the spending happens there, so really the corruption risks are very much amplified. However, it is really difficult to work and make sure that you have effective oversight at the subnational level. One, you have much closer, the closeness which can bring both innovation and can bring accountability is a dual-edged sword. It can also mean that there is a lot more close space opportunity for corruption at that level. And then 2, whereas we have a toolbox right now for most of the policy areas that would require capable institutions, well-staffed institutions with specialisms to operate in individual institutions at this subnational level, particularly when you talk about small municipalities, that is simply not realistic. It's often even not realistic to demand a full-time employee to be tasked with these things. And there is so much disparity and so much variation when we say subnational level that for these projects I'm going to talk about, we actually had to map out what is the regional level competences, what are the municipal level competences, but even in that spell out, okay, is this a small municipality, it is a medium-sized municipality, or a large municipality? Of course, this is just to say, if it makes sense to measure at the national level, it makes even more sense to measure at the subnational level, but it is also much, much harder, and it requires a lot more investment to do so. But you can really capture that regional diversity, and you can really make sure that the decentralized governance is also bringing that accountability that we all want. So when we go out and we have comparative data for 62 countries in terms of national systems of integrity, that is interesting, and it gives governments a lot of reform power. But even more, I've seen it's being so powerful when you actually disaggregate that within the country. And you say, well, this is the average, but within the country, there are so many different areas that can be strengthened, so the sum of all the parts. So the Costa Rican project is just to bring out the one that I think really fine-tuned our thinking in terms of how do we need to work differently, how do we need to work better in terms of adapting our own toolbox. And I think if I had to summarize it, because I think I'm running out of time, is really what we managed to do here was to create a very powerful network of mayors that we could work closely with, to ask them and adapt our tools with them to make sure that they could be the drivers of change at the national level. So we really had a lot of consultations with mayors around these municipalities, and adapted even our approach differently within each municipality. Then the final thing I will say, and then I'm hoping for questions later on, is that so the Costa Rica project was a pioneer in terms of adapting our general toolbox. Now we have a project with Spain where we're taking the public integrity indicators and adapting it at the local level. Spain has a very, as all countries, its own devolved system of governance with regional assemblies, for example, with very large difference between the size of municipalities. But we're actually basically able to map the accountability chain from the national level, whether, for example, anti-fraud is regulated, whether lobbying is regulated, whether conflict is regulated, whether there are capable institutions, down to the regional level and then down to the municipal level, and collect all that data. So we're in the middle of that process. We've so far come up with 83 actionable criteria to supplement our existing 300 criteria that we have at the national level. Some areas we've completely adapted, like political finance. They have a different meaning at the subnational level. It's much more about openness and transparency. Others, they work quite well, like conflict of interest. It's really about identifying what are these other types of position holders that we want to cover. And then we've seen from that various interests to do spin-off projects, such as, for example, with Ukraine, who have invested a lot in the public integrity indicators at the national level, and now want to broaden that to the regional level. So, thank you for listening.
Благодарим господина Джонсона за содержательный доклад. ОСР предлагает достаточно большой набор методологических инструментов, которые могут быть полезны в работе по совершенствованию систем госуправления. Я бы к этому хотел добавить библиотеку управления ООН по наркотикам и преступности, которая также предлагает богатый инструментарий по вопросам оценки коррупционных рисков, создания систем внутреннего антикоррупционного контроля, этического регулирования и всех остальных вопросов, связанных с предотвращением коррупции в госсекторе. Пожалуйста, посещайте веб-сайты ОСР и UNODC. И действительно можно согласиться с господином Джонсоном. Конкретика и контекст организации всегда играют определяющую роль. И очень важно вовлечение независимых друг от друга институтов в процесс оценки. В частности, я бы сказал, что такой институт, как парламентский контроль, мог бы сыграть важную роль в этом. И в этой связи особый интерес представляет выступление нашего следующего докладчика Джахангира Ширинова, председателя Комитета по противодействию коррупции и судебно-правовым вопросам Законодательной палаты Олий-Маджлис Республики Узбекистан. Господин Ширинов, вам слово.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, aziz mehmonlar. Albatta korrupsiya bu shunday illatki, u chegara bilmaydi, u butun dunyo mamlakatlarini doimiy diqqat e'tiborida bo'ladi. Birorta mamlakat yo'qki, men korrupsiyadan batamom xoliman deb ayta olsa. Korrupsiya mamlakatning ijtimoiy, iqtisodiy, siyosiy hayotiga juda salbiy oqibatlar keltirib chiqaradi. Oddiy misol, siyosiy sohada umummilliy manfaatdan ayrim guruhlar manfaatini yuqori qo'yilishga olib kelsa, iqtisodiy sohada investitsion muhitning buzilishiga, kichik biznesning zarar ko'rishiga olib keladi. Ijtimoiy sohada esa uyushgan guruhlar paydo bo'lishiga, ijtimoiy notenglik, kambag'allik juda kelishiga olib keladi. Bunda ro'yxatni yana uzoq davom ettirish mumkin. O'zi O'zbekistonning korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash bo'yicha o'z siyosati bormi? Va biz bu illatga qarshi qaysi yo'ldan boryapmiz? Biz ilgari korrupsiya illatiga qarshi asosan operativ qidiruv usullari bilan kurash olib borganmiz. Preventiv usullar, ya'ni bugungi darajadagi kabi e'tiborda bo'lmas edi. Ya'ni uni oldini olish bugungi darajadagi kabi e'tiborda bo'lmas edi. Natijada bunday kurash ko'pincha korrupsiyani oqibati bilan olib borilar edi. Mamlakatimizda korrupsiya so'zi ishlatilgan 210 dan ortiq normativ huquqiy hujjat mavjud. Va ularning barchasida bu nima uchun ishlatilgan? Aynan shu korrupsiya illatiga qarshi kurashish maqsadida u yoki bu qoida yozilgan. Va O'zbekiston tarixida birinchi marotaba biz korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash masalasini konstitutsiyada belgiladik. Bugungi kunda davlat organlarining xalq bilan muloqot qilish tizimi yo'lga qo'yildi. Normativ huquqiy hujjatlar loyihalari majburiy ravishda jamoatchilik muhokamasidan o'tkaziladigan bo'ldi. Qonun loyihalarini tayyorlashning asosiy shartlaridan biri sifatida jamoatchilik muhokamasi belgilandi. Ya'ni qonun loyihasi parlamentga kiritishdan oldin albatta jamoatchilik muhokamalasidan o'tkazilishi shart qilib belgilandi. Davlat organlari faoliyatining ochiqligi ta'minlanyapti. Davlat xizmatchisining har bir nojo'ya xatti-harakati uning kim bo'lishidan qat'iy nazar ommaviy axborot vositalari orqali, ijtimoiy tarmoqlar orqali oshkor etib borilyapti. Davlat xaridlarini amalga oshirish borasida ham sifat jihatdan yangi tizimga o'tildi. Mana xususan davlat xaridlari to'g'risidagi bizda qonun qabul qilindi. Davlat xizmatchilari bilan subyektiv kontaktni minimallashtirish maqsadida davlat xizmatlari yagona darcha tamoyili asosida. Ya'ni bu jarayonga bevosita o'sha axborot kommunikatsiya texnologiyalarini joriy etish orqali, masofaviy ko'rsatish orqali amalga oshirilyapti. Huquqbuzarliklar elektron qayd etilyapti. Va korrupsiyaga qarshi tarqoq holda kurash olib borishni oldini olish maqsadida bizda maxsus organ, ya'ni shu korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish agentligi tuzilgan edi. Va o'tgan davr mobaynida mana shu korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash agentligini rolini oshirishga qaratilgan qator qonunlarni qabul qildik. O'tgan davr mobaynida agentligimiz faqat markazda o'tiradigan idora emas, bevosita quyiga pastga tushib, o'sha bevosita tumanlarga, mahallalarga, bozorlarga, ta'lim, sog'liqni saqlash va hokazo har bir obyektlarda o'z faoliyatini olib borib, o'sha ko'proq xalq ichida faoliyat olib boradigan bir uslubga o'tdi. Davlat rahbari parlamentga va o'sha xalqimizga qilgan murojaatnomasida joriy yilni o'sha korrupsiyaga qarshi favqulodda holat deb e'lon qildilar. Ya'ni buni ma'nosi shuki, korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash uchun barcha kuch va vositalarni safarbar etishimiz kerak degan ma'no bor. Va shu gapni aytgandan keyin ko'p vaqt o'tmasdan mana juda bir katta farmon imzolandi. Ushbu farmon bilan agentligimiz zimmasiga ham katta vakolat, ham katta mas'uliyat yuklatildi. Hatto vazirlik idoralarining ichki nazorat tuzilmalariga qo'shimcha shtat joriy etish masalasini ham agentlik hal qilib beradigan bo'ldi. Bu juda tarixiy farmon bo'ldi. Bir og'iz gap bilan aytganda bu farmon korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashni zamonaviy metodlarini nazarda tutdi. Yangi tushunchalar kirib keldi. Misol uchun mana korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash bo'yicha loyiha ofisi yoki korrupsiyani oldini olish bo'yicha klaster masalasi va hokazo. Va eng asosiysi davlat organlari va tashkilotlaridagi korrupsiyaga qarshi ichki nazorat tuzilmalarining roli nihoyatda kuchaytirildi. ichki nazorat tuzilmalari o'sha qonun buzilishlarning oldini olish uchun bajarilishi majburiy bo'lgan taqdimnomalar kiritish huquqi berildi. Ichki nazorat bo'linmalari xodimlarini intizomiy javobgarlikka tortish faqat agentlik bilan kelishilgan holda amalga oshirilishi mumkinligi belgilandi. Hududlarda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash bo'yicha kengashlar tuzildi va ularga bevosita xalq vakillari, ya'ni o'sha xalq deputatlari kengashlarining raislari rahbarlik qiladigan bo'ldi. Hurmatli tadbir ishtirokchilari, yana bir masala, biz o'sha avvalambor qonunlarimizni o'zini korrupsiyadan xoli etishimiz kerak. Gap qonunchilikdagi korrupsiyaga sharoit yaratuvchi normalar haqida boryapti. To'g'ri. Qonunchilik hujjatlari, loyihalari Adliya vazirligida, endilikda mana agentlikda ham korrupsiyaga qarshi ekspertizadan o'tkazilib kelinyapti. Lekin bu qachondan boshlangan? Bu 2012-yildan boshlangan. Ungacha qabul qilingan minglab qonunchilik hujjatlari ham bor. Ularning masalasi nima edi? Ularning masalasi bizning bir og'riqli masalalarimizdan biri edi. Lekin bu masala ham mana hal etildi. Bilasiz, bugungi kunda mana O'zbekistonda normativ huquq hujjatlar va ular loyihalarining korrupsiyaga qarshi ekspertizasi to'g'risidagi qonun qabul qilingan. Mana shu qonunga asosan vazirlik va idoralar o'zlarining sohalaridagi amaldagi normativ hujjatlarni ham korrupsiyaga qarshi ekspertizadan o'tkazib borishlari nazarda tutilgan. Yuqoridagi farmon bilan esa endilikda agentlik mana shu vazirlik va idoralar tomonidan amaldagi normativ hujjatlarni ekspertizadan o'tkazish faoliyatini muvofiqlashtirib borishi nazarda tutildi. Albatta, qilgan ishlarimiz bilan birga hali oldimizda turgan vazifalar talaygina. Biz avvalambor O'zbekistonda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash bo'yicha milliy strategiyamizni qabul qilishimiz kerak va unda korrupsiyaga illatiga qarshi nafaqat davlat organlari, balki nodavlat sektorning ham rolini, uni professional ishtirokini nazarda tutishimiz kerak. Umuman olganda biz korrupsiyaga qarshi immunitetni hosil qilish uchun nafaqat korrupsioner, balki uning atrofini ham tozalashimiz, aniqrog'i korrupsiyaga sharoit yaratuvchi omillarni yo'qotishimiz kerak. Bizningcha korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash uchun quyidagi 4 ta ta'sir vositalari baravar qo'llanishi kerak. Birinchisi bu halol ishlashni rag'batlantiruvchi ta'sir. Bunda albatta davlat xizmatchisi uchun munosib maosh, korrupsiya haqida xabar bergan shaxsni rag'batlantirish, halol insonni yuqori lavozimlarga tayinlash prinsipi tatbiq etilishi kerak. Ikkinchidan bu to'g'on vositasi, ya'ni korrupsiyaga sharoit yaratuvchi omillarni to'sish. Bunda o'sha davlat xizmatlarini ko'rsatishda inson omilini qisqartirish, huquqbuzarliklarni elektron qayd etish, lavozimga ochiq tanlov asosida tayinlash, davlat xizmatchilarining o'z daromadini deklaratsiya qilishi, davlat xaridlarining shaffofligini ta'minlash, qonunchilikda korrupsiyaga normalarni bartaraf etish, byurokratik to'siqlarni bekor qilish, manfaatlar to'qnashuvini oldini olish, sudlarning mustaqilligini ta'minlash muhim rol o'ynaydi. Uchinchidan bu korrupsiyaga qarshi ma'rifiy ta'sir, ya'ni unda o'sha korrupsiyaga nisbatan murosasiz munosabat shakllantirish, aholining huquqiy ongi, huquq madaniyatini oshirish masalalariga alohida e'tibor qaratish lozim bo'ladi. Va to'rtinchidan bu albatta korrupsiyaga qarshi nazorat tizimi. Bunda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashni muvofiqlashtirgan holda olib borilishi, korrupsiya uchun qattiq jazo va javobgarlikning muqarrarligi, korrupsiya natijasida olingan mol-mulkni musodara qilinishi, korrupsion jinoyat sodir etganlarni davlat xizmatiga qabul qilmaslik, korrupsiya holatlarini latent bo'lib qolishini oldini olish, korrupsiya yo'li bilan chiqarilgan qarorlarning albatta bekor qilinishi, kuchli jamoatchilik nazorati, mansabdor shaxslarning xalq oldidagi hisobdorligi va korrupsiyani fosh etish borasida professional tadqiqotlar olib borishga qodir bo'lgan nodavlat notijorat tashkilotlari, jurnalistik tekshiruvlari va korrupsiyaga qarshi ichki audit tizimi samarali ishlashi talab etiladi. Umuman olganda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish faqatgina bu davlat organlarining emas, balki bu borada jamoatchilikning ham faol ishtirokini talab etadi. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Господин Ширинов, спасибо за очень содержательный доклад. Очевидно, что Республика Узбекистан возлагает серьезные и обоснованные надежды на повышение эффективности работы по предотвращению коррупции не только и не столько за счет цифровизации, сколько за счет институциональных усовершенствований, в том числе путем антикоррупционной экспертизы законодательного процесса. Очевидно, что инициатива по вакцине честности продолжает набирать обороты и сыграет важную роль в формировании культуры добропорядочности. И, конечно, необходимо дальнейшее усиление работы по непосредственной борьбе с коррупцией, в том числе внедрение такого важного института, как конфискация преступных доходов, полученных в том числе от коррупции, который позволяет лишить коррупции ее экономического смысла. И здесь хотелось бы отметить, что для того, чтобы оценить успешность предпринимаемых усилий, нам необходимо внедрение механизмов по измерению коррупции, и практики внедрения методологии по измерению коррупции посвящено наше следующее выступление. В этой связи я хотел бы пригласить госпожу Саломе Флорес, руководителя информационного центра Управления ООН по наркотикам и преступности, по изучению и анализу транснациональных угроз, связанных с наркотиками и преступностью.
Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Salome Flores. I am the head of the UNODC Information Center based here in the UNODC regional office in Toshkent. I am originally from Mexico, and before I came to this region, I used to work for the UNODC Mexico office for almost 10 years, and I was responsible for working on anti-corruption. So I'm here today to share with you an experience that we implemented in Mexico that is connected to the topic of this session. It was a strategy to try to connect with the 32 states in Mexico. And just to give you more context, Mexico is a country of almost 130 million people. It's a federal state, so that means we have 3 levels of governments. We have the federal government, 32 states, that's the subnational level, and then we have 2,463 municipalities. Additionally, our regulation, our legal framework is complex in a sense that we have 32 penal codes. We have a national penal code, and then we have 32 state penal codes. So that's already something a bit difficult to deal with. And of course, Mexico participated in the 2 rounds of the implementation review mechanism of the UN Convention Against Corruption. And one of the recommendations that we got from the mechanism was to start looking at state legislation and start reviewing the procedures at the local level. And because of that, UNODC, in partnership with the Mexican government, engaged in, we like to say that we were pioneers in implementing something like the global implementation review mechanism of the UN Convention Against Corruption. You know how at the global level we have this peer review in which 2 countries come and review a 3rd country. Well, we did that in Mexico. We replicated that effort, but at the subnational level. So we have the 32 states reviewing each other in specific things on the conventional. You will see what they did exactly. But something that I would like to highlight is that in the implementation review mechanism, the recommendations that we received were actually very good. We got very positive comments in terms of legislation. So on paper, everything looked very good, at least from the regulatory side. But in reality, we really had to look into more detail on what was happening at the local level to actually assess specific risks that were occurring in those locations that are closer to the citizens, because the money is spent there, and also the services are brought to the citizens at the local level. So that's why it was extremely important to work for us at the local level. So what we did was basically replicating the implementation review mechanism. So we had to work with a lot of institutions at the state level to to make them understand what was the review about, to provide training so they could understand the criteria of the implementation review mechanism. Everybody had to be aware that it was a technical exercise, that it was transparent, efficient, non-invasive, inclusive, and impartial. We did not produce any ranking. We were supposed to do a recommendation report for each one of the states, so they could actually go back and review their legislation, adjust their procedures, and also collect relevant data to show what they were doing and, of course, to show results at the end of the exercise. So we have a strong involvement of the state authorities, but one of the requests from the donors and also from UNODC was to make sure that this was not only a government exercise, but in every single revision, we had civil society participating, private sector, and academia. So they were part of this exercise of peer revisions at the state level. So because we could not cover everything in the convention, we had a discussion about what to work on, where to focus. And there was an agreement to work on 3 articles of the convention. Of course, public procurement and the management of public finances, because these are, of course, key issues, as you all know, as experts on anti-corruption. And the Chapter 10 and Article 10 and Article 33, because we had to make sure that access to information was working properly, that was effective, that was rapid in a way, and also to ensure that the mechanisms for incentivize citizens to report corruption were there and were working properly. As you can see from the slide here, we have the 3 articles, and then for each one of the 3 articles, we have the responsible institutions with the legal mandates engaged in working on this. So we have, of course, the audit, the Supreme Audit Institution, the Secretariats of Anti-Corruption. We had 1 per each state. And then we have a Federal Access to Information Institution. And then we have also the local bodies and even the NGO bodies responsible for anti-corruption at the local level. So that's what was the exercise about. So like I said, we covered the 32 states. We worked with 105 institutions, and we have a cycle of activities that, of course, started with the coordination. Then, like I said, we provided training, and that was already very positive because we brought together different institutions that were not typically engaged, that they were not used to sit together and discuss about their capacities, about their challenges, about their results. So that was also very positive already. And then, of course, as part of the implementation review mechanism, there was a self-evaluation that also helped all the institutions involved to start realizing about their own capacities, to start already spotting their gaps in many aspects. So that was also very interesting. We have a revision of the legal framework and on the procedures and also of the data, if there was any data available. And then I have to say, this exercise is a bit old. After that phase, we had the pandemic. So we have to stop the exercise, and actually, well, we stopped doing this face-to-face meeting, but we have to continue. So we did everything online. Most of the visits took place online. And then after that, we prepare the reports. So like I said, we had many institutions involved. This is just part of the discussions that we had when we started the project, and then when we brought together all the public servants at the state level involved in these institutions. And very quickly, just to show you what the results were, So, like I said, we had 105 state institutions participating. Some of the visits were on site, other ones were online. But we have 32 final reports, one per state, published. And this was very positive, not only because each state was able to understand in like full length what was the status of the regulation and their procedures and the data related to these 3 articles, but also from UNODC side, this was very useful because with these reports, we were able to show what were the gaps and how to best target our technical assistance. So that was also a very good outcome of this. After this exercise, because of all these exchanges between the national institutions, we were able to put together a database of the good practices. And that was also very good because these practices were available for everybody for consultation and for perhaps replication if they were interested in. So like I said, we have recommendations and then we have specific requests for technical assistance. And one of the good results of this exercise was that we built this community of practice of practitioners in very specific institutions working on the same thing but without communicating. So this was very positive, and also in a way we brought together government with the other sectors in the society to basically work together on this idea that it's not only the responsibility of the government to prevent and fight corruption, but basically everybody, all should work together to prevent and address corruption. So this is very quickly what this experience was about. And yeah, happy to share any additional information if you are interested. Thank you.
Благодарим Саламе за обзор работы по внедрению методологии измерения коррупции. Здесь хотелось бы подчеркнуть, что методология получает уже практическое применение, и в частности сейчас мы ведем работу совместно с Кыргызской республикой по адаптации методологии и применению ее в практике Кыргызской республики. Так что эта работа очень интересная, мы надеемся, что у нас будет еще больше результатов в ближайшем будущем. Сейчас я хотел бы пригласить Валентину Касьян, мэра муниципалитета города Стрешень, Молдова, члена Конгресса местных и региональных органов власти Совета Европы, члена мониторингового комитета Совета Европы, которая присоединяется к нашей работе онлайн. Госпожа Касьян, вы нас слышите?
Да.
Пожалуйста.
Слышно, да?
Да, вас слышно.
Есть. Добрый день. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, dear partners and friends. My name is Valentina Kasyan, and I am the mayor of Strasheni municipality, Republic of Moldova, a local government and that had the courage not only to speak about integrity, but to build it into everyday administration. For us, transparency was never just a slogan. It became a way to regain citizens' trust, attract international partnerships, and transform a small municipality into what today is recognized as an island of integrity. I am afraid that the experience of Strasheni has been presented today at this important anti-corruption forum in Toshkent, because I strongly believe that real change begin when local governments choose responsibility over convenience, transparency over opacity, and long-term public trust over short-term political interest. It is now my pleasure to invite the President of the Local Council for Transparency, Vladislava Tkach, to continue this presentation and share the Strasheni experience with you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will share the presentation with you, and you'll tell me if it's visible view. Is it visible?
Да, мы видим.
Да, спасибо. So, Streshenie municipality was named an island of integrity, but before talking about integrity and anti-corruption transparency measures and our experience, I will tell you about Streshenie municipality a little bit. It's located 23 kilometers northwest of Chisinau, the capital of Republic of Moldova, and it's in the central area. We have a population more than 14,000 inhabitants, and we are an active and engaged community with 33 registered civil society organization and very active initiative groups and community networks. As you already saw, our mayor, Mrs. Valentina Kasyan, she was re-elected for the 4th term in 2023, given more than 83% of the votes. That shows that our community relies on her experience, on her transparency, and her way of conducting our community. And she has other leadership roles, as you can see in my presentation. And in Streshenie municipality, the transparency and public participation are fundamental principles of governance. And since 2011, the mayor, together with the team, have sustained a consistent strategic direction and the ability to carry reforms forward well beyond the methodology and the initial interventions. And there are described some of the main participation tools, but we will discuss them further on. And we will present our experience with violence of integrity methodology. And the main goal of this methodology was applied between 2016 and 2018 with UNDP Moldova support and the facilitation of certified anti-corruption practitioner, Mrs. Diana Rangayanaki. And the main goal of this methodology was, just a moment, was developed by Anna Vasilaki, inspired by the Mayor Ronald McLean Abroad's successful anti-corruption experience from La Paz, Bolivia. And it's a practical tool for public leaders and managers to identify and change public policies and organizational systems prone to corruption through a strategic and participatory process. And the methodology is based on two main tools, strategic and participatory. And a little bit about the strategic part. It focuses on changing organizational system, not only corrupt individuals, and identifies and treats the most dangerous forms of corruption. And the mayors are supported to act, not as prosecutors or judges, but as institutional reformers. And from the strategic point of view, what we did in our municipality, for first, we had a diagnosis where we were in 2016. Then we put our visions and objectives where we want to be in years. And we used different strategic plans and policies, internal policies, how to obtain these objectives. The participatory tool, it's a process started from inside the organization, endorsed by the mayor and her leadership team, committed to implement the planned changes. And deeper shared understanding of our organization vulnerabilities emerges. Of course, a plan, structural plan, is developed with solutions that no outsider could better do. And the main concept used in the participatory diagnosis was the solution elaboration and, of course, the economic concepts. And everyone can agree that corruption is not a crime of irrational passion. It's a crime of rational economic calculation. And corruption occurs when the probability of being caught is small. Penalties, if caught, are mild, and the rewards are great. So cost-benefit analysis. And of course, it occurs when the organization, or in our case, the majority, has the monopoly over services provision, the discretion in the decision making, and no transparency or accountability. And there is a formula of corruption, which is corruption equal to monopoly plus discretion and minus accountability and transparency. And the participatory diagnosis and solution elaboration process resulted for frustration in the following strategic objectives. The first one was streamline of the use of public money by ensuring transparency, competition, and accountability in public procurement procedures. The second was develop modern mechanisms to mainstream the issuing of certificates and permits, and we will discuss further on about this. Improve quality of sanitation services by increasing transparency and efficiency of the municipal enterprise. And the fourth one, ensure efficiency and transparency in the administration of a municipality land fund. And the strategic experience is demonstrated that in a constant progress in attracting external funding, increasing transparency in public administration, improving local infrastructure and servicing, strengthening citizen engagement. And these achievements are associated with the governance based on integrity, stability, and institutional competence, which enabled the municipality to build trust with both citizens, as we are active community members, and international partners. In 2017, Strasheni adopted a strategical plan, an anti-corruption plan, that covers 4 areas, most vulnerable areas for corruption in our municipality: public procurement, public property, urban development, and sanitation for public service. This anti-corruption strategic plan focused to release the sectors of the corruption plague. So far, the municipality managed to remove bureaucratic barriers within the city hall, conduct a small value procurement through the national electronic system, e-procurement, conduct a raising awareness campaign to promote the newly developed urbanistic plan, and to encourage reporting of illegal and unauthorized constructions, which is the community members are very active in this case. Initiate modernization of a municipal service enterprise, which was identified by the citizen as one of the most vulnerable for corruption actions area. And one of our further actions was to digitalize and make more transparent the public services. That's why in December 2020, around the most COVID times, we opened the Citizen Information and Service Center. We were one of the pilot municipalities in Moldova that opened such and digitalized the public authority. And its objective was to reduce bureaucracy, faster access to services for the population, minimizing direct contact and corruption risk, and digitalizing document circulation in the municipality. And it is still a really good electronic document management system, a governmental digital platform for urban planning certificates and permits. So everything is digitalized and corruption is minimized to zero. The standardized description of administrative services and, of course, modernization of IT infrastructure. And the priority areas of this digitalization were the issuance of certificates and permits, management of public property, municipal service, public procurement, and local decision-making process. All these areas and measures implemented are really working till today. And concrete examples of the transparent activity of our municipalities: we have public hearings for the local budget and taxes, consultation for the local development strategy, diaspora involvement in local process, surveys, and collection of citizen proposals both online and offline. And you can see on this slide one of the recent public hearings for local development strategy. Our meeting hall in the mayoralty was full with citizens, even with children. That made us think about to find a new location for such meetings. Of course, our mayor is also open. We will see in the next slides the photos with she goes to the citizens in their neighborhoods and talks with them. So it's a very open municipality, and this is increasing public trust. Policies are adapted to real community needs and reduces conflicts and stronger community consensus. We also have, as Valentina already presented me, as the president of the Local Council for Transparency. It was also created in 2023, and the main roles are to promote transparency in decision-making, to monitor institutional integrity, involve citizen decision-making process, and identify corruption risk, and to talk about it at the community level. Also, we have a very active youth involvement in the local governance. We have a local youth councils that's actively involved in consultation process, local initiatives, and you can see in the photos, Mrs. Mayor is also very actively meeting with youth in our municipality, and a lot of the projects that youth are promoting are also implemented in our community. You can see here photos from the hearings and also meetings even late in the night when all the people are home in the neighborhood. So our mayor and the team are meeting very regularly with the citizens in near their homes. And the international partnership, talks about trust and community development, because the experience of our municipality has attracted long-term cooperation and recognition. And you can see a list of donors, and the impact is very big because due to the donors and investments, we have public infrastructure modernization, energy efficiency, and other development at the local community. And also from transparency, we go to measure investment, with national funding and strategic investments, due to the fact that our municipality is trustworthy and it's transparent. Here are some slides with big investment projects. One of it is 40 million euros. It's Chisinau-Strașeni-Călăraș water supply project. There are other smaller projects, but also big, more than 2 million euro for urban revitalization, public infrastructure. This demonstrates that we are trustworthy at the national level as well. And also the national international recognition. You have here some photos, and only some of them are here listed. Some key distinction and awards for the transparency and open governance. In conclusion, we want to say that continuity of governance and participatory strategic and systemic approaches to integrity can produce, of course, durable changes in local governments. And as I said all over my presentation, that transparent and accountable governance practices increase trust in citizens and donors. And you saw how our municipality have a lot of projects due to this. Increase resources and cooperation, enable better services and development. And we are truly thinking that this is a reinforcing cycle, not a one-time effect. And this demonstrates that over the years, we demonstrated this. It's not one-time effect, it's a long-term effect if we are still doing this every day in our municipality. And today we are municipality recognized for transparency and good governance, a trusted partner for national and international donors, and an example of participatory and integrity-based local administration. So we can call us an island of integrity. So thank you very much for listening, for your time.
Thank you.
Благодарим Валентину и Владиславу за очень интересную и полезную презентацию. В частности, хотелось бы отметить успешное вовлечение всех заинтересованных сторон в процесс разработки антикоррупционных мер. Интересен был опыт внедрения применения метода затрат и выгод в разработке этого антикоррупционного плана. Конечно, стоит отметить в целом стратегический подход в этом процессе, который был нацелен на устранение именно корневых причин коррупции. И что особенно важно подчеркнуть, эта работа системно выполняется муниципалитетом с численностью до 25 тысяч человек, что говорит нам о том, что стратегический подход применим на любом уровне и масштабе, если он, конечно, правильно организован. Поэтому ваш опыт особенно интересен для Узбекистана, особенно в свете последнего нововведения. Это требование о защите руководителями органов государственной власти на местах и министерств антикоррупционных планов. Поэтому еще раз благодарим за вашу презентацию. Я хотел бы также предоставить слово нашему спикеру из Таджикистана, Санджару Ихтиорзода, начальнику отдела международных связей пресс-службы и связей с общественностью Агентства по государственному финансовому контролю и борьбе с коррупцией Республики Таджикистан. Пожалуйста, вам слово, спасибо.
Благодарю, Азат. Уважаемый Акмал Ишундаевич, уважаемые участники форума, дамы и господа, позвольте от имени Агентства по государственному финансовому контролю и борьбе с коррупцией Республики Таджикистан выразить благодарность, прежде всего, Агентству по противодействию коррупции Республики Узбекистан за организацию данного мероприятия и за возможность поделиться опытом Таджикистана в рамках третьей сессии форума. В своем выступлении я бы хотел поделиться опытом Республики Таджикистан в формировании культуры честности и добропорядочности на местном уровне. В Центральной Азии, как и во многих странах, мы переходим от преимущественно формального контроля к системной работе по укреплению культуры честности в государственных органах. Именно этот подход лежит в основе антикоррупционной политики нашей страны. Согласно закону Республики Таджикистан о противодействии коррупции, с целью создания условий для общественного контроля за принятыми решениями органами государственной власти и самоуправления, образованы общественные комиссии по предупреждению коррупции при местных исполнительных органах государственной власти с привлечением в их состав представителей интеллигенции, духовенства, ветеранов, предпринимателей и других активистов гражданского общества. К полномочиям этих комиссий относится, прежде всего, общественный контроль за исполнением законодательных актов, антикоррупционных программ и планов Национального совета по противодействию коррупции. Также установление взаимовыгодного сотрудничества между населением и органами государственной власти, в том числе координация их деятельности по реализации антикоррупционных мер государственного управления, анализ коррупционных рисков на местах, антикоррупционная пропаганда и правовое просвещение, а также другие мероприятия. Как показывает практика, учреждение вышеназванных общественных комиссий на местах способствовало более эффективной реализации антикоррупционной политики с учетом специфики каждого региона, проявлению нетерпимости общества к коррупции как к негативному явлению и повышению антикоррупционной культуры всего населения. В 2025 году на основании поручения премьер-министра нашей страны в целях обеспечения правильной, эффективной и единообразной деятельности вышеуказанных комиссий Агентством по государственному финансовому контролю и борьбе с коррупцией Республики Таджикистан на основании передового международного опыта был разработан типовой план работы общественных комиссий. Эти шаги способствовали укреплению атмосферы нетерпимости коррупции на местном уровне. Также следует подчеркнуть, что в агентстве функционируют региональные управления и отделы, к задачам которых относится реализация антикоррупционных мер и борьба с коррупцией на местах. Данные подразделения агентства активно взаимодействуют с общественными комиссиями по вопросам противодействия коррупции. Важно подчеркнуть, что проведение агитационных и обучающих мероприятий считается одним из эффективных способов противодействия коррупции. И наше ведомство предпринимает активные шаги в этом направлении. На этой основе нашим ведомством проводятся встречи, обучающие семинары, круглые столы, конференции и другие агитационные мероприятия, направленные на повышение правовой грамотности государственных служащих и всего населения, а также вовлечение общества в проблематике коррупции. Наряду с проведением агитационных работ в министерствах и ведомствах, агентство уделяет особое внимание взаимодействию с государственными служащими и населением в различных регионах страны. Так, в 2025 году в общей сложности нашим ведомством было проведено 1257 встреч в министерствах и ведомствах, исполнительных органах государственной власти, городов и районов и в других учреждениях страны. Из этого числа 784 встречи, которые составляют 62%, приходятся на местные органы государственной власти, городов и районов страны, сельских общин и деревень. Данная статистика наглядно показывает, что наше ведомство уделяет особое внимание повышению культуры честности и добропорядочности на местах. Стоит отметить, что основным долгосрочным документом, регулирующим антикоррупционную политику в нашей стране, является государственная стратегия противодействия коррупции в Республике Таджикистан на период до 2030 года. Стратегия ориентирована на профилактику, устранение причин и условий коррупции, повышение антикоррупционного сознания населения и формирование атмосферы нетерпимости к коррупции. В марте текущего года был принят план мероприятий по реализации данной стратегии на второй этап, то есть 2026 год и 2030 годы. Так, в новом плане мероприятий по реализации государственной стратегии непосредственно указаны меры, направленные на формирование культуры честности и добропорядочности в отдельных сферах и на местном уровне. Например, разработка учебно-воспитательной программы и проведение антикоррупционных пропагандических мероприятий на всех уровнях образования, повышение эффективности деятельности общественных комиссий по предотвращению коррупции, обеспечение участия гражданского общества, в том числе негосударственных организаций и частного сектора в процессе противодействия коррупции, проведение пропагандических и агитационных мероприятий республиканского и международного уровня, создание подразделений единого центра государственных услуг на территории Республики Таджикистан и многое другое. Также агентство активно занимается картированием и анализом коррупционных рисков в отдельных сферах и на территориальном уровне, разрабатывает и внедряет меры по их минимализации. Важным направлением стало укрепление комплаенс-контроля в государственных органах и институциональное развитие. Особое внимание уделяется формированию культуры честности, антикоррупционному просвещению населения, работы со СМИ, вовлечению молодежи и женщин, созданию условий для открытого диалога между властью и обществом. Мы видим, что устойчивые результаты в деле противодействия коррупции дает именно комплексный подход, то есть сочетание государственного контроля, общественного участия и постоянной информационно-разъяснительной работы. Уважаемые коллеги, Республика Таджикистан придает большое значение международному и региональному сотрудничеству. Мы активно участвуем в реализации Конвенции ООН против коррупции, Стамбульского плана действий ОСР и региональных инициатив в Центральной Азии. В этом году агентством на основании успешного опыта Кореи и Узбекистана и при поддержке программы развития ООН в Таджикистане реализуется программа по внедрению цифровых порталов, оценка эффективности антикоррупционных инициатив и чистый портал, которые на практике доказали свою эффективность в вышеуказанных странах. Мы уверены, что внедрение данных платформ окажет положительное влияние на всестороннюю реализацию государственных антикоррупционных программ в стране, выявлению уязвимых сфер, обеспечению прозрачности в деятельности государственных органов и вовлеченность граждан к вопросам противодействия коррупции. В заключение своего выступления хочу подчеркнуть, что формирование культуры честности и добропорядочности – это не разовая кампания, а постоянная системная работа, особенно на местном уровне. Опыт Таджикистана показывает, что общественные комиссии, региональные подразделения уполномоченных органов и активное вовлечение граждан дают ощутимый результат в данном направлении. Мы открыты для предложений и готовы к плодотворному сотрудничеству со всеми международными партнерами. Приглашаю коллег к обмену мнениями и совместной выработке практических действий. Благодарю за внимание.
Уважаемый Санджар, благодарим за содержательное выступление. Действительно, опыт Республики Таджикистан представляет для нас большой интерес, и хотелось бы отметить серьезные усилия по вовлечению общественности в противодействии коррупции и разработку конкретных мер общественного контроля. Как мы понимаем, без конкретных правовых механизмов обеспечить эффективность общественного контроля очень сложно. Уважаемые коллеги, сейчас у нас есть время для дискуссий, и я приглашаю всех, у кого есть вопросы, подайте знак, пожалуйста, и задавайте вопросы к выступающим. Пожалуйста.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli 6-chi Toshkent Aksilkorrupsiya Forumi ishtirokchilari. Men O'zbekiston Respublikasi Ichki ishlar vazirligi akademiyasi boshqaruv fanlar kafedrasi professori polkovnik Qobilov Sharif Rahimovich. Bugun mana korrupsiyani bu yerda men spikerlarni eshitdik. Mana 3 ta sessiyada ishtirok etdik. Men o'ylaymanki, bugun forumda bildirilgan barcha korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish bo'yicha ilg'or tajribalar nafaqat O'zbekiston, barcha shu yerda ishtirok etuvchi davlatlarda korrupsiyani oldini olishga juda katta hissa qo'shadi deb o'ylayman. Nima uchun? Birinchi, bugungi bu yerda juda ham Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining shu 2-bobi korrupsiyani oldini olish choralari deyiladi. Shu yerda xabardorlik, korrupsiyaga qarshi ta'lim, korrupsiyaga qarshi huquq targ'ibot, korrupsiyaga qarshi ma'rifat. Mana shu bugun bildirilgan shu sohada bildirilgan g'oyalar barchasi barcha mamlakatlar uchun korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish nazariyasini boyitadi. Bu ikkinchi xulosa. Uchinchi xulosa shundan iboratki, bu yerda ayniqsa Markaziy Osiyo davlatlari bu yoshlar mamlakati. Masalan, O'zbekistonda demak aholining qariyb 60% bu 30 yoshgacha bo'lgan yoshlar. Va bugun sessiyalarda ham bildirildiki, eng asosiy masala yoshlarda korrupsiyaga qarshi xulq-atvorni shakllantirish masalasi. Nima uchun? Bu yerda biz mana mamlakatimizda, ayniqsa O'zbekistonda bugun O'zbekiston takomillashtirilgan 2030, ya'ni O'zbekiston 2030 strategiyasidan biz bitta maqsadni qo'ydikki, O'zbekiston 2030-yilga borib o'zining korrupsiyani idrok etish indeksidagi pozitsiyasini 20 punktga yaxshilaydi. Men o'ylaymanki, bugun mana shu tadbirda bildirilgan barcha o'sha amaliyotlar, fikr mulohazalar barchasi bizni mana shu pozitsiyani egallashga yordam beradi. Men alohida qayd etmoqchimanki, bugun korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashda bu men 3-chi bir xulosaga keldimki, bugungi tadbirdan mana har bir davlatni barpo etishda ijtimoiy indikatorlarni men bugun o'zimcha aniqlab oldim. Bu qaysi ijtimoiy korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashdagi qaysi ijtimoiy indikatorlar? Birinchisi bu professionalizm, ikkinchisi bu adolat, uchinchisi bu halollik, to'rtinchisi bu xolislik, beshinchisi meritokratiya, ya'ni munosiblarni tanlash. Bu nima degani? Ayniqsa bugun oliy ta'lim muassasalarida bo'lajak kadrlarni halollik vaksinasi bilan emlash masalasi. Bu meni 3-chi xulosam. 4-chi xulosa shunda men aytmoqchimanki, bir mutaxassis sifatida bugun korrupsiyaning mafkurasi mavjud. Korrupsiyaning mafkurasi nima? Bugun men yana bir ekspertlarni eshitib xulosa qildimki, korrupsiyaning mafkurasi bu birinchi pulparastlik, shuhratparastlik, dabdababozlik. Mana shu masalalar va eng asosiy bu korrupsiyani antropologik omillar biz ko'proq e'tibor qaratadigan masala bu nafsni tarbiyalash masalasi. Ikkinchi bu ochko'zlik, korrupsiyani keltirib chiqaradigan antropologik omil sifatida. Mana Siseron aytadi, ochko'zlik nima? Ochko'zlik bu inson, jamiyat, davlat mulkini o'zlashtirishning g'ayri-ijtimoiy, g'ayri-qonuniy, demak g'ayriqonuniy o'zlashtirishga qaratilgan jinoiy istak. Demak, mana shu uchun ham bugun biz 5-chi xulosa sifatida aytamanki, korrupsiya har bir davlatning demokratik taraqqiyotiga jiddiy rahna soladigan ham siyosiy, ham ijtimoiy, iqtisodiy hodisa ekanligi. Va 6-chi xulosada bir shu narsaga keldimki, ayniqsa korrupsiyaga qarshi ta'limda mana bizda O'zbekistonda hozir korrupsiyaga qarshi milliy kengash ning demak bu yerda ayniqsa ijro organi sifatida, ishchi organ sifatida korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash agentligi tomonidan juda katta tadbirlar amalga oshirildiki, buni eng asosiy bu maktabgacha ta'lim masalasida. O'zbeklarda bir maqol bor: qush uyasida ko'rganini qiladi va bola loy, ota-ona kulol degan naql bor. Ana shu uchun eng asosiy e'tiborni biz mana shu maktabgacha ta'lim, ya'ni bog'cha tarbiyasi, umumta'lim maktablarida mana hozir tarbiya fanlarini biz nima qildik, kiritdik. Oliy ta'lim muassasalarida mana tanlov fanlari sifatida korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash asoslari. Mana bizda O'zbekiston Respublikasi Ichki ishlar vazirligi akademiyasida ayniqsa o'sha rahbar kadrlar bo'lajak ichki ishlar organlari xodimlariga ichki ishlar organlari xodimlarida korrupsiyaga qarshi qo'l-qatvorni shakllantirish maxsus kursi, rahbar xodimlarda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashish va kompleks nazorati va bevosita birgalikda korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash agentligi bilan hozirgi kunda huquqni muhofaza qilish akademiyasi, ichki ishlar vazirligi akademiyasida o'nlab monografiya, darsliklar, o'quv amaliy qo'llanmalar va eng jihati shundaki, biz korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashishni juda ham to'g'ri spikerlar bu yerda aytdiki, o'sha maktabgacha ta'limdan ertaklar, hikoyalar, rivoyatlar, multimedia materiallari, ana shu ta'sirchan ko'rgazmali qurollar orqali ularni ongiga singdirishga harakat qildik. Va men oxirida xulosa qilib aytmoqchimanki, bugun O'zbekistonda mana 2020-yilda davlatimiz rahbari muhtaram prezidentimiz Shavkat Miromonovich Mirziyoyev tomonidan halollik vaksinasi degan tushuncha ilmiy muomalaga kiritildi. Bu yerda vaksina deganda ko'pchilik oldin shunda davlatimiz rahbari bir savol qo'ydiki, halollik vaksinasini biz qayerdan olamiz? Halollik vaksinasini biz milliy va umuminsoniy qadriyatlardan olamiz dedi. Va shuning uchun bu yerda eng asosiy e'tibor ana shu halollik vaksinasini biz biologik preparat yoki tibbiy preparat sifatida emas, biz halollik vaksinasini ijtimoiy preparat sifatida o'sha yoshlar, keng aholi qatlami ongiga singdirishga harakat qildik. Va halollik vaksinasini men mualliflik tarifi sifatida bugun shuni alohida qayd etmoqchimanki, bu ijtimoiy preparat bo'lib, inson organizmiga begona agent, ya'ni harom luqmaning tushishidan saqlaydi. Mana shunaqa bir ta'sirchan choralar orqali bizda korrupsiyaga qarshi murosasiz, ya'ni toqatsiz 0 darajadagi birinchidan munosabatni shakllantirish va bizda taraqqiyot dasturlarida oxiriga ayniqsa 2022-yildan boshlab biz taraqqiyot dasturlarini 83-84 maqsadlarda halollik standartini joriy etish va korrupsiyaga qarshi murosasiz muhitni shakllantirish, bu biz tizimli korrupsiyaga qarshi kurash bo'yicha tizimli islohotlarni amalga oshirdikki, buning natijasida O'zbekistonda haqiqatdan ham korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashning huquqiy va institutsional asoslari bugun yaratildi va eng muhimi, biz o'zimizning pozitsiyamizni 9 yil ichida biz 34-35 punktga yaxshiladik va oldimizga yana 20 punktga yaxshilash maqsadini qo'ydik. Bu men o'ylaymanki, buning natijasi yana eng katta bizda yutug'imiz shu bo'ldiki, korrupsiyaga qarshi kurashda Qatar amiri bin Tamim janoblari bilan davlatimiz rahbari 2023-yil 19-dekabrda sanoqli davlatlar qatorida halollik monumentini shu yerda nima qilib ochilish marosimida ishtirok etdi va halollik g'oliblari sanoqli davlatlar qatorida Toshkentda nima qilindi, taqdirlandi. Shuning uchun men demoqchimanki, O'zbekistonda buning yana bitta natijasini O'zbekistonning iqtisodiy darajasi o'sdi 9 yil mobaynida. Yalpi ichki mahsulot 3 barobar, qariyb 3 barobar ko'paydi. Aholi jon boshiga yalpi ichki mahsulot bu raqamlarga e'tibor bersa 2.7 marta nima qildi, o'sdi. Men demoqchimanki, bugun O'zbekistonda mana shunday forumlarni o'tkazilishi ham ilg'or tajribalar qo'l keldi va O'zbekiston bugun dunyo mana Osiyo taraqqiyot bankini prezidenti ta'kidlagandek, O'zbekiston xalqaro majburiyatlarni halollik bilan bajarayotgan davlatlar qatoriga kirdi. E'tiborlari uchun rahmat.
Большое спасибо, Шариф Ака. Как всегда, очень точные, очень интересные комментарии с вашей стороны, всеобъемлющие. И вы углубились даже в вопросы социальной, криминальной психологии, очень важный вопрос. И даже затронули вопросы, скажем так, инструментов мягкой силы и воспитания детей с самого раннего возраста. Это все очень актуальные вопросы. И надо, конечно же, думать о том, как их воплощать в реальной жизни, на практике. Коллеги, Имеются ли у нас еще дополнения, вопросы? Я чувствую, что наша энергия немножечко упала под конец рабочего дня, но позитивная новость заключается в том, что сейчас я могу передать бразды правления нашим форумом для подведения итогов. Вы здесь, я вас ищу взглядом. Пожалуйста, Медадовна.
Я думаю, энергия не упала. Просто люди задумались, столько было много серьезных, важных тем. И я думаю, это пора, когда нужно немного задуматься и переварить все то, что мы услышали. Добрый вечер. Я думаю, пришла пора всем сказать еще раз здравствуйте, еще раз добрый вечер. Сидящие здесь все герои, потому что это было, конечно же, нелегко, не просто с утра весь день сидеть в этой аудитории и слушать очень важные, скажем так, вопросы. Здесь были озвучены очень разный обмен мнением пошел, опыт различных стран, различных организаций. И я думаю, каждый этот опыт заслуживает также отдельной площадки для того, чтобы обсудить, какие есть приоритеты, какие есть сложности в реализации этого опыта и какие есть преимущества. Но, тем не менее, я хочу всех поздравить с тем, что сегодняшний форум состоялся. Это оказалась площадка очень интересная, которая объединила много разных профессионалов в своей сфере. Причем это были как и практики, так и теоретики, так и мы видели представителей парламента, мы видели представителей международных организаций. Тем самым и была интересна данная площадка, что здесь у нас были заслушаны очень разные мнения, и мы смогли посмотреть с разной точки зрения. Я думаю, тем не менее, все согласятся со мной, что мы провели очень важные 3 сессии, и все эти 3 сессии может объединять одна ключевая такая вот идея, ключевой аспект – это вопрос стратегии. Стратегии противодействия коррупции. Причем я бы сказала, что стратегия – ключевой аспект не только как документа, который должен определять долгосрочные, краткосрочные перспективы. Я думаю, эта стратегия в первую очередь должна определять приоритеты взаимодействия. Как раз вот здесь у нас собрались профессионалы своего дела. И думаю, эта площадка вот как раз направлена на то, чтобы еще раз сверить свой маршрут, еще раз обратить внимание на наши задачи, на наши перспективы, на наши планы. И озвученные здесь идеи позволят нам, скажем так, сделать соответствующие правки. Правки как в те документы, которые есть в каждой стране, в каждой организации, так правки и в наши с вами взаимодействия. Я думаю, это очень важно, потому что эта стратегия определяет приоритеты, я бы сказала еще раз, не только отдельно какой-то страны, но именно сотрудничество. И вот здесь сидит господин Штолпе, который всегда продвигает самые передовые антикоррупционные международные стандарты. Я могу сказать, что господин Штолпе является представителем самой конвенции ООН, этой организации, которая каждый год собирает все страны на своих площадках для того, чтобы сделать оценку, насколько на сегодняшний день эти стандарты реализуются в каждой стране. Есть свои нюансы, есть свои проблемы. Может быть, посвященные здесь знают, что некоторые страны еще не прошли даже 2-й цикл обзора. Узбекистан проходит данный цикл. Но, тем не менее, сложности в развитии и в мировом пространстве накладывают определенные нагрузки на то, чтобы эти антикоррупционные стандарты действительно были соответствующим образом имплементированы в национальное законодательство и действительно получали полноценное отражение правоприменительной практики. И вот как раз сегодняшняя площадка – это для того, чтобы посмотреть, что мы можем исправить, что мы можем учесть, какой план мы можем в последующем для себя принять, для того, чтобы мы с вами все смотрели в одном направлении. Это и есть взаимодействие между странами. Это и есть взаимодействие между странами, участниками Конвенции ООН против коррупции. И я думаю, из сегодняшней тематики обсуждения, исследований, которые поднимались на данной площадке, мы можем сделать вывод, что сегодня были определены такие ключевые темы, как искусственный интеллект, противодействие коррупции. Действительно, когда мы говорим, что искусственный интеллект сейчас абсолютно на всех площадках, абсолютно во всех сферах, значит, мы должны говорить и о том, как мы можем этот инструмент эффективно применять в антикоррупции. И здесь есть очень много разных нюансов, про которые говорили на первой сессии. И, безусловно, когда мы говорим про искусственный интеллект, мы не должны забывать про вопросы общественного контроля. Наряду с тем, что должна быть обеспечена прозрачность, мы должны говорить о создании необходимых условий, о привитии соответствующей культуры, о предоставлении соответствующих инструментов для гражданского общества, чтобы гражданское общество могло полноценно использовать также искусственный интеллект в противодействии коррупции. Либо следующий вопрос – это вопрос продвижения культуры, честности, просвещения, образования. И мы видим, что это актуально как для европейских стран, так и для стран Центральной Азии. Конечно же, здесь особое внимание мы должны уделять молодежи. Как сегодня прозвучало в речи одного спикера, если не ошибаюсь, это была госпожа Ирена, представитель Гонконга. Она сказала, что молодежь – это элита. Действительно, будущее нации в руках элиты, в руках молодежи. Соответственно, мы должны говорить о том, что просвещение должно быть на таком уровне, чтобы оно доходило до сердец, до ума, до разума молодежи. И неважно, в каком возрасте находимся мы, каждый из нас, в каждой своей сфере, в каждой своей организации должен нести эту ответственность. Еще один важный вопрос. Я думаю, безусловно, все согласятся со мной, что все программы не должны оставаться только на центральном уровне. Иногда мы видим, что охвачены какие-то центральные организации, и за бортом остаются регионы. Поэтому очень важно, и это следует из третьей сессии, продвигать региональные программы. И в целом страна-то состоит у каждого из регионов. Поэтому очень важно определять антикоррупционные стандарты, как продвигать эти антикоррупционные стандарты в регионах. И на сегодняшний день нам в этом помогает такая программа, как Integrity области, Халал Худутлар. Подскажите перевод, что-то я сейчас с переводом. Азат?
Integrity Islands. Integrity Islands.
Integrity Islands. Спасибо большое, да. Integrity Islands. Поэтому вот сегодня у нас одним из ключевых вопросов, мы начали в прошлом году, и вот мы видели, один из спикеров тоже поделился этим опытом. Мы работаем сейчас с регионами как раз вот по этой программе, очень надеемся, что эта программа тоже даст свои результаты, и уже без помощи экспертов будут также продвигать данные стандарты. Есть, конечно, и другие темы, которые еще будут предметом обсуждения, и я думаю, не только обсуждения, но и обмена опытом для того, чтобы уже в реальности реализовывать это в сегодняшнем времени. Но, тем не менее, я бы хотела быть, наверное, более конкретной и краткой, потому что я понимаю, что все все-таки подустали. Я думаю, сегодняшние темы, они должны быть взяты на вооружение для того, чтобы не останавливаться в этом вопросе, а продвигать их не только через живые встречи, потому что не всегда получается вот так вот встречаться и выделять целый день для того, чтобы обсуждать эти вопросы. Я думаю, мы можем продвигать подобную передовую практику также посредством последующих рабочих встреч. Я думаю, очень многие здесь приобрели новых партнеров, новых, скажем так, единомышленников. И я думаю, это вот как раз та точка, зона роста, где мы можем совместно объединить наши с вами усилия. И уже, может быть, до следующих живых встреч, которые обязательно состоятся, обсуждать эти вопросы в том же самом Zoom-пространстве. Я думаю, это одно такое вот полезное наследие от ковида, где мы продвигаем также использование информационных технологий. Еще один такой момент, на который я хочу обратить внимание. Сегодняшнее выступление, полученная информация, новые знакомства, наверное, должны служить для нас девизом. А девиз – объединить усилия. А может быть сказать, что успех – это взаимодействие. Каждый волен выбрать для себя. Но тем не менее, я думаю, когда мы вместе, когда мы говорим об одном, когда мы смотрим в одно направление, мы можем очень многого достигнуть. Я очень рада, что данная площадка собрала таких активистов, людей, которые верны антикоррупционной политике, антикоррупционным стандартам. И я уверена, что здесь сидят все те люди, которые хотят, чтобы их общество функционировало, жила жизнью вне коррупции. И каждый из нас является ответственным за это. Поэтому я хотела в этой связи поблагодарить всех наших спикеров, потому что действительно был озвучен очень интересный опыт, всех наших модераторов, которые сделали ознакомление с этим опытом очень интересным и эффективным. Я уверена, что вся та информация, которая здесь получена, агентство окажет содействие для того, чтобы и спикеры не будут возражать, чтобы это разместить на сайте форума, чтобы мы могли дальше продолжать с вами работать по этим тематикам. И в этой связи я призываю всех продолжать имплементировать нормы Конвенции ООН, продвигать лучшие практики антикоррупции и всегда быть в добром здравии. Потому что для того, чтобы работать в этой сфере, продвигать самые лучшие стандарты, в первую очередь каждый из нас должен быть, как бы это ни звучало, очень просто здоровым. Поэтому в сегодняшнее время здоровье – это здоровье как ментальное, так и физическое. И, соответственно, когда есть это здоровье, значит, мы с вами можем продвигать здоровые антикоррупционные стандарты. Поэтому я хотела бы поблагодарить абсолютно всех, кто здесь собрался, наших доноров, наших партнеров, международной организации, наших спикеров, наших гостей из других стран, наших коллег. Здесь сидит также и наша молодежь. Абсолютно всех, кто сидит здесь, потому что раз вы здесь, значит, для вас эта тема интересна. Я уверена, что вы будете продвигать эту тему. Вместе с вами позвольте поблагодарить также и тех людей, благодаря которым организация этого форума, она случилась. Сегодня мы с вами здесь сидим. Это также наши технические сотрудники, это наши переводчики, это наши айтишники и абсолютно все, кто был здесь задействован. Поэтому я думаю, самое время похлопать самим себе. Большое всем спасибо. В конце я также хотела бы пожелать не только заниматься продвижением антикоррупционных стандартов, но и воспользоваться моментом, возможностью посмотреть Ташкент, ознакомиться с узбекской культурой, с узбекской кухней. Это очень важно. Для того, чтобы понимать друг друга, нужно также знать и культуру данной страны. Поэтому я очень надеюсь, что ваше время в Ташкенте, в Узбекистане пройдет очень хорошо для всех вас. Хорошего вечера всем. До свидания. Спасибо.